Alrighty. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to earnings season. Once again, we had Microsoft and Google last night. Microsoft ended up doing good. They gave updates on AI. Cloud didn't slow down as much. Amazon got a little of it, and then they started to give back. Google is barely unchanged, but again, the bar was set low for these tech stocks. They ended up doing good for now, which was great. And even this morning, Boeing, Industrials, they reported it was a slight beat, and then they just lost less cash than expected, and they went up. But then FRC, ladies and gentlemen, it is down 13% again. We talked about this yesterday, the potential problems. People are still worried about it, and there's a little bit of banking fear. And then again, China, if you're not aware, China's stocks are down over 10% on the month of April. So we're going to see what's up with everything. But for now, earnings have been good. We have Meta after the bell. Let's see if the first set of big tech positive earnings could actually carry through. And then we go from there. And you had a lot of data this morning, too. Durable goods. And a couple of others, retail, wholesale inventories. Everything actually kind of came in good, and you did not get any largely contractionary data. So, Chad, we're going to see, but the real question is, do we actually move ahead of the earning? Otherwise, we are going to be cucked all day, and then we got Meta after the bell. So, Chad Adonia, I hope you're ready, baby. Good morning. Oh, yes, UK did block the Activision Microsoft thing, too, Good morning, baby. What's up, Robert Woods? What's up, P.O.? What's up, J-Max? Good morning, Awadast. Sam Ulrich, Alex Lyons, Candy Upton. Good morning, Tim Whitman. Danny's in the house. Let's go, baby. What's up, JDN? What's up, Carissa? What's up, Brandon? Najee Wolf, Shane McBride, Matthew Orman, Jerry Woods, Roger. Oh, what's up? What's up, Darnelius? What's up, Mark? What's up, Mocat? Patrick Swayze, baby. Who's that driving? Patrick Swayze. Oh, good. When you get a new car, You remember that one? Oh, I don't know. What's up, Maria? Good morning, Mr. Garlinger. Kurt McGirt, baby. Anton. Oh, what's up? What's up, Alex? What's up, Red River? What's up, Christian's Collection? B Dizzle, Smoke 007. Oh, hey, Yosam, Mocat, Jimmy, Justin. Oh, good morning. What's up, Algo? What's up, Carissa Highs? Oh, we love to see the name. Sebastian, RJG, Carson, Mocat again, DK, Battleborn, Dakota, Disa. I just want the lasses. What's up, 50K? What's up, Burger? Good morning. Good morning. Oh, what's up, Lo? Oh, we got the Twitch tool. Picky Odie, Woodrow, Teddy, Amor, Fati, Trev, Real Fried Rice, Dr. Suede. Oh, good morning. What's up, QE? What's up, Blizzy B? What's up, Match? Oh, Chatadonia. We love it. What's up, Mike? What's up, Mike? Mike with your last name, huh? Good morning. The humble entrepreneur, Caldrick. What's up, baby? Good morning. It is going to be a good, interesting day, and that's why we pray. Amen, amen. What's up, Ja? What's up, Chatadonia? So good morning. I'm glad you're here. I hope you're ready for it again, Meta. I mean, that has been the star of the show a couple of times. We already got some earnings out the way, but let's see how intraday goes. We got 7 hours until the earnings. Isn't that wild to think about? You have 7 hours. Anyways, don't let me get too excited and start ranting. Let me get into the news. Microsoft, their $69 billion takeover of Activision has suffered a blow after the UK antitrust watchdog vetoed it, saying that it would harm competition on the cloud. The UK agency said their concerns could not be solved by any measures like the sale of Call of Duty. Microsoft will appeal, but the decision may be set in stone as the world's biggest regulators as well as two other tech deals that the CMA is reviewing: Broadcom of VMware and Amazon's takeover of iRobot. Futures gain led by NASDAQ after reassuring tech results yesterday. Those stocks in Europe slid as earnings there disappointed. The dollar weakened and the 2-year treasury fell. Oil slipped and gold fluctuated. Boeing rose after they beat on revenue and free cash flow and reaffirmed guidance. Still, it notched its 7th money-losing quarter in a row. Meta is under pressure to show investors that it's leaner and more efficient, per Mark Zuckerberg's pledge. Results after the close may reveal a 0.9% drop in revenue as ad sales lag. Nomura woes. Profit plunged 76% as fixed income trading was hit by a spike in volatility in March and deal-making slumped, and its Frankfurt offices were raided as part of a vast probe into the cum-ex tax dividend scandal that already ensnared BNP, Merrill Lynch, and Barclays. Prosecutors are investigating 37 current or former employees and have raided suspects' homes. First Republic slumped on a CNBC report that advisors have lined up potential buyers of new stock. Moelis is doubling the amount of investor bankers on their tech team, a person familiar said. Alibaba cut the cost of their cloud services by as much as half as they seek to spur growth before a possible IPO. Elon Musk is betting the house on Tesla on low prices and razor-thin margins. Deliveries have trailed a projected 50% average annual growth pace in the past 4 quarters, and his latest pivot will determine what happens next in the industry that Tesla has already turned on its head. Rivals may have little choice but to respond to his price cuts. Read more on the big take. Quants are out of ammo for buying stocks. Goldman's Scott Rubner warned systemic money managers loaded up on more than $170 billion of global shares in the past month, driving their exposure to the highest since early 2022. They'd be forced to unwind up to $276 billion if the market sells off in the next month, Goldman model shows. U.S. crude stockpiles slumped more than 6 million barrels last week. The API is said to have reported that would be the biggest drop in 4 weeks if confirmed by the EIA. Inventories at Cushing's edged higher. Gasoline supplies resumed their decline, while distillate inventory climbed. Buy the yen to bet on Fed rate cuts, or sell if you think they're heading higher, Goldman said. Also look at the euro and commodity currencies to build wagers on equity markets impacted by rates. Bears should short the Aussie or loonie versus the yen, while bulls can buy the euro against the yen. Goldman strategist Karen Reitgott-Fishman said. It's good. Chad, you already know this. I told this a couple of weeks ago. You already know this one, you know? Like I said, you want to go against dollar, buy euro. Very, very simple. Very wild. Look at that. Everybody knows now. Everybody knows. Financial moguls are moving fast. The large fortunes are being amassed by risk takers and innovators who are comfortable at the cutting edge of mainstream finance. In Bloomberg market ranking of 25 such folk, Ken Griffin and Jeff Yass lead the way in leveraging tech to make super fast decisions, representing a new era of financial wealth accumulation. 10:30 a.m., you're going to get crude inventories, 11:30, 24 billion of 2-year FRNs and 36 billion of 17-week bills. 1 p.m., 43 billion of 5-year notes. 1:30 p.m., Bank of Canada minutes, and then South Korea's Yoon is meeting Biden at the White House, and then Bloomberg Green Summit in New York. Earnings include Meta, eBay, Markel, EQT, Roku, Spirit Airlines, and Vale. The U.S. will strengthen their deterrence it provides South Korea against nuclear threats in return for the latter not pursuing their own atomic arsenal. Joe Biden and President Yoon Suk-yeol will announce their agreement today, officials familiar said. Kevin McCarthy decided to make changes to his U.S. debt limit bill, bowing to the demands of a small number of GOP lawmakers who threatened to tank the measure in a House floor vote this week. Durable goods orders rose more than expected, 3.2% last month after dropping a revised 1.2% in February. Mortgage applications rose 4.6% in the week ending April 21st. Brazil's inflation decelerated in early April to 4.2%, the slowest pace since 2020 from 5.4%. The ECB has no choice but to raise rates further until we see a change in the inflation trend. Policymaker Boris Vujicic told Delo newspaper core inflation is stubbornly high. Turkey's President Erdogan canceled 3 scheduled campaign appearances less than a month before a high-stakes election. The German government raised their 2023 GDP growth forecast to 0.4%, twice as fast as previously expected. Russia seized utilities owned by Finland's Fortum and Germany's Uniper, the first such move of retaliation for asset freezes by European nations. Xi Jinping spoke with Vladimir Zelensky for the first time since the war started. Chinese state TV reported, adding he'll send a representative to Ukraine. UK gets record demand for bond hedging against inflation. China's economy continued to expand in April. High-frequency indicators show, though the strength of the recovery remains under scrutiny. Bloomberg's aggregate index of 8 early indicators rose to a 5 this month with a jump in car and home sales. Australia trimmed mean inflation slightly more than expected to 6.6 in the first quarter. Thai exports retreated 4.2 on the year in March versus a consensus for a 15% drop. Some 87% of U.S. companies in China are pessimistic about the relationship between the countries, as American Chamber of Commerce in China survey found. That was 14 points higher than a previous poll. Yuan overtakes dollar as China's most used cross-border currency. OPEC latest, the group must be very careful about pushing up oil prices that may hurt the global economy and accelerate the transition to clean energy. The IEA's Faith Bureau said OPEC can continue cooperation after the current cut deal is over. Russian Alexander Novak said widespread breaches of the G7 oil price cap probably took place in Asia last quarter. A study by the Kyiv School of Economics shows almost all of the crude from Cozumel sold well above 60, and over half of the cargoes were carried out using some type of G7 service. Crude fell and gold fluctuated after 2 days of gains. Lithium prices in China rose for the first time on year-end, signs that demand growth may finally gather pace. Wheat held around the lowest since July 21 as a strike in Canada countered a bearish outlook. Chile's government indicated it will play an active role in deciding how their huge lithium deposits are developed in partnership with the private sector. The objective is control, Economy Minister Nicholas Grau said. Canada's wheat farmers asked the government to allow outside workers to weigh and inspect grain at the Vancouver port as a strike by public sector staff threatened shipments. Poland and Hungary plan to extend bans on Ukraine grain imports beyond June. There are 4 potential issuers looking to sell new debt in the U.S. investment-grade primary market today. Weekly volume stands at $6.6 billion, on the way to $15 to $20 billion as projected. With 3 business days left in a month, consensus estimates $100 billion for April is increasingly likely. Germany will review carrier planned $12 billion purchase of most of the family-owned Weissman as it tries to safeguard green technology jobs. PE firm Great Hill will buy software provider Fusion from Vista Equity. SVB's Canadian unit is preparing to kick off the sale of their loan book in May and may close up setting up data for potential buyers. Teleperformance offered to buy Luxembourg customer service from Majorel for a total of 3 billion euros. Pencil maker Doms is said to eye 300 million IPO. Rogers Communication beat analyst estimates for revenue and profit as Canada's strong population growth gave another boost to wireless division. SK Hynix signaled that the chip sector will emerge from their deeper downturn later this year as a China recovery and AI drive demand, sending shares almost 4% higher. Stanchart reported their largest quarterly profit since first quarter of 2014. GSK rose after profits exceeded estimates, and Reckitt named Chris Licht its health unit president as CEO and raised their 2023 revenue outlook. BYD was China's best-selling car for the first time last quarter, dethroning Volkswagen. The Buffett-backed EV maker sold more than 440,000 units domestically versus VW's 427,000. Man Group pulled in a net $1 billion fresh cash during the first quarter, defying wider outflows from the hedge fund industry. Microsoft $69 billion Activision deal blocked by UK watchdogs. Microsoft sees AI shaking up search while Google calms investors. Alphabet Microsoft rise bolstered by cloud services. Microsoft Activision deal spreads about. Every headline is these are just like the top headlines. Honeywell to buy compressor controls for $670 million cash. Microsoft price target raised to $310 at Rosenblatt. Microsoft raised to outperform at BMO $347, and then Walmart price target raised to $159 from $146 at Truist. And London, wow, is set to leapfrog Las Vegas in ranking of cities with most hotel rooms. With some mega properties in the pipeline, London's room total may top 183,000 in the next few years, an 18% jump from today, according to data firm STR. Vegas expects 8% growth. Shanghai tops the ranking with about 346,000 rooms. Unwelcome, Jeffrey Gundlach said that the IRS showed up unannounced at Double Line's office in Tampa for no legitimate reason. His tweet gave no further details. Gundlach has published posts critical of the IRS and the tax system in recent years. Are you there, God? It's me, Margaret. The young adult book published over half a century ago has never been adapted for the screen until now. The Judy Blume book, beloved by generations, has finally gotten a cinematic treatment, starring Rachel McAdams and Kathy Bates. Esther Zuckerman shares her review. Tucker Carlson and Don Lemon hired the same lawyer following their ousts from Fox and CNN, the Washington Post reported. LA-based Brian Friedman is known as a combative litigator, a sign that the pair may be gearing up for a legal battle with broadcasters. Jacinda Ardern's off to Harvard. The former New Zealand Prime Minister will study and speak on tech governance and leadership later this year. She'll return home after a semester that is helpfully the one that falls during the NZ general election, she said on Instagram. Freddie Mercury's crown and robe are among some of the 1,500 items going on sale. The Sotheby's London auction will include almost all contents of the London home bequeathed to his friend Mary Austin. She said the time has come to sell the objects. Part of the proceeds will go to charity. And wow. Are you ready for this one? On this day in history, the Chernobyl disaster in Ukraine in 1986 was one of only 2 nuclear energy incidents rated at a 7, the maximum severity on the International Nuclear Event Scale. The other one being Fukushima in 2011. A meltdown and explosions ruptured the reactor core and destroyed the building, releasing radioactivity that fell on all other parts of the USSR and Europe. The plant was encased in sarcophagus, and cleanup is scheduled for completion in 2065. Wow. So I don't know. Meta earnings, you're coming off of Google and Microsoft, and then today is Chernobyl Day. I don't know. How do you feel about that? Chattadonia, how do you feel? But we still got some time. Again, it's going to be a very interesting day. We are still up about 0.33% now, so actually not bad considering FRC bank fears still remain. A lot of updates here on the earnings. And here are your pre-market movers. Alphabet shares are down 0.6 after reversing an earlier gain that came after Google's parent company reported first quarter results that beat expectations. Boeing shares advanced 3% after the plane maker's first quarter revenue and cash flow beat. Boston Scientific, BSX, they're up 2.7 after they reported first quarter results that beat expectations. Celsius Holdings, CELH, rises about 2% after receiving another bullish rating as Piper Sandler initiates coverage. Chipotle Mexican Grill, CMG, climbed 7.5 after reporting first quarter comparables and profits that top average analyst estimate. Cryptocurrency stocks are rising as Bitcoin climbs above 28,850. Enphase Energy plummets as much as 19%, on track for their worst day since June 2020, with analysts cutting their price targets on the solar equipment maker after their second quarter revenue guidance missed expectations. First Republic sinks as much as 31% after sliding 49% on Tuesday to a record low following a CNBC report that said advisors lined up potential buyers of new stock as part of a rescue plan. FSR gains 7% after the regulators certified the electric vehicle maker's Ocean SUV for sale. Getty Images falls 3% after the media firm rebuffed a takeover bid of almost $4 billion from Trillium, saying that activist investor hasn't provided any evidence that its proposal valuing the shares is sufficiently credible. Juniper shares are down 2.8 after the communication equipment reported their first quarter results and gave an outlook. OI Glass shares are up 9.3 after the maker of packaging products reported first quarter results that beat expectations. U.S. listed China stocks are higher, setting up the NASDAQ Golden Dragon Index for a potential rebound following their longest losing streak in a year. Veritiv VRT gains 12% as the maker of cooling equipment for data centers lifted their profit forecast after first quarter results beat estimates. Wow. There you go again. FRC, they're saying they want to sell shares. So if they sell shares, right, if they sell shares and then sell $100 million of assets at a loss, they're pretty much SVB. So that'll be the only difference. So if they get away with that, that means they could get away with it without a bank run. If it causes a bank run, then they're dead. If not, we'll see. But now that news this morning makes them exactly like SVB. I am still holding FRC, yes. My 100 shares, my lonely 100 shares. Indeed. But Chattadonia, we got a little bit more time. I'm sure we have a lot of place. We even got a post that we need to go over as well. Let me see if I could get that lined up here. I think we're going to be good, yeah. So, Chad, I'm going to go to the bathroom here. Follow me on Instagram. We have a little bit of time here until the bell. I am glad you're here, and good morning. And let's make it a good one, huh? Let's make it a good one. Let's make it a good one. I will BRB.
To $100 billion of assets in an attempt to shore up the balance sheet. Elsewhere, PacWest, those earnings painting a very different picture. Deposits stabilizing, with leadership saying this: they rebounded nicely in April, increasing approximately $700 million. Shanali Basak has more. Hey, Shanali.
Hey, John, it's certainly a tale of two cities here. We were looking at two banks that the market was very worried about. PacWest down more than 55% up till yesterday, now jumping more than 14% pre-market, as it shows that not only have deposits stabilized, they're also coming back at the beginning of April. Now, over at First Republic, you have a stock that was down more than 90%. As you say, it's still dropping pre-market. And the problem here is the story moving forward. Now, the big overarching question is, what is the regional banking model? How do these companies make money moving forward? Their credit ratings are certainly under pressure. And here's the real difference between First Republic and PacWest. PacWest was already a firm that announced a partnership with a private capital provider here before a credit line. We know that private capital is standing on the sidelines looking to get into the banking system, but it's not true for everybody. The more that we see trouble ahead, the more the story is difficult to unfold. Certainly that's the case for First Republic. That $100 billion asset sale figure is just one option of many. The question is, if it remains a standalone bank moving forward, what is the business model? Of course, we've seen a series of downgrades for that bank already through yesterday, but until the story going forward is clear, what is First Republic tomorrow, that it's hard to get people back into the stock.
The only clear thing right now is this is painful. Shanali, thank you. That stock is down by 12.6%. As Gianni Montgomery Scott put it, the analyst over there, 3 options on the table here. Raise capital, that's difficult. Sell assets or fail. That's what's on the table for that institution right now. The name is down by a little more than 12% in the pre-market. Back with us, Bob Michael at JP Morgan.
Oof. They were even down 30% too at one point. They're only down they're down 15% right now, but they were down 33% here at $5. So, I mean, the thing's moving. Remember, this is what I said yesterday. We want it to start moving 30-40% there intraday. That's where you're going to start being able to flip it. It's going to be risky, though. But again, I mean, I hope you just listen to what they said. They have a couple of options. I don't think it's imminent, but literally they have to either sell assets or fail. Again, I don't think they're under the same imminent pressure unless deposits run out. Maybe Peter Field does something. Well, we'll see. Yeah, Pac W might be a little, not a little bit better. It's a lot better. Pac W regional came in. No bigger problems there. I mean, you're doing chill. Like I said on the watch list yesterday, it seems like FRC we're kind of like, it's limited to FRC. This is contained. All like PNC, Pac W, Wall, none of them had, a financial situation that was that bad. Again, whether there was an explanation or not, FRC, all you got to do is just look at the numbers, and it didn't make, it's a very, very dire result. But don't let me, again, it's going to be wild. We have a lot to deal with today, but let's go over the member post, Meta and Snap calls. Not sure many people have voted, but results are pretty much dead even. Everyone talking about why would they be different than last earnings. Must have been asleep the last quarter. No plays of now, just passively watching the markets and lurking on stream. Get the long-term alerts, baby. They're free. Amen. So, yeah, the poll I asked is, will Meta beat? And you have 55% saying beat, and then 45% saying that they're going to miss. So today was rough, but I tried to buy some big names at value. No reason to think their earnings will be much different from their last earnings beat. Boeing earnings negative 1.27 a share non-GAAP. Analyst consensus was negative 107. VIX calls after the pullback. Next time on the market hates you as earnings beat. Bank participants violently sell off. Big call volume around 245, 240. Buy the dip. We live in an epic and game-changing time. AI is coming. We're still ready to buy FANG. Get ready, Chads. FRC August puts. Apple covered calls and long. Buy the dip. Meta 220 to 230. UK blocks Activision deal. SPX 18.5 call. Hilton shares 428 coin call 62. I like the continuation for Microsoft at the 300 level. Google at 108. We'll be able to judge the move. My prediction, we get a boost tomorrow. Green shoot at cash open. Checkpoint on Meta earnings, and then 17%. Oh, wait, 8% both ways, 176 on bias upside. Price action going to be cool. Another checkpoint on Amazon. Thursday after hours, pricing in 6.7, around 7%. Probably can do more. UPS is 11% supplier to Amazon. Merck is reporting. As far as econ, this Friday, expectations for headline 4 point. Bro, why is this so fire? Did y'all read this? Jesus! God bless you. That's fire. I love it. 35 out of 41 economists responded to, so it's pretty wild downside expectations for PCE. Again, a drop from 5 to 4.1. Core PCE is actually expected to come in unchanged, LOL. Same type of beat as core. That's a similar report to last month, too. If data comes in line, could be like CPI, could promptly put the Fed to hike following market pricing Fed futures. Pause, whether it's signal or not. If J. Powell doesn't reveal his calls, push interest rates officially higher than inflation, in turn accomplishing what the Fed let out in the SEP. I agree with this completely. Going for the credibility goal, we get the SEP next FOMC in June. I don't think banking situation's over. 11 a.m. Eastern Friday. We'll get that reviewed of SVB, and that was a solid post, baby. God bless you, Jesus. Flip Microsoft, Long Apple, Google, SQQ, and McRib. Woo! There you go. McRib Padufa. We should be getting that here today. So we'll see. So that's the post. God bless you all who posted it. Oh, Spy getting a little bit of a red shoot right now. But Chad Adonia, Chad Adonia, what do you got for me, baby? What's your first play of the day? Chad Adonia, what are you looking at? Let's go. Post it in the chat. Your first play. Are you going to play the earnings or not? What do you got? FRC news. Sell my M-Phase put. Futures, Microsoft put. FRC news. Stop loss hunt on the SPY. Happy McRib Day. Watching Microsoft, Google, BABA, Bank of America puts. SQQ, SOBR, FRC long tail, FRC short puts. ARR for the long term. SPLK, Medicall, SPY fills, bonds long, KView, NQ short at 12,960. UVXY puts. MSTR, Amazon calls. Mara high or Mara whole. Bank of America puts. Meta pre-run. Watching Bank, selling Mara. Short. MES, JP Morgan put. Tesla, Nvidia all in. FRC puts. Apple holding SPY till 424. Calls on jobs. Playing my coin shares. Nothing. I'm sad. Sell everything. Riot calls. QQQ put on the pop. Activision down big. Microsoft short CL. Microsoft. McDonald's. Google puts. Crocs. Scalping NQ. Monthly SPY puts. Tucker Carlson call. Banana Whamma. Exiting shorts from yesterday. Banks down. Hilton shares. Dollar dropping hard. FRC after hours. Doge. Short TQQ. Apple put. Teladoc calls. Gold play. Puts of QQQ. Banana Whamma again. GM AMD. Buy Enphase swing trade. SGD call. Credit spread, baby. Still holding my Intel 30 puts. Up $600. TLT spike. SPY Chicle. Long NASDAQ. Scalping. Silver. Glad I got my yesterday from Microsoft. AEHR calls. One day I will put Microsoft 300 May 19. Metal. And the final play. SPY puts. Oh. We'll take it. I got a couple of plays. You should know what they are. A lot of pre and post earnings. Again, Boeing, we're going to watch out for that one. I think that was interesting. They just didn't. They lost cash, but not as much, so watch out for there. Again, Microsoft and Google. Google hasn't moved as much. Microsoft, I mean, they're running, and they have the biggest premium, but their news was good. Then Meta, we could either go for the pre-earnings run-up or watch how it plays as a sympathy. Same thing with Snap as well as Pinterest. And then Roku has earnings, and then Enphase and Pins. Or Enphase is the other one, and we're going to see, because I still have old shares of that. I don't know if I'm going to try to average down or just take the loss and go home. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what's more important than a stock play? What's more important than the market? It's a special group of people. And here at the Colt, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, U.S. is currently unwilling to intervene on First Republic. Breaking news. But before we do anything, before we do all that, we want to pay homage to all of the active servicemen, past servicemen, and anybody who has served this country, even down to the families. We want to give a huge thank you and shout out to all the veterans, because we would not be here without y'all. So thank you for your service, and shout out to the families, and big shout out to anybody else out there helping their local communities out, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, the public servants, the people with the nonprofits, the janitors, the garbage men. You doing your thing and you keeping things running. I hope you know you are appreciated as well too, and I encourage all of you to show love to your veterans and anybody else doing that, baby. Amen. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senator Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah. Let's go. Oh, good morning. Good morning, Chattadonia. There it is. The Jets have been sent. You've already got your big tech earnings. You got more next week and more after the bell today. The market just gave up half of its gain in a couple of candles. We just got an update here that the United States is currently unwilling to intervene with FRC. So let's see what happens, Chattadonia. Let's see what happens. But we got about a minute until the bell. So hopefully you take this minute to like the video, show some love, maybe stretch a little bit, move around, do your thing, 21. But like the video. Like the video while you're here, while you still have the chance. Bring some good vibes, baby. Amen. So they unwilling in the sense that they're not going to absorb any debt. They're not going to pretty much allow the company to be bought out. Remember, that was the issue from day one with FRC. FRC, they have a book value of $76. You know why? because on their balance sheet, they're valuing their bonds at the price that they paid them for. So based on the book value, they're up right there. So they're saying, hey, we need to sell our company. So they don't really have that many assets. So when they go to sell these for sale securities, even though they're valuing them at the level they bought them at, they're really, when you go to sell it, you're going to get dramatically less. So that means there's not as much value in FRC, and the only way someone could buy them without absorbing all the debt, you need somebody to absorb that massive amount of debt. They were hoping that the government would come in like Credit Suisse and give them some sort of guarantee or credit line, but that's pretty much what they're saying. Round 1, fight. All right, we're off, ladies and gentlemen. Damn, SPY is up a third. So, all right, right there, you just came right back up. That little mini candle that we sold off right before. S&P is up 0.3. Dow Jones is up a quarter. I don't have the NASDAQ yet. So, let's see. Bowen getting a candle off the bat. Only 11% on FRC. Again, it was down 30% at one point. Amazon was going down, and then watch Google. If you've looked at the daily chart for Google, you'll notice Google is actually lower than yesterday. So, they're back at 104. It's a pretty low level considering. So if things are going to do good, that thing is going to start moving up there. And then Google, where's Microsoft? Microsoft 295, again, watch 299 or 300. And then where's NVIDIA? Spotify price target raised to 145 from 130 at Pivotal. Boeing is starting to go up there. Oh, yeah, where's Enphase? Enphase down 18 still. Again, that's a worst move since 2020. Microsoft. Oh, yeah. Amazon and Meta. Honestly, see if Meta actually moves. Amazon's up 2%. And Meta's still up 1.4, which is not bad. But, I mean, you're already kind of getting some of that earnings reaction. If the government won't fix it, are the big banks forced to? Yeah, but then, again, it would probably cost some money. And then Pac West jumps 17% at open. Google's trying to work its way up. Again, they only have 0.4. Pac West is up 12%. Remember, that was the regional that did good. And then keep an eye on FRC. I mean, I think today might be the day. You might get 30% swings on FRC. So, again, you had a lot of news pre-market, and you're getting news now, and the stock's moving. Right now, my NASDAQ is not loading. And then tech is leading. Tech is up 1.98% as an industry. You could thank Microsoft for that one and all of the tech reactions there. Amazon is pulling back. Amazon has 2%, but now it's down to 1.8. FRC kind of moving. Where's Tessie? Tessie's down 1%. Tesla's at 156. Watch out for 155 to 153. That is a danger zone. Netflix even at 320. But yeah, Tesla is dumping. Oh, I forgot about Chipotle. Chipotle. Remember, they killed it. Chipotle's already up 8%, though. Again, they might hit 2,000. I'm pretty sure Chipotle is near all-time highs. FRC's in the top right there, so they're going down. They're down 13% right now. Apple down 159. Yeah, so that's why I said watch out for 155 to 153. So those are the key levels on Tesla. If you break 153, you're going to 140, sadly. PACW on the low. Actually, I haven't even seen the other banks. PNC came up. Low. Goldman's up. Actually, XLF is in the green. So financials are in the green. Real estate, discretionaries, and tech. So again, FRC is doing a lot. People talking about it here today, but it's not moving the same. Again, banks aren't that bad, at least for now. But a lot could change. JP Morgan's going towards the high. Enphase selling off even more now. I think that's 20% now. Yeah, 20%. Enphase is just dying. Again, a lot of downgrades on that one this morning. FRC can go to zero. Yes, they're talking about it. If they can't figure out, we don't know the time frame, but if they do not find a way to solve this, sell assets, find a buyer, whatever it may be, they'll go bust. That's it. I think they could last for a little bit. I just think I think they stabilize their situation where they could survive for a little, but they need to sell or raise money with shares because it's just unsustainable. That's it. So it's definitely a likelihood. I would not write off the idea that they don't go bankrupt or that they don't. But then again, if if they could get these assets, if they sell, if the market lets them sell shares, and the market, if they could sell these assets and come back, who knows? But they need that money. Otherwise, the current rate that they're running at is just they don't have enough runway to keep it up. Netflix is starting to pop now. And then watch out for Microsoft still. Again, they're at the low of the day, but still up 7%, which is massive. And then Google's selling off now. Google and Amazon. Google is now negative 1% post-earnings there. And then Amazon has already sold off about 0.5%. SAI pop, AI name, 50%. Oh, wow, even from yesterday. Yeah, that's huge. SAI is running there. FRC... All right, it's coming down, dude. 18%. This is what I'm saying. That's already 5%. So you got to be careful. If you want to flip it, you have to just watch out for the groundbreaking news that kills you. Otherwise, though, this is exactly what we were talking about. You might start to get these bigger moves. The yen is running. Interesting, especially with the bonds. So let's see. Bill has barely been. I think this might be the peak in yield. So I think all the volatility. This is why I was telling you I kind of wanted to, look at Bill coming into this month though. But you'll notice the last 5 days of Bill, it's kind of been staying stalled. So I think this might be the peak rate so far. FRC halted. Good call. Let's see. Amazon's still at the low. Again, Google was just selling off. Microsoft, 6.9%. Wing is on the high. Good for you, Wing. Good for you. Let's see. Where's young Meta? Again, Meta is expected to slow down too. So I read some of those earlier expectations, but people are thinking Meta is going to drop ad sales by like 0.9. CMG. I like CMG, but I'm not going to play it. It's just too expensive. It's gone nuts. Again, if it gets above 1,900 or like near 2,000, it's going to go crazy. Again, that's $20 right there. Clouds, FRC to the downside. If the bank goes under and you have puts, I mean, sadly, you have to look at what happened with SVB. It will be difficult to monetize them. So it's not as easy as you think. Again, First Republic paused to volatility, 20% down. Yeah, the share. I kind of want to play Chipotle, but I'm like, dude, 10%, 1,600 a share. I'm going to just go home. Enphase still dumping. CMG, I know it is insane. I wish I played even some of the shares after hours, but their earnings was really good. Like, really, really good. Yeah, Chipotle is running up there again, moving $10 at a time. 3M went up a little bit. Where's MP? Young MPW. Okay, right near the price we got it at. PayPal on the high. Enphase still on the low. Tesla's down almost 1%. There's PayPal now starting to break out. Cigna on the low. That looked like a bunch of red candles. Cigna is starting to flush for healthcare. Healthcare is the worst on the day, believe it or not. So literally healthcare is down 1.25. That's the worst. Utilities are number 2. They were the best on the day yesterday. And then industrials and then energy. So financials are barely red. And then everything that's green is risk on. So like discretionaries and tech and communication. The only thing that's not risk on, I guess real estate maybe. But that's up there. I don't know if there's Datadog news. Again, FRC halted. Enphase is still dying. 24%. Hideous. Let's see. They pretty much, Enphase is going to bounce around here, or it's going to drop another $10 more and then find support at 150. Roku. Datadog is news. Microsoft guides on cloud. That makes sense. Again, Amazon went up on it and then sold off. I think more straight software companies are benefiting off of it better. MCRB should be any time today. Again, I mean, like so far we had Ionis, and that one kind of came in subtly, but McRib theoretically should be happening here. XLK killing it. Yeah, it's like 2%, 1.79. So tech is like it's outstanding. But then again, healthcare is down 1.3. So I don't know. It's like if energy and healthcare do bad, that could weigh us down. But then I put every single dollar I own on the weighting of tech, probably impacting the indexes more. McCarthy told House Republicans the chamber could vote as soon as today. So there it is. SPY trying to break out through the high. Again, we had that little sell-off in the morning, but you're pretty much near the highs of the morning right now. Again, or actually, no. It said a quarter or a third. That was on that candle. So we're still struggling a little bit. I haven't even checked the levels. Let's see where we are, my friends. 40.80. So you're right there. Again, we actually opened right at 40.88. No shit. So pretty much same levels as yesterday. I think 40.60 now. And then realistically, if you break 40.60, it's like 40.30. But then we're talking 400 flat at that point, or 4,000. MDB on the high, PayPal's on the high still. Microsoft dancing around. FRC unhalted, 651 down 18.5% right now. Microsoft just took a candle. So did Tesla. Google's trying to climb back up, and then the SPY's taking a Chicle right now too. Yeah, Enphase is dying. Let's see. I want to play the average, but I'm down. It sucks. I was only down like $500 on it yesterday. Now I'm down $2,000 on it after that move. That's a fat ass move. But I might cut it here. I've held that for a quarter. But we'll give it to... Is FRC halted again on the upside? Jeez. So just watch. Call out Enphase at like 160. 160, 165 if it doesn't go there. And they'll buy sometime. FRC halted again. Activision clapped on the Microsoft news. Yeah, JPM's down again. Banks are barely red right now, or barely green, 0.14. Again, Wall and PAC-W, keep those in mind. Again, PAC-W is about to hit the high while this thing's going down. SPY flipped. SPY's about to hit a low. Again, I wouldn't be too dramatic, though. It's not like we moved a lot today. You're still within half a point on the morning. But we are going down now. It's been about 15 minutes or 10 minutes. Enphase still flushing, 166. Roku's up 3%. Chipotle, 1965. And then SPY hit the low of the day, kind of bouncing. TSN on the high. Oh, where's a TXN? I forgot Texas Instruments was another one. They're pretty bad. They're only down 1%, though. I haven't looked at chips today. Micron's up 3. NVIDIA, oh, yeah. I guess Microsoft personal computing wasn't that bad. It's bank fears mixed with a little bit of good tech, but clearly we're having that reaction. Microsoft selling off now, 40.76. So, again, with even two very good earnings, I mean, the SPY was barely just getting to the level we flushed at yesterday, which is kind of wild. So, there is a little bit of that. Snap in Meta. 3M is on the high. UWM is chugging. Snap trying to come back. Meta's doing great, though. So, you're going to get your individual news. And Microsoft's up 7, and we're still down. Where's Apple? Apple's actually in the red on all of this. Uber's on the high. VIST on the low. Vista Energy getting clapped. MPW Pump. Oh, you got me excited. Nah. It's just holding up. This is the price we got it at. I think 3M. That one looks the best right now. Again, they're post-earnings, and they're just going straight up on any red candles. J&J's coming down. Where's Bobo? Bobo 2.8. Enphase still hates everybody. Microsoft is low of the day. CVS on the high. Uber. We did not get the results of McRib yet. No, I don't believe so. SPY hitting a new low. Again, you're still in the green right now. Dow is up 0.09. S&P up 0.10. But let's see how long that lasts. And then bonds are down too. Just a little bit. Yes, it could be after hours. Could be before. Who knows? Yeah, it says, is today April 26th? Yeah. So everyone's waiting on it. That's, again, I see articles on MCRB anticipating and confirming today's the day. So we just don't know. It could happen at any moment. You've seen enough PDUFAs. You should know. Y'all say you've been through enough. But at this point, you've been through a lot of PDUFAs with me. You know what I'm saying? Some of y'all are seasoned pros right now, or maybe you could go from rookie to pro. You know what I'm saying? Like you've gone through a lot of PDUFAs, so you know. Well, it's gonna be happen randomly. Before, could be in the middle of the day, could be after hours. Who knows? Microsoft trying to bounce a little bit. Meta is running. Meta actually looks very, very good. Watch Google too. See if they could kind of lift up a little bit. MDB, is that Amazon on the high? Yeah, Amazon's okay. A lot of the tech's flipping here now, or it wasn't opening up as strong, but you're getting some reactions. Amazon and Meta towards the high. Okay, I bought 100 shares of Google, 104.42. If that could wake up again, because they haven't really had a pre-earnings run-up. What price did that fill me at? Did I say 108? No. 104.42. AMD did to NVIDIA. Snow TLT breakout. It's starting to wake up. At least the 10-year is. Bonds will be break even. SAI is running. Again, all of your tech names are running, except I think for Microsoft and Tesla. Yeah, Microsoft bounced a little bit. Tesla's going lower. FRC unhalted. Yeah, FRC is getting nasty. Again, 18. I watch at like 30% people freak out. Enphase is about to go lower. $54. They bounced last time decently, but Enphase, dude, Enphase keeps going. That was going to be wild. LMT dump. I haven't checked Boeing. LMT down to 466. Enphase was just bad earnings. I mean, they actually beat on every metric, but the rate of their guidance and then the slowdown, it was just well below what people were expected. And then everybody, people were just cutting that shit left and right this morning. Enphase looking like FRC. RTX dumping. They had earnings in the morning. So SPY's kind of coming up here now, just right back to open in VWAP. Again, very, very small moves. Everything's within 0.25%. I think the high of the day was like 0.3. We already have Google. Let's see, UPS. They're coming up. Meta. Yeah, Meta's still going up there. SPY getting a decent green shoe. Why am I in JYD? Because you got a little gambling in you. That's what I raise my hand towards. Amen. Tesla, yeah, watch if Tesla goes below 158. Again, or 155. They're at 158 right now. Rita's selling off. Enphase, bro. Oh my gosh. Well, I guess it's still $20 lower than their lowest low. Young waking up. SPY kind of waking up here. And then MPW took a flip. So again, real estate stocks just low-key kind of dumped. So they were doing good while we were going down. But then right as we got a little bit of risk on, or even a bounce, all the real estates flipped. I think staples are kind of holding. But staples are still down a quarter on the day. Spotify is going up to 140. Tesla still dancing around this low. And then Microsoft, I think it's still up 6%. And then SPYs is doing the dance. Yeah, 6.8. PayPal's been going all day. I feel like we've seen that like 3 or 4 times on the high ticker. 47. This is the low of yesterday, actually, believe it or not. So give or take like a point or two from 40.78. This is where we started a flush. And then the low of the day was the close at 40.71. So you would fill the gap about 7 points below here. Amazon's on the high still. Again, they were up like 2%, then sold off. Still holding a little bit. Amazon definitely woke up. Again, watch out for Meta. CMG's going now 1991. There's that 2000 move. So, dude, with 1920 in the open, it's at 1989, and then now you're $10. It's going to hit 2000 right now. Amazon's still going. Tesla's still flushing. Meta's up. Netflix, borderline stable. But Amazon and Google running, and then Meta now. Meta's even done like $3 there. That's actually a decent amount. Then we got McRib. So there's this SPY now even moving up. CMG's doing it. Amazon. What is that? Lulu on the high, and then Cigna's on the low. I feel like we were watching that go crazy. Then FRC, Enphase breaking 165. Yeah, this isn't good. So once again, I think 150. 150 is the low. If it breaks 150, that's it. It's FRC. But if it hits 150, it should bounce. But then we'll have to decide there. I'm just waiting for green candles to sell out. I don't want to just sell into the worst day in 3 years. It does look horrendous. There's a lot of things that look horrendous this earnings season. But then, like, everybody focuses on, kind of the bigger focuses. Again, my first thing in my mind is AT&T and UPS. Catalent, Gordon Haskett, activist takeover chatter. I feel like we've gotten that a couple times with Catalent, no? Or they backed out of a deal. So maybe, actually. So remember, they just had a deal, and then they backed out of it, and then they dropped. So if another activist comes in, that does make it interesting. FRC you later. Bitcoin's up 8%. I knew Bitcoin was up, but not 8%. CMG's like waiting for Y2K. I was terrified of Y2K. Like when I was a youngin', and I remember like it was the year 2000, and I was sitting there on New Year's, bro, terrified. You know that? I thought the computers were about to go bust. Like I was tripping. What's the quarter range? No, it's about 1 point. 406.40. Actually, no, not even a point. It's like 0.75. FRC new low. It's crazy because tech is actually moving up on this stuff too. Yeah, FRC, watch out for it. It's about to flush again. Ain't no love. Datadog still going up again. Sympathy there to young, what's it called? To young Microsoft. 3M back to 105. Google's hitting a high. MPW's getting mollywopped now. Down to 7 handles again. FRC, no one's expected to buy First Republic without substantial federal guarantees. Dude, it's literally SVBing right in front of us. Again, it's so weird. But remember, I mean, it's hard to even play it. So really, I think the next question would be both contagion of it and then timing too. Or just watch for headlines of any bank runs out of FRC. That's the only thing that could dagger it right now. They still have the 30 billion. That's what we went over. It's so they have 105 billion in deposits, and if you exclude the 30 billion, they only have 70. So it's there. They still have the money, but it's considered a deposit. So legitimately, they just put the money in those accounts as deposits. It's even considered uninsured. So all of the money from JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, PNC, and any of those other guys, all of it's uninsured at FRC right now. There's $30 billion of uninsured money there that they're holding. New viewer, can you explain what the terms like flush mean? Flush is like, so you know when you like flush the toilet and then you see it like swirl around and then the water goes and then the water gets sucked out and it goes. That's what it's like, the market. So like, that's a flush right there. You see how you're at the low and then like you press number 2 and then you flush it. So that's like a flush. That means it's like it's just flushing through. Another term for that could be butter. If you know, like cut smooth like butter, that could also be synonymous with the flush. It just depends. Yeah, you could also add dump too. If we say it's dumping, or it's getting mollywopped, it's flushing, it's getting killed, it's a heathen. So those are just rough terms you could use for that. Clifford, oh yeah, how would I forget Clifford? Clifford and Chicle. This could also be identified as a Clifford or a Chicle. Amen. I'm thankful for our chat translators here. I forgot how versed you guys are in the language. Clapped, yeah, I totally forgot you guys are versed in Chattanese. I forgot you guys speak it fluently. Oh, Raul could be another term too. Well, Raul is more of a rug pull. Raul now is more like I would say like this was kind of a Raul because you see how you were about to hit a high and then all of a sudden we're going lower. That's kind of a Raul. That's a rug. Raul the rug puller is actually what it's called. That's the full terminology. Tesla's hitting the low right now. That's it, Chad. Get ready for Tessie here. Again, Google's looking nice there from the open. So Google and Amazon and Meta, anything that hasn't reported or their earnings reaction wasn't big, they're doing pretty good. Tesla, today's Wednesday. Again, if Tesla breaks like 155, that could lead it into 150, but 150 break, you're going to 142. And I say that holding the shares. So tomorrow's Thursday. Is MPW before or after the bell? We have Snapchat tomorrow too. You have Meta today. MPW is before the market. So that's it. So today's your last day to play MPW. Pretty much. CLT chatter. Again, that one, I'd watch it. Again, you guys this one is going to be a very interesting story because they were just in a buyout or like somebody was taking a stake and then they backed out. They lost 50% of their value because of that. And now they're another like 10% lower. And then you have activists talking about it. So again, it could be all over the place, but actually I could even be down for that. Yeah, possible rumor. They said Catalent Danaher story may not be over, says Gordon Haskett. And then Spy, Little Pop. Rahul said he ain't coming. Damn, this is their like low. And then Google's still going. I bought 100 shares of Catalent. I like just everything I was saying about it. I'll give it. It's at 2020 lows, so if it flushes, I feel like it'll die. But if people do want to get hyped, that could be good. 100 at 42.28. Don't trade that. Not a recommendation. FRC. I keep forgetting FRC is halted every 2 seconds. Tesla almost 155. FRC down 23, and then Google keeps going down on every single one of these, or excuse me, the SPY. And then, but Google's actually up now. I don't even know where it is though from compared to its earnings yesterday. Yeah, Google's right where it closed post market after the earnings. It's actually kind of wild for them. And then FRC is still dumping, yeah, down 24% now. So that is not anything small. Where's the other one? 3M. Cheek laid down. Bonds are coming back up here. Hold on. Watch if that bond, if those bonds start catching a bid, that one's going to be interesting. Tesla's getting clapped. Tesla really is getting clapped. I can close my FRC. Not yet. Not yet. Just giving it some time. Again, I'm ready to lose on what we put on there, but I'm also ready to flip it a little bit. Remember, right after a lot of remember we flipped FRC a couple of times. So I'm starting with my small position. We were going for the big earnings there. All of this shit unfolded. We got a little bit, but I'm waiting. This is kind of what I want. I want to see when we could actually get a positive move though. But now that it's starting to move 20 to 40% in a day, I mean, this is going to be the second step of that play. But for the most part, I mean, this is I'm treating FRC like a biotech. Do you know what I'm saying? So you either get approval or not. You can hang on to it for a little bit. Maybe it comes back on, but hopefully with your balance, you kind of know what you're playing with it. So FRC is a biotech to me, sir. My original position has nothing to do with your end. Yes and no, but I mean, I guess the simple way to look at it is like the minute I made that play, I lost. I was under the impression I was going to lose it, all of it. So it's, again, like a biotech, like an option. But so that's why the way I'm like kind of looking at it at this point, whether it moved up $10 or went down $10, I mean, I already kind of wrote it off. So we're going for a volatility event. Clearly, the volatility went the other way. And now the question is, do we take the loss for whatever minor amount is left? Or do we try to double down and find a way out of it? Or do we just hold it and do nothing and hopefully time makes the answer a lot clearer? That's all we could do right now. So, again, the only difference is my position now, if it's already moved this much, it was so small, it's like it's only worth a couple $100. So what's the point of taking the loss on there? Obviously, I'd rather have more money than not, but given that this thing still has the ability to move 20, 50, 40% in a day, I think I'm going to ride it out. But clearly, I mean, the odds of you losing all your money in shares, it's increased on FRC. Again, you legitimately have people talking about them going bust again. So that's kind of where we're at with it, but just treat it like a biotech, and I think we'll give it some time. It's either things are going to unravel quickly, or maybe we trade like this for the next week and a half, and then FRC might be a good trading vehicle with a very, very big bag at the end. You're just bag holding. I wouldn't call it like a bag hold. I would call it like a receipt in my pocket. You know what I'm saying? Like a bag. I think like, what I'm like, I don't like going through airports because I have to like carry around bags and shit. Like that's bag holding. Usually the idea and terminology behind bag holding in the stock market is along the lines that you have something heavy, right? That you put something big and that you're like bag. So I have a lot of I got Ziploc bags, maybe is what we could call it. Maybe it's a little Ziploc. It's like a little dime bag. That's what I put on FRC. Just throw a little dimer on it, bro. Nothing too crazy. You know, I don't think I'll get you a felony if I got pulled over with it. You know, they say, sir, what's in the back seat? I say, that's 100 shares of FRC, sir. I'm registered for it. That's only 100 shares. I'm below the legal limit. He'll be like, okay, word. But if you had 1,000 shares, that's different. You know, you could go to jail for over 1,000. I think 1,000's a felony. So, but that's kind of, so it is a bag hold if you want to be critical of it. But again, if you watch from the day one of how we made the play, this is firmly what I prepared myself for mentally and budget-wise. So, but I like it. Again, we made a lot of flips on FRC so far this year. Analogy. I think it's a good analogy. I don't know. You tell me. I'll leave that to you. Google's up. Google actually just ran up 2% on that. So we almost got $2 a share on Google. It'll only be sad if it flips. Seems like energy selling off in healthcare, now utility. All the defensive. So all the defensives that were holding, like remember I was talking to you about utilities and Staples yesterday? They got clapped. Staples did a little better, but they're not. None of those are holding. And then discretionary, communication, tech, and then real estate all in the green. Oh, yeah, 80 billion buyback. You right. I forgot about that. Domino's, maybe because Chipotle. Dude, that Chipotle earnings was fine. I'm a big fan of Chipotle now. I'm mad because I wish that stock will die so we could buy it. Chipotle is phenomenal. Phenomenal. Then First Republic, everybody's still tweaking out about it. Bro, look at this. Chad, it's been 36 minutes, and you're right at open, bro. The level of dancing is unreal. This feels like day after Netflix earnings. Right, was it Netflix or was it? Yeah, I think it was. When was Netflix? Last week? That was last week on Wednesday, or wasn't it? We kind of spent a couple minutes here. It was last Wednesday, right? Or was it Tuesday? But it feels like day after Netflix earnings because this is a very tight range. We haven't moved yet. But there's a lot of individual moves. Again, like we're up almost $2 a share on Google just intraday. Meta's moved $2 a share. Tesla's moved down. Enphase moved down $50. So you're still getting a lot of individual moves if you go and look at those names. And then Dow is down, is break even practically. And then SPY is up a quarter. Datadog is going up. So there's a lot of individual news moving right now. Earnings were mid, not bad. I guess that's the sentiment. It just, again, everybody was aware, like Microsoft beat, and so did Google, but both of them had very low bars. That's the irony, because I've seen a lot of earnings, and I think it just granted the situation we're in, but I've seen a lot of earnings in my life, and usually when you know it's a low bar, I mean, sometimes analysts are more critical of it, but in this case, we kind of took it, but a lot of people addressed that. So it's kind of weird because everybody's aware of that. Like it's like an elephant in the room, but it's not because people are still saying it. We're like, yo, this is a very low bar. They beat, but I mean, what does that mean? So, but for the most part, if you did worse, it would have been really, really bad. But as of now, they're like, it's not that bad. Not that bad. Good morning. Hope you're well, my old friend. I hope you're doing good too, Isaiah. Good morning. I'll buy Tesla for the long term at like $90 to $70, maybe like $70. Again, I'm not the guy to ask that question to. That's like asking the real estate bears when they want to buy real estate. I buy a property once it goes down to 1970 prices. Fuck, the real estate market's gonna crash. Fuck these guys. Huh? Come on, yeah, that's how I feel with Tesla. Too overvalued. I've been waiting on Tesla like some people have been waiting to get a house. I've been looking at Tesla my whole life. I look at it keeps going higher. I'm like, who can afford this thing? How does anybody buy a Tesla right now? How do you buy Tesla stock, huh? What kind of speculators buying Tesla at $190 right now, huh? I'm like, what the fuck is happening? So that's why I'm gonna wait. I'm waiting like Tesla. I'm gonna wait till it crashes. I'm gonna wait till it goes down 90,000%. I'm gonna buy it at the low. That's the only way. I need a great financial crisis, recession, English gilt bond crisis, banking crisis to happen, and then I could go and buy it all for a discount. I'll put it in the long term. I'm very honest. I'm very honest about it. I gotta tell you how I feel about it. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Come on, I'm seriously. It's not hyperbole. I feel attacked. We've been waiting for the crash in the housing market. No, I feel you. I'm making fun of myself, actually. So I hope if you do feel attacked, I hope you know I'm attacking myself with you. So maybe we all just, that's not good for any of us. But in the sense, like literally, like I treat Tesla like most people treat real estate, which is funny because I treat real estate very different than a lot of people view real estate. So it's, I don't know, the way I feel like I'd only buy Tesla when it really, really like crashes. Like that's it. Like that's all it has to do. So it's like I want it, like I've watched it go up a lot, and so I'd only be I'm waiting for a real discount before I buy it. Can we talk some real estate the more? We could talk anything, man. Amen. And we could talk about anything. Why does MPW have no expected EPS? Where are you looking? But I haven't even looked into that. It could be they don't have guidance, but usually even if the company doesn't give guidance, usually analysts who cover the stock give guidance. So I have earnings estimates. I have FFO per share, $1.53. I don't know about, that's on the year. I think 38%. So again, they don't have EPS. FFO is funds from operations. So instead of, that's why that's pretty much, remember, they don't have earnings per share. It's not remember, they just get money and then they split it with you. That's a REIT. So EBITDA is expected to come in this quarter, $228 million for MPW. FFO, aka EPS, it's pretty much the same, 38 cents. And then EBITDA, again, EBIT, 228, EBITDA, 307.5, and then net income, 128 million. And the video is running. Again, SPY even wicked into a low. It's like it's a baby downtrend. It's not big, but I mean, if we can't get past one of these highs and then we sell off again, I mean, it's been almost now an hour of a very, very small half a point downtrend. Yeah, I always thought the REITs, I thought they always treat FFO and EPS the same, but they don't. So that's just a fun fact. So if you look at REITs and it says EPS, but you see FFO instead, or you see a low EPS number, they might be referring to FFO, funds from operation. Oh, big bond drop on the 10-year out of nowhere. Little Clifford. Let's see. So coming back down, and the bonds are going with it. FRC, I mean, the questions are swirling. That's it. We said it yesterday. Like even the video, the watch list of yesterday was saying how similar FRC is now to SVB. And then now this morning, they're doing exactly what SVB did. So last night, they were like, we're going to sell $100 billion of assets at a loss. That's what SVB did. And then this morning, what did they say? They're like, we also have investors looking to buy shares to raise capital. That's exactly what SVB did. Now, the only difference is that if this is going to be SVB, by the middle of the day, the bank has a run, and then they shut it down. That's it. So now the questions are swirling, but we have to find out. That's in the sense that, like I said, they're on the chopping block, but they're not like on an imminent death. They're not on an imminent death spiral until money leaves. That's it. So let's say the balance sheet that they reported the other day, FRC, if none of those numbers change, right? If deposits don't fluctuate more than, give or take, 2%, right? Let's say they don't have any deposits leave within 2% margin, then they could last at least for a couple of months minimum, right? But then if they can't, or now if in this next 48 hours, if investors or people who have money at the bank start pulling their money, and then now that deposit situation gets worse because of the news, then it could get shut down by the end of the week. Do you see what I'm saying? So if the numbers on paper just don't move, they can last, but they won't last long. But then if everybody pulls out money starting today and from yesterday, and we have the repeat of SVB, they can't last more than a week. That's like, again, if you get a 10% outflow again, 15, 20% deposits, then you're screwed at that point, because now the whole numbers change, and then it puts them even more underwater. Right now, they're like break even. That's when you look at their balance sheet, their deposits match up with their Fed loans. And now they want to take these assets at a loss, but they're pretty much break even right now. But if things get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse, then it's most likely going to, if people leave and depositors leave, then we have a whole new situation on our hands. David Faber, as each passing hour becomes more and more likely FTC will have to take over. It'll drag it. It could. That's what happened on that Thursday. All right. Even Google's coming down. We had $2 a share. Now it's only $1. Or at $1.60. Is FRC still trade? Tesla's at the low. Yeah, 154 now. So first big level on Tesla has broken. Watch for 150 flat, but this could start picking up speed for them down here. Right puts? No. Maybe sell calls would probably be your best solution if anything actually like went crazy with it. Because then if you sell calls, even if they fuck you on the premium, whatever happens, you at least get to keep the premium. Bro, FRC's plunging now. Google's dropping. Amazon's dropping. So all of the initial tech bounces are given right back up. Again, even Meta, Google. And again, we hit a new low. Microsoft's trying to work its way up on the red candles. But now this is a full-on downtrend. You have filled the gap. We are now there. It's only within like 10 points. From the first candle, it's a little bigger, but that's it. You're at 40.60. So watch out for 40.60, then 40.34, then 40.17, and then 4,000 flat. And then, but again, this might play out like yesterday if this really does get violent. Watch out for Tessie. There's Google. So watch if the tech and the ones like even Meta, just watch if they can outperform, and then watch how Microsoft trades with or against the current of the market. And bonds just went from sell-off to fat bid. I didn't even notice that. So yeah, now even Meta's selling off now too. Oof. Dude, new low again. 40, dude, you're below 40.70. It's very, very not good, Habibi. Very, very not good. 40.66. So again, man, you're 6 points from the level. We're probably going to hit it. JP Morgan is on the low. So again, honestly, as FRC does get bad, watch for the big banks to slip. Because essentially they have, again, JP Morgan, Goldman, they've at least given like $5 billion a pop to FRC. All right, I sold out of my Google. I just took $70. We had 160. I don't want to get trapped on any of these, especially if we do any. But Google's holding up decent. Microsoft, they're starting to move up. I don't know. Let's see. Oh no, they're going down now. They went up on the first two candles down. And then bonds are green now all of a sudden. Apple is starting to drop. Tech will eventually get a bid if the banks go bust, but we got to watch out. The FRC stuff may start spreading. And then again, now your JP Morgan, your Goldman, all of your big banks are starting to drop. Again, if they gave money to FRC, you might start. That's the reaction you're getting. Tech is holding up great right now. There's 3 industries green. Everything else isn't doing too bad. It's like industrials and metals. And then the banks. So it's all we got to wait for. Disney. Even Netflix came down. FRC 570. Silgan slips after disappointing forecast. And then again, SPY 405. So this is 40.65. You've just dumped 10, 13 points in 2 minutes. So now it's getting a little bit bigger. Remember, the first couple candles, they weren't that big. That's 12 points in 5 minutes. And then you're 4 points, 5 points away from another level, 40.60. That Roblo on the low. And then Meta still in the green. FRC slowly working its way down. No halts. This pace is a lot slower, but it's back to pre-market lows, I believe. Yeah, you're right. You're right at the wick of pre-market. You're down 30% again on FRC. It was down there in the morning. JP Morgan didn't give him $30 billion. It was like 5 banks gave him $30 billion. But JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs had the biggest contribution. And they gave him $30 billion to support the banking system because the logic was we need every bank to do good because if one bank does bad, we all pay for it. So the other banks got together to help out another bank so that they could help out the industry and prevent things from, dominoes from falling. That's kind of what they did in 2008. I would average down on FRC, but I'm worried for right now. Again, this is what I want. I want it to move 30%, but you'll notice you really haven't had a pop today. So trying to average and make money on the upside, I mean, I need a pop, but then again, what's the risk right now? Who knows? Maybe by the end of today, this thing gets halted and then doesn't get unhalted. Oh, speak of the devil, it just got halted. So that's the only risk right now with any sort of average down or movement. I would prefer more movement, but then also too, you got to just watch out. Again, if anything does not play out good, you're done. So 40.64. O'Reilly on the high. O'Reilly. Auto stocks. Schwab is fine. This is all isolated to FRC. And then that's it. Is because then once FRC and then after FRC, if FRC creates another problem, another person will become the problem. You see, they're all going to be connected. So that's why they wanted FRC to not collapse. But if FRC goes, we'll find out who's linked to them. But as of now, this is just a FRC issue, and then it carries into JP Morgan, Goldman, Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, and PNC. Any of the banks that gave them money for deposits, they're probably going to lose them if that's the case. So shareholders, so that's the funny part. If we lose on the stock of FRC and it goes bust, big banks lose $30 billion collectively. So $5 billion a pop, pretty much. I think Bank of America is only like $2 billion. Once the FDIC takes over, the stock is immediately zero. Yes. Once you go into FDIC receivership, that means now the the FDIC is controlling everything you own. They control all the bank accounts. They control all the money coming in and out, and they halt the stock, and now the stock no longer trades. Well, FRC just got halted. Again, watch the big banks, though. So, again, it's just especially after their earnings and, like, how they moved, it's not a coincidence they're moving 1%, 1.5% today. UATA Health Holdings, EUDA ripping 100%. What is this? Oh, this thing's popped a couple of times. The banks don't own the other banks. They just gave them a short term. They gave it as a deposit. It wasn't a loan. It wasn't anything. They said, we're going to give you this money. Don't pay us back with interest. But you could hold this money in your banks to calculate deposits. So they just did it so that the bank would have money, so that they had assets, and that it wouldn't lead to an outflow, and that they looked so they were capitalized. Jim Cramer tweeted about FRC. He said it's a solid bank. Hot dog. You see it? I want to watch it. I only saw clips of it. John Oliver was roasting Jim Cramer. He was like, Jim Cramer is the only person in the world that if he came up to you and said, you are going to die tomorrow, you would never feel so good and confident that you were going to live. I was like, damn, John Oliver getting in on the Cramer roast. Schwab, every bank is slipping right now. So no matter any way you want to cut it, some more than others, some less than others, but that's it. I mean, the banks right now, is regionals break even? That's, again, Wall or Pac W. Pac W is the only one in the green, and they even sold off their early gains. We bounce off at 40.60 on SPX, and then 40.58 is a baby level, but then if you flush there, it's 40.34, then 40.17. It's fat. I was saying yesterday, we might be looking at a 100-point day. So if we start breaking all of these, we're done. Again, this is not a good look, and it just sucks because you got your tech earnings, which could kind of hold you up, but then again, the bar was low. But this is banking stuff. Again, it's only been an hour, and how many times have people asked if the FRC headlines going around are pretty awful. So I think the banks are kind of overshadowing what we have here. How high can FRC go if it doesn't die? I don't know. It's not going back up to $100 anymore. I promise you that. It's just because they're again, if they sell these assets, their book value changes completely. That's what you got to realize. It's like a bank. This is like a bankruptcy in real time. That's what you're watching, because you're literally, this company is like, yo, we have $100 billion if you calculate it at 3 years ago price. But then if they sell it today at the market, they're going to get 10 cents on the dollar. So now that $100 billion just turned into $10 billion. You see, it's like a bankruptcy. It's like a liquidation. So that's the, that's the problem. So it's like it could go up if they don't die, but if they go through all of these things to dilute, to raise money, to do this, do that, I mean, they're just eradicating their intrinsic value. And then again, that's the whole problem. The stock is not intrinsically worth what they're saying their assets are worth, clearly. Okay, might get a dude. FRC, $5. Oh my goodness. They're letting everyone know this is panic. This is not, I'm telling you, this is not, they're letting it, this is just panic right now. Bro, they're going on. Do you not think about the story the last 48 hours, bro? They're just shooting their shots. Strategic options. Fire the staff. We fire the staff. We're gonna sell assets. We're gonna sell $100 billion. We're gonna sell $100 billion of assets. We have shareholders looking to buy. We have people buying. People want to buy. People want to buy our shares so we can raise more money. I'm not going to answer any questions, but then the government says they ain't going to help us out. What? That's what's been happening in the last 48 hours. So it's like you're literally just having people now. You're going through a SVB situation again. And again, they did all of this rapid fire, bad earnings, rapid fire post earnings events. Zero questions, zero clarity from management, not one fucking comment of the CEO trying to at least appease you. So like I brought this up yesterday on the watch list. This is a screenshot from the first SVB video that we made. So again, this was March 9th. This was when it all happened. We made the video. But remember, SVB, they at least put out a fucking message. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, bro, SVB, like, they gave you a early notice. They took the time. They sat down. They were like, hey, here are our strategic actions. This is what we're going to do. This is why we have this. This is how we're going to sell our securities. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, so, well, right now, I mean, the rumors are swirling of FDIC takeover imminent. But that's it, though. You got to realize, if FDIC takes them over, everybody takes a L. You got to realize that. It's a very tricky situation. And then Powell and everybody else gets fucked, too. They can't go, but they can. So that is the rumor mill right now, but... Again, down another 39%. The government said they will not assist this morning. And then there was news that they're looking to sell shares as well. I'm shocked you were writing this. Again, I have $500 left. Again, I get it. I could save my money on it. But at this point, I would rather ride it through. Like, it's not, you know what I'm saying? I don't overthink it, Chad. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if $500 means way more to you than it does to me, get your money and fucking run. You know what I'm saying? Or if you're trying to play big on it and you're like worried about it, like, get your money and run. Stop playing around. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, this is not, this is still there. I don't know if they're trolls. I mean, I hope you guys are sincere. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, being sincere about it, I am trying to explain my logic, but I hope people are sincere when they ask that question. But if you don't get it or you're just trolling, it's just like, all right, word. But it's nothing to me. And again, this is how I play anything volatile, whether it's options or shares. If I think it's really volatile, I'm expecting to lose all of my money when I enter that play. But you could learn something from it. At this point, you got to figure it out, your risk to reward, how you're going to go about it. This is what we set up for. It went the other way, but at this point, it's not I'm losing more on Tesla and China names than I will lose on FRC, essentially. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. I would be worried about the guy in here who said he bought the 20,000 shares. I kept it 100. I'll keep it baby shares all day. I don't have any I could get you the preview for it. We're bouncing a little bit here. I'm not going to buy it until we could see if they're going to, not today. I want to because it's finally moving big enough. There will be a fat pop today, but like I said, the risk right now is that FRC gets halted and then it doesn't unhalt. That's it. You're getting really, really close. That's me. I sold off 18.5 right before earnings. That's not what you told us, but I'll accept it. Amen. Either way, I don't want anybody to lose, but you can post your place. If you flex, you'll either become the topic of concern or you will get the reward from your peers that you've never met. Oh, yeah, crude inventories fell 5 million barrels. Tesla's plunge drags valuation, but $500 billion on margin fear. Damn, that's coming back again? Oh, I forgot. So Tesla's now down below 500 billion. And now people are worried about the margin again. The company will have lost more than 70 billion of market capitalization. Or is it? They didn't go deep into it, but they might bring back the Powell, the Elon fears. If you have puts and the stock gets removed, you can't monetize it, so you don't get paid. Some people did, some people didn't, and most people didn't. So that's the thing about it. That's why I would be, if you wanted to try to, I would sell calls. That would be your best bet. So this is the pop I was talking. If we could get upside, that's what you want to see if you want to try to start flipping out of this. But again, the worry is that it gets halted or not. We'll have to see. And then MPW, put volume, heavy bearish coming into earnings. 7,000 puts traded, or 1.9 times the expected value. Most are May 23rd, $8 puts, and 428 weekly, 8.5 calls. Oh, with 5,600, the put to call ratio is 3.0. So that came across as a news scanner. It's halted to the upside. Boeing 737 production deliveries to be lowered in the near term. Oh, yo, Boeing conference call right now. Check Bobo. So Bobo could start moving a lot. Conference call again. I think Dave Calhoun comments during earnings webcast. He's saying 737 production and deliveries to be lowered in the near term. No reaction yet. And then we bounced up a little bit here. Not bad. FSR. If you short FRC, they go BK. You don't have to pay taxes, but you don't get your margin back. So until they turn it into like a Q share, and then they have a reference value, all that money will still be taken out of your account, and you'll have to pay the margin on it. So I'm telling you, it's a mess if that happens. Again, we got to learn a little bit from SVB. So just make sure you, what's it called? I think selling calls would be the only way you make money, like guaranteed. Because if you sell the call and then the option expires, you already get the cash up front. That's the only way you could like win if they do get delisted. FRC, again, that's why people are worried right now. If FRC is announcing all of this news, the stock keeps dropping. I mean, people are worried that, if this leads to deposit outflows, the Fed could, by the end of the day, the FDIC could take them over. I don't think they want to. I really, really don't think they want to. I think that Jerome Powell, everybody else does not want to deal with this right now. And it would just be, because again, what would it cause? What would it create? And then immediately your 5 biggest banks would take an immediate loss on $30 billion that they gave to them a month ago. PNC's on the way up. See, so PNC's going up. I sold out of this one yesterday. They're up 2%. They could probably be the buyer of FRC. That's why people are probably buying it up, but I just didn't want to hold any more regionals. FRC, I don't know if it'll break the market, but it would definitely put a big slowdown on us. Wing is on the high. Wing. Again, watch out for Boeing. I haven't got any more comments, but the webcast is going on right now. Boeing's going to get a fat candle up or down at some point in the next 10, 15 minutes. My voice is calming you more than you know. Wow, that's good, man. Be at peace. Be at peace, bro. Amen. Like, for real. If I could encourage you, be calm always, man. You know, that's what I was thinking. It's just crazy, bro. I was doing Boeing certification timelines intact for 77X and MAX 7 and MAX 10. Air China to transfer Air China cargo, A330 aircraft. So again, they're saying certification is intact. Activision, Microsoft said they're going to appeal. And then Activision earnings are out. Lucid's on the high. But yeah, man, y'all got to stay calm. Dude, it's the market is wild and it's very exciting. But you have to stay calm. Like, serious, I hope you know, like, because I've done it for a while, and, like, I try my best to not let it get to me, but I noticed it the other day. Like, I was doing a lot of stuff, bro. Like, I was doing, like, a lot of cool stuff. Like, a lot of cool things happened. I was making moves and, like, really, really exciting things, and then I caught myself just sitting there thinking about the yield curve in the market and what Powell is going to do. That's wild. And then I had to take a step back, bro, and I just started praying and I started meditating a little bit because I was like, that's bullshit, bro. Why am I thinking about it like this? So just be calm, bro. And I think the markets, bro, everybody goes through it, but, like, I really hope the ups and downs, man, just control your balance, keep it simple, but then, you know, there's a lot of emotions behind this. Amazon is starting layoffs in cloud division. They continue to believe deal is pro-competitive. That's Activision. But Amazon starting layoffs. I confused Activision and Amazon. But Amazon layoff news in cloud. FRC is unhalted again. And then Lucid was on the high. PNC's running. Amazon just announced job cuts. UWMC 52-week high. MCRB, we should get the update today. We just don't know when. It's PDUFA day. So there's FRC, 480 to 840. Bro, that's almost 10% right there. FRC, they're good for now. So, like, that's the thing. I think it's just as long as if FRC, this is the way I'm putting it. If this last 2 days leads people to pull their money, FRC is going to get bankrupt. They're going to get FDIC receivership. If nobody pulls out money, they can last for another month minimum. That's it. That's the simplest way to look at this whole situation right now. That's because that's the only thing that would make it SVB or not. Everything is looking exactly the same as SVB. The shares are down, equity's down. They're announcing equity sales. They're selling assets at a loss. You have everything except the bank run. That's it. That's all you're waiting for. So that's why people are getting worried now. And wherever we are at the end of the day, if there is another bank run on FRC, it's gone. Will you calm down? The stock price doesn't matter. I think I'm very calm. And I'm not, like I said, it has nothing to do with the stock price. That's just a feature. So there's Boeing. That's that Boeing candle I said watch for. So a military plane crashed in northern Russia. But like I said, like the price of the stock is a feature of what's going on. Again, I'm looking at the balance sheet and I'm looking at what is happening now. Like I said, their balance sheet is bad, but it doesn't mean they collapse today, tomorrow, next month. It's fine. However, they are repeating the exact same steps of SVB, and if now depositors do in fact leave, then we have a problem. Then you are going to watch whatever balance sheet we had yesterday it is all going to change if depositors leave. If that pretty much, if deposits leave by like 30 billion, they're gone. So, or I guess it's like 70 billion realistically, but 30 billion, half of their deposits are gone, not including the banks. So they would still have another 35 billion, but that would just be all the big bank money at that point. So that's why I'm saying a bank run is the only way they go under FDIC. Otherwise, they could hold for a couple of weeks, at least a month. If you were banking with FRC, would you pull your money? Well, here's the thing. Yes, but I wouldn't do it today. I would have done it a month ago. That's the thing. It's not. So that's like the weird part about it right now. You got to ask yourself, like right now, I think they have 50% uninsured deposits. So let's see. But like, why? Like, if you already left, I feel like you're gone. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like you already had your chance to leave a month ago. So who's really left in it besides the banks? So again, I mean, I went over this on the watch list. We were going over this a bunch yesterday. Where is it? Where's deposit? Why can't I find it? Am I tripping? Recent industry. And then SPY's right below VWAP. Assets. There it is. No, that's book value. There it is. So 104 billion. But this is what we want to look for. So including the 30 billion. Again, the $30 billion given by Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, and all of the other ones, their uninsured deposits are 52% uninsured, including that amount, right? But now, take a look. If you exclude the money, the 30 billion, only 27% are uninsured. So do you see what I'm saying? As of last month, all of the big money who wanted to leave, they're gone. So, like, that's the only risk there. So do you think the individual deposits matter? Isn't it the companies that use them for payroll that makes up the balance sheet? Well, they should have money on deposit, right? If you're making payroll there, you should have money on file. And then the question is it insured or not? So in this case, though, it's only about 27% of that capital. So about 20 billion is at risk on top of the 30 billion from the banks. So half of it. So again, I guess that's the better way to put it. Half of the money is uninsured pretty much. But if the big banks don't mind losing, the most other depositors should have been gone. It seems like they were chill on that. Again, it's only 27%. Boeing is dropping. Again, you're getting those headlines there. I think PNC might be. I'm mad I sold them yesterday, but PNC's because PNC was a regional. PNC was one of the banks that gave them money, even though they're a regional. They gave them money as part of the deal. So PNC might FC and NCA if they become the winner. End phase recovering. So FRC needs to come out and make some statements to Commons members. It would be nice, but then again, I mean, anytime we've heard people say that, you kind of doubt them. He's just being very low-key. They're pushing it through. Maybe he just tries to ignore it. Because again, if only 20% of your deposits are uninsured, you're not, I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like he might be able to, what's it called? 72% of the deposits are insured, excluding the big banks. So, you know, I don't know if he's worried about a said bank run. That's it. But it depends. That's what we're waiting for at this point. I don't think they're worried about liability. I mean, let me ask you this. what happened to the leaders of SVB? So it's not like they got punished. So I don't think I think they're just trying to, I think FRC is more old school, and I think they're taking a play out of the pre-Fed playbook, where they're saying there's no point in giving a lot of guidance if markets are going to respond to it a lot. So pretty much less guidance, the better. Sometimes that could actually work out. But in this case, they still gave updates, and now all of these news pieces are having people react a little bit. Lunar, and then Bowen's on the low. We kind of stabilized from the early sell, but if this turns into a red, we're done. We got like 40 minutes till Euro close. Even Lehman Bros CEO didn't get punished. MU rocketing. I think it was because of Microsoft. Again, personal computing demand was supposed to die, and it didn't. And then Texas Instruments, they weren't the worst, but some people were assuming, what's it called? They're optimistic on the chip recovery for second half of the year. Microsoft. Boeing, 75% of MaxJet inventories needs rework for tail flaw. Yikes. Solar tariff pause repeal gets Manchin support in Senate. Watch Enphase and ENVX. I feel like this market is going to the ground. Yeah, we felt that a couple of times. I think you feel it like once a year. I feel you. But it's the same thing. That's what somebody said. It's like every time you ever wanted to buy a house, it was always expensive. So anytime you looked at the housing market to buy something, you're like, man, that same thing with stocks for a little bit. So it goes both ways. PRVB, yeah, they got bought out by Sanofi. So remember, that was our news. Remember, we were trying to run up the price for Sanofi. I think it worked. And then they just said, fuck it, we're going to buy out the company instead of paying them the premium. They say, I think they determined it was cheaper to buy the entire company than not. All right, back above VWAP. This was that early. Remember, we had a sell-off today at one point. It was like 7 points. MPW. Remember, this is pre-earnings day. Oh, yeah, that is decent volume. But so remember, MPW reports tomorrow morning. So whatever play you have on the end of the day, that's it. You got to finalize it. Boeing 737 deliveries to average 30 per month in first half of 2023. Boeing sees 737 deliveries rising to 40 a month on average in second half of 2023. So that's good guidance. Yeah, I saw the 75%. He says roughly 75% of inventory will need rework. That's good numbers on the deliveries. We'll see. And then MPW, just that's like almost 500,000 shares, just straight up. CTLT here. Oh, we got a decent gain on that. Lucid. I keep forgetting about Lucid. Amazon, I think, is going to be crucial. Crucial. Yeah, Lucid's up 10% right now and running. And then Catalent still going. We have like 60 cents, 75 cents a share. And then Boeing off the bottom there again gave a slightly update. Oh, yeah, you said MCRB. I don't think it really. Again, the data comes out today, bro. It's just MCRB is such a tweaky stock, too. Oh, there was a report in the morning. Interesting. Well, BA SPR is the same news that came out 2 weeks ago. Nice. So JP Morgan put out a note this morning on MCRB. They're neutral. They said they're initiating neutral. Potential of SCR 109 underpins long-term commercial opportunity. So we're initiating coverage neutral, December 20 price target of $7. The company's lead pipeline asset is SCR 109, a microbiome candidate under priority review with the FDA. We're expected for timely approval by April 26. We believe it's an intriguing opportunity in an area of high unmet need, which our KOL checks suggest that there's a desire for efficacious and safe options beyond antibiotics that are specifically targeted for recurrent CDI and easy to implement, such as SCR 109. We see the next year is crucial to setting up the launch and success. As such, we don't see the first couple of quarter levels for stock outperformance. At the same time, longer term, we can make a case for a nice uptake once reimbursement is successfully in place. Net, we see the stock is roughly fairly valued at current levels and watch for initial commercial transaction ahead of expectations in order to take a more constructive stance over the midterm. So they think they'll make $700 million in sales off of it. High probability of approval. We wonder about the time of educating the marketplace. And they think it'll take 6 to 12 months to gain traction. And that's it. So JP Morgan, they think they're going to get the approval, but they're pretty much saying the stock won't go up for 6 to 12 months until they start making money on the drug. So interesting take. MPW just started gassing out of nowhere. I don't know what. Again, big volume. Again, earnings is tomorrow morning. But I like that that JP Morgan, they feel the same thing. Like, again, that's why we said they have no commercialized drugs or anything. So this drug approval is pretty much make or break it for MCRB. The 3M. Come on, 30M. We were just discussing MCRB. They have a PDUFA today. KMZ, yeah, Amazon. Now, they announced layoffs, and they announced layoffs in cloud after Microsoft just said cloud wasn't that bad. Oh, FRC. Yeah, but McRib. Is he coming back down? No, FR. So that's what we wanted. That's almost 50%, I want to say. Maybe like 20% from the bottom. Excuse me. What time is it? Oh, 30 minutes till Euro close. And we're right at VWAP. We'll see how this plays out compared to, what's it called? To yesterday. Because, again, leading. Remember, we were doing good. It was the same exact move. Remember, we were like working our way up right back VWAP. And then we were doing good. And then it was all fine. And then 10 minutes before Euro close, it just, pah! So let's see. What if it could break out here? It's good. Remember, we opened up green, even though it was a little choppy. Remember, Microsoft earnings and everything else was giving you gas. Well, yesterday we had Euro dump and pre-Euro dump, like 10 minutes ahead, and it looked very similar to what we have here now. But bonds are at the low. By this time yesterday, the bonds were hitting the highs. Bro, let's go. What's up, Miami? Zach, you already get a tan? How's it been, man? A couple days in Miami? How is it so far, bro? What's it like? What's it like, bro? You're living the dream. I feel like everybody was like, I want to move to Miami. I never moved to Miami. I thought about it before. I thought about it. I only went once. I'm burnt, bro. There you go. Miami. Oh, that's Zach, bro. But watch Zach though. If I see you in a year and then you look tanner than me and you got frosted tips and a nose ring, I'm gonna be so disappointed though. Not really though. You might look good in it, honestly. I'll be like, you got some swag, but watch out for the Miami effect. We're gonna see Zach in a year telling you he's gonna have frosted blonde hair on top. He's gonna have 2 nose rings. He could be looking like a mini Tupac. And then he's gonna be tanner than me, bro, like by 10 times. Mm-hmm. People talked about moving cross country and didn't even visit. I didn't. I visited sun-kissed Frizzle. Sun-kissed Frizzle, baby. Let's go. Hey, man. Zach is going to be a part of the hookup culture in Miami. Can't escape it. Zach's a good-looking dude, man. Zach, he's going to be good probably. I can escape it. I looked for it. I couldn't find it. They all ran away from me. That's what happens when you look like a lizard. So Zach, I think Zach will live a nice, fulfilled life. And like he said, what's yours is yours. I think he's exactly where he wants to be. And it's beautiful. So proud of you again, baby. Let's go. Good morning. Top of the morning. FRC, I think it's questionable. I don't know. Fed futures pause, yes. So that's why tomorrow's going to be wild, or the next week is going to be wild. Apple's on the high, but the Fed meeting is going to be weird because, remember, they're going to raise one more time, and then that should be where they pause. The real question is now, does Powell give an explicit pause signal after the raise, or does he say we're looking to, but then kind of, leave it a little bit on the back burner, more or less. And then we're running up here. As long as we don't sell off, or if you could get above here, if you could get above 407 before dumping, then we're in the green. We're in the clear for a little bit. But if you don't even get past any of these highs, and then we sell that off right before power hour, it's gonna get ugly. It'll do just what it did yesterday. And then, but bonds are at the low of the day, which is kind of good. VIX is getting clobbered. I don't know about clobbered's the right word since it's only down 1.8. Let's check the VIX one day. He is down 26%. And then XOM, energy, that could help a lot. Energy is moving. Actually, energy has recovered 1%. What am I saying? Yo, energy is flipped. So there you go. You had Microsoft, you had tech leading. Tech is up 2% right now in the morning. Remember, I told you energy was down like 1.3, 1.5, even though tech was up. So energy is coming back up now so far in this last 2 hours. That's a very serious upswing indeed. So that's the difference in what we're seeing from morning till today, like comparing SPY at the same levels 2 hours ago, an hour ago. Energy is up, tech is still up, and then that's it. Healthcare is still the worst, and then utilities, industrials, materials selling off, and then staples got worse too, though. So even though energy came up, consumer sell-offs consumer staples, not sell-offs, got worse. Yeah, it's down from when it rallied on OPEC. I'm just talking intraday because, again, in the morning, it's like we weren't up that much, but you had big gains on individual names in tech, and I was saying, why are we getting pulled down? You had a lot of industries down over 1%, and then the biggest down on the morning was energy. FSR. Jeez. Oh, yeah, because Fisker got approval on their SUV. They said their Ocean SUV, I believe, is coming to market. Yeah, that's why they're running up on that. And then Apple, all of a sudden, Apple is going crazy here. Apple's up 0.5%, straight run. Tesla's dumping, and then I think Tesla might get taken over by the levels and the technicals now at this price. Nike and Starbucks. Roku, I don't remember we flipped Roku last earnings, then we got out, and then we were lucky that we did. So I think Roku could probably move a lot. Oh, I wonder if it can move more than the Peach. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Peach Nation, get your ass up. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach has arrived. Horn. Oh, wow. I feel blessed. Let's go, baby. God bless you. Wow. Aspire to that consistency. Aspire to it, baby. Yeah, Peach Nation, stand up, baby. Let's go. God bless you. Let's go. Bless thy Chatadoria. Amen. Amen. There's FSR. Spies coming up. The Peach arrived. Frank even came in with the Peach. I love it. MPW is tweaking. Again, Apple is the one. Apple is leading tech, and energy's going up here. And then Team is moving back up after murdering us. Going for the jugular. Roku, I don't know. I'll have to look into it. I mean, I feel like it could be a good run. I like the earnings moves when we did it last time. But last time pre-earnings, it moved a shit ton. I remember that. We tried to play. Remember we played the pre-earnings run-up? And then like the day before, it had such a fat move. And then we flipped out of it because IV. I think Meta is going to be very interesting. Triumph the Peach. UMC's up. My biggest regrets. You telling me, bro? They burned me on that stock, and I'm like, okay, I still like it. I'm going to just take my tax loss. It's going to do nothing, and then it shoots up 50%. Ionis could move in the future. I mean, they already got their approval. I'm surprised they're not up a little bit more. But so far right now, MCRB may be the only one that moves out of all of those. So we're going to see. So again, watch out, chat. I don't like this. You have to watch out. This one's not, like I said, if we can't get past some of these levels and this dumps right before power hour, we're fucked. You got 20 minutes. You did not get above. You got past one high here. Oh, I don't know. You got past this high, which is good. But we haven't, again, remember I was telling you in the morning, if it was like a baby downtrend, you didn't see, you barely could see it, but you weren't going any higher. So if you don't get above right here, 407.09, if we can't get above there, I would be on the watch for downside. If we get above there, then, you know, we might just kind of fulfill the earnings and then carry on into pow pow. Or to, why do I keep calling Meta pow pow? Yeah, energy. Where are the banks? Banks are still red, but maybe I'd watch the big ones. And then SPY's now getting to that level. Watch what happens here. Let's see if anything can change. But Chatadonia, I love you. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. But I need to go to the potty. So I'll be right back. SPY's about to hit a high. Boop.
Close. The countdown to the close starts right now.
The countdown is on in Europe. This is Bloomberg Markets European Close with Guy Johnson and Alex Steele.
So, European stocks down by around 1%. The SOX 600 down by 9%, 0.9%, nearly 1%. So European stocks are down, but European currencies are up. The dollar is under pressure. Euro dollar 110.42. We're up by 0.6%. There's plenty of single stock stories to focus on. I'm going to pick on Glencore right now. The tech story, the acquisition that they're pursuing for Tech Resources, maybe getting a little bit more interesting today. Tech Resources delaying a vote on splitting that company up. That may be giving momentum back to Glencore. The basic resources stocks, the miners are tracking higher today. Glencore up by over 3%, Kaylee.
All right, Guy, you're talking about tech with a K. Over here in the U.S., it's all about tech with an H, as in big tech stocks, which are actually largely on a broad basis winning today. The NASDAQ 100 outperforming the S&P 500 up more than 1% at this point. We have earnings stories to contend with, both Alphabet and Microsoft beating expectations in their report after the bell yesterday, though Microsoft today predominantly has become a story about its Activision Blizzard deal, which you'll have more on in just a moment. But part of that Activision Blizzard stock move, as well as Alphabet, is what is translating into the communication services index in particular, which is which is only higher by about 0.4%. In terms of other single stock stories we are watching today, I am glued to the chart of First Republic. It has been halted for volatility multiple times, right now down 28% to $5.76 a share. This stock was worth more than $120 a share at the start of this year. It now has a market value that earlier fell below $1 billion. The future of this bank remains very much in question, so we'll continue to track that for you. Meanwhile, with all of that single stock action going on, Guy, it really doesn't feel like that much of a macro day because the 10-year yield is doing absolutely nothing. We are unchanged at 339.
Yep. I suspect we've got some volatility still to come down the pike towards us when it comes to what is happening, particularly at the front end. The debt ceiling story getting really interesting. But let's get back to tech with an H. The UK, as Kaylee's saying, delivering a huge blow to Microsoft's proposed $69 billion takeover of the game maker Activision Blizzard.
Activision Blizzard. Activision Blizzard. Alrighty. So we are above the level now. I like that, but I would if it rejects here too, though, I don't know if that'll even be as good, but that's good. Bathroom break didn't bring it down. You're above now. The earlier high, this kind of gets you out of that baby downtrend and flush. Remember, we were very, very low, man. Very, very low. That's where it is. We hit 40.60, so we haven't even gone back. We haven't even tested 40.88 till we broke it yesterday. So that's where I think it's going to get interesting. LRCX. If broker's piece, it'll be contingent on chip embargo. Watch ASML too. Yeah, Euro close in 19 minutes. And then where's Tessie? And then there's Roku again. They have earnings after the bell. Tesla's still at the 155. Meta is not moving. And then same thing with Google. Bill with 2 L's is on the high. MCRB, we don't know when it will be. It's a PDUFA. So it could happen middle of the day. It could happen end of the day. Apple is still running up there. Again, that has really, really been leading us here. Boeing says they're working hard to regain China. Qs are on the high now. Boeing's even bouncing off of the low. Euro close. We have a video on it. It's called Why Euro Close is So Important if you search the trading fraternity. But it's because then we will be the only financial market open. So less money moving around. We're not trading off of other global prices and reactions. And then everything just stays focused on U.S. until China opens up tonight at 6 p.m., and then as China's opening up, as China starts to close, Europe starts to open. And then as Europe starts to open, China starts to close. And then as Europe starts to close, America starts to open. And then as Europe closes, America's fully open. And then we carry the baton. So it's like a relay race all day, every single day. So if you don't realize it or not, financial markets are running 24/7. It's so depending on how you want to look at it, it starts with Europe. As Europe ends, goes to America. As America ends, it goes to China. As China ends, it goes back to Europe. And then you kind of just do this whole circle over and over and over again. All right. So not a new high, but technically if you don't count the first candle, this would have been the new high, but now you set the new high. You got to wipe off all of that. 40.82, again, 40.88 to the upside is where we need to get into. And then again, Apple is leading a ton right now. Spotify's on the low. Again, they had good earnings and the upgrades. Never been this fired up. Let's go. I love it. Boeing is in talks for jet deliveries in 2030s as demand soars. They're talking 2030 deliveries. They really getting crazy, man. In terms of guidance. CFO says they'll start delivering clean fuselages immediately. PacWest, the bank looked at all options, including capital. Wait, PacWest is giving updates? Where's FRC? I haven't freaked out on that in a little bit. See, 620. So that's the move we want, but now it's like stable, and then we haven't heard anything. But you got the dramatic sell-offs out the way for now. How can we trade on U.S. market, other markets? I mean, you get the right brokerage. Some places you can. You can't trade in China, or there's limited ones. You could probably do Hong Kong, but just got to get foreign access to it. Or you could trade ADRs on American markets. IBKR. Yeah, I think they do. The PacWest news, I don't know. Stellantis to offer buyout to hourly and salaried workers. So here it is, new high now. Apple is leading it. Bonds are hitting a low. FRC has calmed down a little bit. So I don't know how you like that. Morgan Stanley, some of the big banks on the high again. But some big banks still red too. And then bonds new low, SPY new high, Apple hitting a new high on the day. Microsoft ain't hit it yet, but they might continue. Again, watch 300 on Microsoft. Google's kind of working up around the same price we sold out. Visa. WSC. No, where's Schwab? They came back. Schwab was selling off earlier with it. St. Edgar, Meta. Yes. FRC even popping. Catalent still going up. Yeah, watch Meta. Again, Meta is the big earnings today. You even have the other one too, Roku, but Meta is definitely going to be it. And then Snapchat's tomorrow. And then SPY just wicked up, but it's not going higher yet. Enphase running. I take that with a grain of salt. It is $10 though, so that's nice. Better than 25. And then J&J. Average down, not now, but let's give it a little bit of time. But that's the whole point why, I mean, I'm still kind of just playing with the small amount on it. It's literally moving 20 to 50% at a time. So let's wait for it. But again, the news and the info that we're getting, I mean, I think everybody's on edge with that one. Could we dump here? Yeah. I mean, it's about 12 minutes till Euro close. It's a similar move to this was yesterday's Euro close. So 10 minutes till Euro close, 8:20. We did the exact same thing. You started running ahead of it. We bounced back up to opening levels. This time we went above that high. That's why I said that's good. But then we sold off right before. So honestly, you just got to watch out for one of the small candles or just one of the random big candles that just come out of nowhere and just start hitting big. Iliad and Vodafone are said to revive talks on European tie-ups. VOD, yeah, that's Vodafone. Pop in 3.9 on that. Vodafone said to revive talks on European tie-up. Iliad said to discuss potential deal. Said to eye Vodafone assets in other European markets. Iliad deliberations at early stages and may not lead to a deal. And NVIDIA's on the high, but VOD popping on that. I don't know how much that one's going to last, but it's moving. CMG's 2037. And then SPY, new high on the day here. Oh, let's see what he could do. What plays? I flipped Google, and then I got into Catalyst, and I'm still holding that. And then that's about it. And then there's the SPY. ACAD's moving. Then we're waiting for MCRB PDUFA. So again, now watch here. Everything might move with it. The leaders may come down, but you're running up. Google's even catching a pop. Watch for Microsoft. Again, Vodafone just had news. NVIDIA's hitting a high. Microsoft's about to go. So SPY 407.50 now. Again, we're getting close to 40.88. This is a big level because we flushed hard yesterday. But if it could get above here, then there you go. But technically, since we fell below, we have not gotten back above. So 2 points away. This will be a big test. And then 4,100 at that point. If you do get above here and we hold, 4,100 is looking nice. And then again, Vodafone, 4% off that candle. PacWest said they saw benefits from SVB outflows, could be upside. So PacWest saying they benefited off of SVB. They're still up 11 right now, or 13. FRC has recovered 30% almost from the bottom. But now it's coming back down. Mara up 7. And then Bill. Bill is the range on Bill today is weird. Because it's still going up, but it's like not moving. I guess that's 3 cents. McRib, the news could happen whenever. We do not know, unfortunately. NVIDIA is hitting a high again still. Again, SPY just wicked into the high. It wicked into 40.8660. eBay is up. Again, eBay is earning ASTS, Space Mobile, popping 14% right now at the high. PacWest said they brought back around $700 million in deposits. So again, I think PacWest is having conference calls right now. So they may be able to move. Morgan Stanley's going up. Dow Jones is still red. I don't know where the NASDAQ's at. It's not loading for me. And then S&P is down 0.32. NASDAQ futures are up. What? They're up 1.4. I think that's the NASDAQ 100. Never forget what eBay did for me. Hey, man, bro, you be running to eBay. I forgot we had Zach in the house, man. You say eBay, he know it, baby. He know it. Amen. And God did. Amen. Wishes on the high. Where Spotify, NVIDIA is still going. Again, PacW, they got that update going in here right now. If it goes up on, what is the volume on today? Honestly, that's a good point. Volume's pretty big though. No. We're on 2 hours. It just, today's been flying by. So it's like 10 million, 12 million an hour. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, NASDAQ. It's weird. My NQ futures are up. Am I expecting good earnings on MPW, or you think it will be bad? Are you ready for my answer on that? So what do you think I think is going to happen with MPW? You say good or bad. I have one unique scenario that I think will happen with that, or I hope will happen, but I am leaning towards it. He said, I don't know. I don't know, Josh. I don't know. Good. I don't know. Bad. So SPY kind of tweaking here. So what I think with MPW is I believe it is going to be not as bad as people are fearing. Yes, I know. That's why I'm saying it sucks. I get it. So I just think MPW will not be as bad as people are expecting. So it could be good, could be bad, but even if it is bad, that's kind of the expectation. But I don't think, I just don't know if the situation gets worse. If anything, I think it'll get better, and I think management is going to try to paint a picture that highlights that things aren't as bad as some of the headlines are. That's what you said about FRC. Yeah. And FRC, I think it was more along the lines FRC, I just wanted to gamble on it because I knew it would move, but I did think FRC would hold a little bit more stability. I'm so mad I sold out PNC. That thing's running now. They really scammed me on that. But again, even whether I'm right or wrong, I own the shares. So, I'm putting my money behind them. And then MPW is in the long term. SpaceX and Rogers strike deal for Canada satellite phone service. Two very different plays. Indeed, but I mean, at this point, I think you guys have seen me for a long time. You've seen the long term. Make your decision. I've never shot 100%, but we either hit or we don't. So you gotta make your decision. This market has already had a lot to give us. Last year was a lot crazier than this year, but make your judgment. That's it. You got to do what you got to do. But MPW, I went for the risk on it. And if it's better or worse, we still are going to hold. And then thankfully we have more cash, but new information will let us know what to do with that. MO. If it's further, again, if you guys are talking long-term, sell out before earnings, I don't think you're speaking long-term. So it just depends. But if it's long-term, remember, we don't sell any of it. Okay. All right, I sold out of Catalent, $1.41. Not bad. Little flips today. And then I'm pissed every time I see PNC up there. Unless they cut their dividend. Well, we'll see. That's it. Again, just like FRC, maybe you guys will ask the same questions afterwards, or maybe, it's going to be the same earnings reports. You choose to make fun of the play or not, but that's it. It's either going to get clapped or it's going to go up. That's it. MPW, high risk, high reward. Either the situation gets dramatically worse or the situation is not as bad as people talk about it, and that's it. But the money and the opportunity arrives in making that decision ahead of time. So what could happen. You know how it's going to play out. But, quite frankly, I put my money, set and forget, and then we wait. Meta, I have no plays except the long term. Yeah, MO is still paying out 8%, which is actually wild. Wild. And then we hit that high and started to chill out. And 30 seconds till Euro close. And we got out of Catalent. And then that's it. PacWest customers temporarily move balances to be safe. And Mo move in. And then things got eerily quiet. Even FRC just eerily calmed down, but I mean, it's still down 25. And then bonds keep hitting a low. SQM on the low. Remember, they're related to all the Chile stuff, I think, with lithium. So all this banking stuff is raising the chance of a rate pause. It is, yeah. Even raising the odds of a rate cut. But surprisingly today, people bought that yesterday, but on the bonds, not so much. Not so much today. Weight Watchers is on the high. Oh, don't we have Teladoc after the bell? Yeah, you have Teladoc and then a line. Roku calls. You could try to flip it for the run-up. I don't think that's a bad move. NVCR. This thing's running. Oh, wow. 6%. Novacure. Yeah, Meta is going to be the big one after the bell. That is the one that we want. Weight Watchers gained high weight. Yes, indeed. Indeed. Aflac after the bell. Aflac. 4-month bill draws 4.975. Allotted at high 58%. And then Starbucks, then Microsoft's going up now too. Meta earnings, I don't know. I mean, Google, I'm kind of feeling good now because Google did good, but unfortunately, the problem with Meta is that they are really like Google, except Google does not have I don't even know how old Zuckerberg is. They don't have a Zuckerberg just blowing money, okay? So that's the thing. Really, Meta is all about cost. You remember, what did he say? What did Zuckerberg say? Oh, they said like a pledge towards like cutting cost or something, or towards, he said it's the year of efficiency. Remember, that was the phrase from Zuckerberg last earning. Microsoft's running. So that's going to keep lifting up tech. Tech is already up 2.4. Yeah, the year of efficiency, exactly. So that's really what is going to be the driver. Hopefully, the ad market comes in similar to Google, if not better. But then they're going to make a lot of money on those verification badges, even though that's borderline priced in. The stock is up $20 since the verification news, but it is going to it's going to factor into there. But really, it's just boiling down to cost. You know, how much do they lower headcount? Did they actually, not spend billions of dollars on this obscure metaverse project that has not shown anything? Are they spending more in other areas? What's that all looking like? So SPY's hitting a high right now. You're going up. S&P hitting a new high, or about to actually, and then Microsoft, that's the one really, really going. Meta's part of the big 7, so it's still going to move 10 to 15. It depends. I mean, Netflix didn't move much. Tesla kind of moved a little bit. Google didn't move much. And then Microsoft moved a lot. And they were all upside, I think. Actually, Microsoft's the only upside one. Netflix borderline break even from earnings. Yeah, Google didn't do shit. Meta might do good, but you got to realize it's like, let's say Meta makes an extra $5 billion, right? But then they spend an extra $4 billion. Everyone's going to get pissed. That's the problem, is that the issue, even when I bought the company, even on the dip, and we talked about it, I mean, that's something I would always highlight to you. The problem is not that Meta doesn't make money. They make a shit ton of money. They have so much cash, it's ridiculous if you really look at it. I don't know about free cash flow, but they still got a lot of that. But the idea is they have all of this money, they make this money, but the problem is their spending, especially if your growth or your ad spend is going to be threatened. People are worried, you can make $50 billion every 3 months, but if you're spending half of it or more and it's not returning a profit, that's where it gets wild. I mean, let me give you an example. So how much has Zuckerberg already spent? Let's say he spent like $10 billion, right? Mark Zuckerberg has already spent in the last 12 months $10 billion on the metaverse, right? Are you ready for this? If he just bought a fucking bond with that money when he started spending it, they would have made $450 million. That's it. So the whole idea is they spend money. That's still it. That is still the problem with Zuckerberg. That is still the problem with the metaverse right now, is that we are waiting to see if this year of efficiency actually comes true. Because if it doesn't, then people will become worried again. Is it money well spent? That's what we're going to see. But, I mean, that's what happened with Amazon. At one point, like, I don't know if you guys are old enough or you were in the market, but, like, do you realize at one point the market felt just as strong about Amazon doing AWS? So in 2015, this is when I was buying Amazon for my long term. And it was the same thing. I was buying it. And this is why I've learned to hate everybody on Wall Street, because you see the flip-flop. This was almost 10 years ago. But literally everybody hated AWS for Amazon, because what was happening, Amazon was making money off of their core business, and then Bezos was taking billions of dollars. They would be profitable on the quarter, and then he would take that money, and then they would report negative earnings because he would take all of the money and put it towards AWS. I think he spent a couple $1 billion on it. And then they hated it. Everybody said, this is not money well spent. You're burning your profit. This is going to lead to this. What happens if the cloud doesn't perform? Yibbity bobbity boo. And then now look at it. It's a $30 billion, $40 billion cash cow, right? So that's how metaverse, I'm sure that's how Zuckerberg wants it to play out, right? Where he's spending. And again, honestly, when I traded Amazon back then and when I was buying, like, the stock didn't recover as fast as Meta. That's the funny part. So, like, the stock was beaten down on Amazon for years, and it just kind of, like, it was up, but it stayed within that range. Like, it was up in 2015, but, like, it was, where was it? It was, like, leading into 2014, they went from $20 pre-split to $15, and then it started to confirm, and then any bad earnings, it would drop another, like, 30%, go up, lose 50%. It wasn't like this. So metaverse, more people believe in it than they did with Amazon back in the day. So if this money ends up in the long term turning profitable, great. But if it doesn't, I mean, and even right now, quarter by quarter, everybody's going to read heavily into how they're spending on it, because right now it looks like it's not money well spent. What did they spend $10 billion on? Let me show you. It's super dope. It's like, I understand why they did it. Like, because when I show you, like, you like, it costs a lot of money to develop this, like, and it's high tech and shit. So this is where, like, this is like the best one I got so far, but for this. But like this, I see it, I get it completely. You know what I'm saying? Like 10 billion, you get your little avatar. You could be in France if you wanted to, next to like some weird Sistine Chapel. Not like, so that's part of it. That's what we got. Like, you know, you got some cool ones. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not bad. Like, you know, I could have probably got it cheaper, but you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe Mark Zuckerberg, you see, like, look at this, man. How you going to compete with this, bro? How can you compete with this? You see what I'm saying? Like, that's why, like, you could tell this just reeks of $10 billion competitive advantage. You know what I'm saying? So that's what they got out of that. If Meta actually wins and people start using it, they will make bank. They will. That's what I'm saying, is like, it's, you never know. Am I skeptical? Yes. I'm way more skeptical of Meta than I was with Amazon. Back in the day, I was just like, fuck you guys, Amazon. I said cloud is the future. I was almost 10 years younger than where I was today, but that was before everybody was using cloud, and I was like, yo, no, that's money. But my Meta, I'm a lot more skeptical. I'm a lot more skeptical, but it could happen. It could happen. Man, what the fuck? Hold on. I have a solar thing. FRC. I need to let... apparently someone needs to... I don't need to let him in, but I need to go sign this thing. I have a solar person outside. Please hold. I love you. FRC halted? Oh, fuck. For what? That's not off of volatility. That's 20 cents. Hot dog. All right, I'm going to go do this real quick. Give me a second. It should only take me a minute or so. I'll be right back. Let's see.
In order to win the appeal, Microsoft has to show that the UK authority had no legal basis. It can't win the appeal by saying, look, it's a lousy decision. This would be better for everybody. As long as the authorities show some legal basis for it, they win. And clearly they have some legal basis.
Eric, good morning. Is the UK CMA flexing its new regulatory muscle, and is that going to be ticking off, do you think, some other regulators around the world? It seems to have moved very quickly.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think the CMA wants to show that post-Brexit that it's not going to be the easy one to get past, that it's going to be just as tough as the EU has been, and as tough as the U.S. is becoming. You know, the U.S. was pretty soft for a while, but we have a new sheriff in town, and she has made it very clear that she is a shooting sheriff. So I think in part CMA is showing that, yes, look, in the UK, we can be as tough as anybody.
I asked this question of one of our internal Bloomberg intelligence analysts earlier. I'd like to ask it to you as well. When it comes to deals, are technology companies now guilty until proven innocent in terms of antitrust violations?
I think they are at least under real suspicion until they can clear themselves. So they're not guilty until they prove themselves. But, you know, it's like watching a police drama where, you know, the cops just really think there's something very suspicious about them. The tech companies have flexed their powers in a lot of ways that might technically be legal under current law, or at least past law, but which are considered to be ways that are undesirable today.
Eric, We're moving into a new era. Generative AI is the buzzword that we're going to be spending so much time talking about over the next few weeks, months, and years. Does today's decision have an implication for how this technology is going to develop and how big companies are going to be able or not able to hoover up smaller rivals or smaller companies with technology that they need? How is this going to affect, do you think, how technology evolves from here?
I think that's an important question, and it will involve Microsoft. Microsoft has said it wants to put AI assistance into its whole line of products. So to the extent that big companies might be acquiring AI capabilities from smaller innovative companies to make their main products more competitive or to branch into new areas, I think they might have a tough time because tech companies may be under suspicion until they prove themselves innocent. But also the suspicions about the power.
Thank you. All right. All righty. And then I did, what's it called? I forgot to tell you. I got the car. I finally got it. But I'm not going to tell you guys what it is for like another like month or so. So it's nice. It's nice having it's like I could be mad low key. I don't know why FRC got halted. It did make an upside move, but I don't think that move was big enough to, to warrant a halt. You said you say after you bought it. I did, but then I totally forgot. I got it. And then I was just like, I don't know. I was like, it's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. Nobody knows what I'm rolling around in. That's it. I could be very, very low-key and subtle. And that's it. And it's not really like a video car. It's not cool enough for a video. But I like it. They canceled the Chevy Spark, bro. Yeah, they halt on news releases, but that's why I'm saying I don't know. A random news release is not good. Pack B. No, but I saw the Prius, dude. I saw it yesterday, and I was like, dude, that thing is sexy. FRC law. Okay, it's unhalted. I guess it was just off volatility. That's weird. They halted it off of what? Off of, I guess, 30-cent move is like 5%. I guess it kind of makes sense. Yeah, FRC is open and unhalted. MSTR is running. And then SPY's even at the highs right now. Again, 408. We still need to get to 4088. That's the level. No, not a Rivian. The only Rivian I would buy is the delivery truck. Hands down. That's the coolest delivery truck I've ever seen in my life. The big tech companies have 83% of S&P returns. I mean, and so far, though, I think the number is still around 80% or 78% of companies have beat so far. So as we're getting more reports, we're getting a couple of earnings here where, again, the sample size is increasing. The bar is set low, but we are beating them for the most part. Again, next week is just as packed as this week. You have Apple and Amazon next week, and then you're going to get every other little minor company you could think of. Microsoft selling. FRC is back to the opening after dropping almost another 50% today. I was so happy when I got my dream car. Now I need to learn from you to make smart trades to finish paying it off by the end of the year. I'll tell you this, long-term real estate, and then you trade the residual, and hopefully by the end of this year, one of these economic events gives you a trade where you could buy a car, but you can never rely on that. So that's why, again, long-term and real estate will supplement that. But if you mix those three in there, I think you could get that car paid off. That's the thing. It's not just about one. It's not just relying on it. Again, the trades are very, very volatile. But when you pair it up with the long-term, even then, maybe you start looking for a real estate deal or so. That's it. I mean, what you'll notice, again, trades back and forth. Again, even like last year, first half of the year, we sucked. And then we got it all back. We made money at the end of the year. But last year, I was also doing a lot of real estate, and we did a lot of pickups in the long term too. So you got to work everything together. Even now, like I'm telling you about a car, but I told you a week ago before this, I wanted to flip this car. This one's not like a pleasure purchase. This is actually a business purchase. But again, I just flipped another house 2 weeks ago. A week ago, I closed on it. So I think you mix in all of that, you'll be able to do good. And then again, I mean, on the trading front, this year hopefully will provide. I don't know. Hopefully, not hopefully. I don't know how big I want it to be, but you may get a economic event that you'll be able to play on. In Cali, yeah. My latest flip was in Cali, yeah. Hilton. Oh, I forgot. No one even talked about Hilton. They're down 2.6. LV junkin' hauling, baby. I know you like the horn too, baby. We got to hit them with it. God bless you, my friend. And good morning. How much you make on the flip? I think it was like 170,000 after everything, give or take. And then probably after taxes, it'll come down to like 90,000, depending. SVB Group stuck in bankruptcy stalemate with FDIC. Was 170 what you were expecting? I was expecting less. That's what I was saying. Like, I didn't, dude, I'm telling you, I did not think, like, the margin was good, but, like, I was like, okay, I bought that house because of taxes. I needed to buy a house at the end of the year. So it's, like, literally, I bought that house just because. Remember, I was telling you at the end of the year? Remember, I was telling you guys, I was like, hey, if you want to sell me a house right now, even if the deal is, like, okay, like, this is your chance to sell me it, if you remember that. So I bought this house. The margin was good, but I didn't think it would be, I didn't think it was going to be, like, insane. And then, like I told you, as interest rates have been going back and forth, I mean, the market is surprisingly, I've been getting surprised with real estate there. And that's why. So I'm listing another house after that. That inspired me to I want to try one more. Because I was like, not a flip. I had this one, but I wasn't going to flip it. I kept it as a rental for a little bit. But now the tenant's about to leave, so I think I'm just going to flip it. Did you hear me flex? Well, I was explaining it. I mean, somebody said they want me to help them pay off their car with trades, and I was just trying to give the whole picture of what you see me do. Because again, I mean, I think my trades are either hit or miss. They either really kill it or I really do bad, and then I go on my periods of it. But I'm used to that my whole life. But again, it's like I supplement everything with like multiple areas. But you know, I think we're all prone to either flexing or making it sound like a flex, or sometimes it's not a flex and it'll sound like that. But honestly, you want me to tell you what I'm worried about? Can I admit something to you? I could admit something to you. Is this too early for a heart to heart? I don't want to give you maybe you'll learn something from it. I don't know. I hope I can. You know what I'm saying? What I would be more worried about right now, and what I'm worried about, is being a little bitch. And I'm not calling you a little bitch. I'm calling myself a little bitch, because I've noticed as of lately, I like yesterday, right when Microsoft went up, I was like, oh, of course it goes up after it sells off. Like, that's being a little bitch. That is what I'm more worried of, and I was actually more worried I fell into that rather than flexing. I think you randomly fall into flexing and shit like that, but I'm more worried about the being a little bitch and complaining, or like, oh, of course that happens. Like, that I think is the real threat. So, yeah, that's a little heart to heart. Hopefully you could pick game up off of that. I was thinking of buying FRC, but today, how it played out today, we're getting a little nervous and waiting. So give it a little bit of time. Like keep up FRC. We can. Yeah. I mean, it is important. Honestly, it's only important at the lows and at the highs. So like it's doing this little recovery here. I'm scanning for the news still. I mean, like I have my, like I talk and read at the same time. It's weird. But Baba dying. Yo, watch out for China flush. I'm not seeing any news. I think it's just getting hideous. Horrible news everywhere. Yeah, I don't know. Watch again. China's down 10% in the month. It's actually wild. FRC volume 125 million so far. Is this bigger? Wow, this is bigger than SVB. No shit. That is insane. SPY's at least still holding up. Again, Catalent's even climbing back up there. Yeah, Baba just getting clapped. And then Apple or Microsoft's up. Apple is still holding. And then NVIDIA was at the high. And then check Boeing. Boeing is at 3%. KRE is on the high. The regional banks are moving green now. What the hell? That's because of PACW. PACW is still going up. SPY getting a green candle here. But PACW is up 14%. I like Google. I mean, I flipped it this morning. I think their earnings, it showed stabilization. They still have the premium, but I think people are still kind of concerned after the AI thing, especially with Microsoft. It seems like Microsoft, as of now, Microsoft has a little bit of a lead on them, on Google. MSTR still going. Now, Google, I mean, they're stabilizing. That's the last couple of, again, I mean, in a weird way, like YouTube is in a recession. YouTube has had 3 straight quarters of declining. So the YouTube ad revenue has dropped 3 quarters in a row for Google. And now this was the first quarter where it came in lower, but not at the same pace of decline. They're kind of falling off, but they are stabilizing. And then search revenue did not get clapped, which was good, but they're getting there. If anything, though, what I picked up on is that, like Microsoft is really like young Bill Gates, bro. They're really pushing AI. Like, if anybody is going to benefit off of AI, I really think it's going to be Microsoft. Because now they're just, again, even what they were saying on their Azure and everything else, like it was looking quite nice. Again, they're doubling down on it. They already got customers. Again, they pair up AI with their cloud, and then again, they were the first one to pounce on OpenAI, so they're up there. Nobody uses Bing. Again, I'm not talking leg up on search. That's the worry. People are worried that Google will now have to face competition to search due to AI or Bing or Microsoft. But no. I'm talking about like AI clients. Like they're getting people to sign up for cloud and then giving them some like AI service alongside of it. You right? Microsoft is getting in on every single level of it. So that's the thing. Every time I want to get into Microsoft innovation, I'm reminded by Zune. That's really funny. So that's the thing. But Microsoft is definitely there. They made some leaps. So Google is not doing bad. It's not like Google, again, 3 quarters in a row on certain segments going down. If it fell even further, people would have like flipped out right now. But it's stabilizing. The worry of losing market share to Microsoft is kind of real, and it's borderline stabilizing, but it hasn't necessarily died. And Twitter, well, no, I mean, damn TikTok. But then advertisers are spending less. So this is what Google says. I don't know. Maybe you could learn from this. This is something to keep in mind, or at least this is what Google says. This is what they said on their conference call yesterday. Pretty much advertisers, the last thing they cut is search spending. So if your business is slowing down and you're running ads and you're not making as much money, AU and Anglo Gold down 2%, two big candles. Great call out, Chad. Where is it? They got an upgrade yesterday. I don't see anything, though. Kaiser to acquire hospital system Geisinger. Geisinger would combine $100 billion a year. Kaiser's with somebody, and then March industrial production coming out. SPY's still holding the high. Microsoft's running. Google came down a little bit. It looks like we're pinned, but then again, Microsoft's about to make the 300 move. Say thank you. Been watching live, showing charts. I watch mine. You come in clutch, calling out news drops. Been watching these 6 months. Let's go, baby. God bless you. Oh, Disney. Disney is suing Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Damn, they suing the individual. They ain't even suing the state of Florida. They said, we're suing Ron. How dare you have your wedding at Disney World and then try to get us limited on our exclusive economic zone. How dare you? How dare you, Mr. DeSantis? I want my Mickey ears back. How dare you? That's crazy. So SPY running, new low on the bonds too. Disney's moving a little bit, and then Microsoft's the one leading the charge. Energy is in the green right now. Consumer staples, that's what you need to watch. If you want a big rally, XLP needs to bounce. This is what I was telling you. In the morning, XLP was up, energy was down, right? So now as the market flipped up and tech got more dominance, staples are the ones giving up, and then energy's taking over. Then materials, industrials, utilities, all mollywopped. Apple 165, Service now on the high. Oh shit, where is it? Okay, their team is May 4th. MPW. There's a little less volatility. But that was a new high. Again, XLP on the low. But yeah, like I was saying, though, with the Google thing, what Google says is that when products or when companies are doing bad, the last thing they cut is spending on search. That's your more stable ad spend. So they're pretty much saying when the economy is doing bad or when sales start to slow down, the first thing that people cut, it's going to be YouTube ads. It's going to be like Facebook ads. It's going to be all of the ads that are not related to the search engine, like just Googling something. So there's tiers pretty much. So pretty much if everything's going good, you're paying for search advertisements, YouTube, and any other ad you could get your hands on. If the economy's slowing down, you're pretty much going to pay for search and then try to limit everything else. And then if everything is really bad, companies start cutting their search budgets. That's pretty much the logic outlined by Google. Yeah, ServiceNow is just on the high. Again, a lot of tech moving. Damn, SAI is already back down to 360. AU prosecutors in Brazil sue Anglo over dam safety. Yeah, sir. That's why I looked at Team. I was like, wait a minute. They're holding up. It looks like Team. Where's Enphase? Nvidia. Enphase coming right back down. And then NVIDIA is hitting the high. Canada 30-year bond auction. Damn, Catalent's running now, new high. We already sold out. Got a good gain, though. You said who? Uber? MCRB. PDUFA is going to come out anytime today. We do not know when. Yeah, Uber's back at 30. Again, what was Hilton's numbers? I totally forgot about Hilt. So they say new extended stay brand at low price point. They raised guidance. Hilton raised guidance. They beat EPS. They raised EBITDA. They guided up on everything. Actually, that's crazy. Damn. So that's good for travel for now, but Hilton is down. So Hilton beat and they guided up. And then they're down 2% on that, just like AXP. Very weird earnings season. Again, the bad ones have done... Microsoft was the only one who barely beat. The bar was low, and they got rewarded for it. And then, what's it called? Spotify did good, and then there was one more that did good. Procter & Gamble, they held up, and then Johnson & Johnson guided up, and they sold off. Very interesting. Service now, again, it's at the highs. I mean, if we run, it might go. And that thing's already, it moves big. Microsoft still a little bit below. Again, Apple is leading pretty decent. 3M, that was another one. That was good earnings and the stock went down. They raised guidance as well, too. So, I don't know. I don't want to say this, but in a weird way, raising guidance has been kind of bearish. Because then I think it means you're setting up for a disappointing end of the year. Does that make sense? That's the only logic I could think of. It's ass backwards, but it makes sense. That maybe if you're doing good now and you're raising and you're guiding up, it's going to make your comps a lot harder to beat in the next couple of quarters rather than on the low. Oh, Catalent's going up. I don't know. I think once we get all of the bigger earnings, I think all of these names that did good might run. But for now, there's a lot of names that reported good that ended up lower. So, and they're trading in this little range for now. But we'll see. Like, again, AXP was another one of those. That one surprised me. I don't know if it'll bounce this week. I don't know when it will bounce. Companies with weak ER and better than feared did better than companies who crushed it. Yeah. And again, well, not necessarily. I mean, the statistic is that companies who beat on average have gone up 2%, but then companies who missed went down only 0.9, which usually they would go down 2.5. But they, it just seems like there's been a couple of big names that we've seen where they did an Enphase did good, and they're down 25%. They're good, but they guided lower on the next quarter. Their earnings beat, but they didn't guide up. So again, Hilton, like I'm telling you, Hilton reminds me of Airbnb in 2022, where they guided up, and then the stock still went down 2%. So you just got to deal with Wall Street sometimes. And then Apple's still climbing. MPW. I think it's just going to hold the price. We bought $8.11. It's just going to hold right here until our days, baby. Again, they're pricing in 50 cents. 50 cents. So I think that's a little bit more than 5% or 10%. What is 50%? 50 cents at $8. 6.1%. Love being blessed by the ads, but did you know you could go ad-free with your Twitch Prime subscription? I'll tell them, Taco, and good morning. Welcome. You saw some stat, I can't believe it's true. It said 80% of Americans can't handle a 400 or higher emergency right now. I feel like we see that article like once every 6 months since like 2017. I legitimately feel like I have read that headline once a year for my whole entire life. I don't know where it came from. I don't know if they keep doing the study, but I've heard that one a lot. I do think it's true, but then it depends on like how you look at it. I think there's some like statistical stuff. Like, I think it's the stat is like based on like liquid cash and if you didn't use anything else. So like it doesn't really account for like credit cards, real life, other advances, and like there's one more caveat to it that like skews the statistics behind it. Is there French strikes mostly impacted short haul flights? And then SPY slowly working its way back up. NBIC's on the high. Microsoft is about to do it again. Baba's still in the green after that? That's insane. And Teams coming up. We're still down. That one washed me on that flip. And you see all these people who spend more than $500 at Macy's. Oh, dude. How do people buy clothes at the mall? I went the other day. I was with my girlfriend. This was last weekend. And then we're waiting for our food. So we go to Nordstrom's, right? And then we walk in. I saw that Netflix news yesterday. I don't know if we'll react, but I saw that one yesterday. And then PNC fucking scammed me. But, bro, I was looking and I saw the clearance rack was pretty dope. I did see the clearance rack. That made a lot of sense. They got like $10, $20 shit. That's nice. Like you could walk away. $10 t-shirt. That's fine. Especially inflation. I've been doing $10, $20 t-shirts long time now. But, dude, I saw a nice shirt. And I walk up to this shirt. I'm like, oh, this is a nice shirt. It feels good, too. I would wear that, right? And I go up to this shirt. It's just sitting there. It's looking at me, making eye contact. I'm like, wow, this is cool. I don't really like buying clothes. Wow, right? I reach inside. I pull out the tag. That shirt was $275. And then I looked at the shirt next to it. I was like, dude, they got a base model version. It was still $250. And then I started looking at all of the tags. And I was like, dude, this is insane. This is insane. I was like, who buys this? I was tripping out, dog. I was tripping out. No, it was random shit. It wasn't even, I did not know what the brand was. Like, I know name brands. Like, I got a little bit of swag. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know a brand name. Like, I get paid to know brand names. You know what I'm saying? It's a big commerce world we live in. I know intangible assets when I see them. Oh, man, no. This wasn't even a brand. I had no idea. It was called like Kiwi Lemon something. I was like, what the fuck is a Kiwi? I've never heard of Kiwi Lemon. I was tripping out, dog. I was tripping out. It was wild. That's a real story. So I don't know how they do it. I don't know. But people do buy. I don't know. You say a pick. I don't know if you've noticed. Like, bro, anytime you've seen me in the watch list, like, I don't know, like, you realize I've been recycling all of these clothes for a very long time. Oh, and then half of the time I'm just in a TTF sweater. I'm just saying. So I appreciate you noticing my sense of style. But if this was high school, you would have called me out on that. Because, like, in high school, bro, I only had, like, 2 pairs of jeans for all 4 years. And I wore the same I wear the same pair of jeans like 3 days in a row. They would make fun of me. I'll be like, it's a different pair. I just bought the exact same pair, and I stained it exactly the same way every single day. So that's good, but I've been recycling, bro. I've been recycling. Bro, spend money. You ain't dying with it. I spend that shit, but not on some fucking $200,000 kiwi lemon shirt that I never heard of. That's crazy, bro. Shit. I'd rather take my girlfriend out and have her think I'm a good boyfriend. That's a way better investment. Because then she'll cook for me or something. Or then, you know what I'm saying? Like, you get something better in return. Like, what's that shirt going to give me? I'm going to wear it on a watch list, and then you're going to make fun of me. Be like, Josh, I see your nipples. I'm like, what? You're like, Josh, why are you so pale? I'm like, what? You mean to tell me I spent all this money on clothing and it did not change anything else about my appearance? You still making fun of me? That's insane. That's insane. That's crazy. High key Felo. That is a Felo. For real? No, but like that's true. I'm telling you, there's sometimes, bro, I've done it before. I make a video and I'm like, yeah, I'm like, watch, the chat's gonna notice this, and then I look in the comments and I just get made fun of. I'm like, damn it. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. We tried. Why don't you just go to the fitting room and rip out the alarms? That's a lot of work, sir. There's a lot of work. Okay? I'm trying to stay out of drama too. Last thing you need is to go on YouTube and see some body cam footage of Josh looking like a lizard in Nordstrom's trying to steal a $200 Kiwi Lemon shirt. Okay? I don't even know if Kiwi Lemon's a real brand. I just made that up today. But that's what we're calling it. That'd be crazy. You get me on body cam and they're like, what are you doing in here? And I'm like, just trying to save the 10%, sir. I'm just trying to save the 10%. I don't know. You can't consider this usury? How in the world are they charging me this much on this shirt? So I got to stay out of trouble, bro. I got to stay out of trouble. I'm going to end up on cops. That'd be crazy. I'd be hyped, though, low key. I'd be like, that's me. That's me. Shirts have no ROI if you already have a girlfriend. I mean, some girls like it if you dress nice, but I'm just saying girls like cars more. That's all I'm saying. I didn't realize that till later. But then again, boys like cars more than girls. So there is a hierarchy. So just keep that in mind. So it's weird. Either way, just go to the gym. Amen. Amen. We're flood. Not too bad yet. It's 9:17. So give it like 15 more minutes. We'll be 1 hour solidly after Euro close. Euro close, we didn't die. You actually still got half a point of gain since Euro close. FRC, well, it's already been Euro close. Max N on the low. Isn't that solar? Got to restock Colt merch. We will. We were actually just talking about it. We had a couple, but I'm getting shorts, and then I'm trying to get I need new tank tops, but like I'm gonna redo the tank tops. I don't care if you guys buy them. I'm doing it for me. This is my wardrobe. So I love you, but that's it. I was like, I want like Nike dry fit tank tops with the bull on it. Like I need like heavy hardcore workout, and then I need shorts. So that'll probably be your next merch. Sons of averaging. We talked about the patch idea. I really like the patches. I think that, and honestly, I just want a leather jacket with patches that mean something. Zoom dying. A little bit. It's down 1%. It's not like a giant flush candle, but it's down over about $1.50 there in like 7 minutes. And then now SPY's coming down too. Amazon's still kind of holding. So is Apple. But this is your lowest move here since 30 minutes ago. So just watch if we break below 407. I think this is Euro close now, no? I was just pointing. Yeah, you're right now. You're at Euro close. 10 minutes shy of 1 hour. So 1 hour since Euro close, you went a little bit lower, hit a new high, and now you are back to the same level. And then SPY is still green by a third. Dow is down, and then I believe the NASDAQ is up. My NASDAQ is not loading, but my NQ says that we're up 1.4 on the Dow. So I believe that's correct. But that seems very wild. CXAI. Let's go back to FRC. Yeah, sorry. Remind me, though, if I keep taking it off. Because, again, I mean, today really is a big day for this whole regional stuff. It's weird. It just feels awkward because we've already gone through the worst of the fear. But, again, I mean, it took us 20 minutes in the morning to start talking about FRC getting controlled by the government. So we'll see. Yeah, QQQ's up 1.3. So it is up. Yeah, it looks like it. The future's gapped. Oh, we didn't get the pre-market highs? No way. I thought we did. No, we did. We hit a new high on the day. We just didn't get to the close. We couldn't not hit that close. Or I think based on the gap, we closed up a little higher. We closed lower, but after hours, it melted up on the earnings. End phase could have retested the low. That's why I said that $10 move was nice, but if that fails again, it's... And then Zoom is at the low. Spotify keeps selling off, which is weird. Again, they got good earnings, good upgrades, all of that. Oh, $2.99 on Microsoft. Want to show love to Mr. TLT. Sir Chest to the Sun, the Oracle of San Diego, the Egyptian Buffett, the man who sings small good decisions. I'll take it. Horn. Amen. God, shout out to Oscar, bro. This is the man, the myth, the legend. Every day he got something. He got a dono for thank you, showing love, being a part of it. So God bless you, Oscar. That's to the man, the myth, the legend, Oscar. Part of the whole Oscar gang. You know how the Oscars be in the cult, bro. Oscars and Edgars. I love them. I love them. I love them. I love them. I think we have a lot of Davids, too. I think we have a lot of Davids and Daniels in the cult, too. Honestly, we have a lot of biblical names in the chat. Oscars deserve an Oscar. Oh, Meta. I keep... See, how are we going to bounce? Maybe I'm going to take off the bonds. Again, bonds are selling off, and the weird part is that it just brings you back to yesterday. So they're practically unchanged, and that's, I mean, tech did do good. But I'm going to have to switch this out. We're going to have to look at some other stuff. But I want to keep up FRC. Meta. Because, again, Meta is after hours. I feel like we haven't talked about it as much. It's 9:30. We should get an earnings preview. OPP plans gross margin 51%. Jeremiah, I try to tell everybody what's up, but no one believes. the weeping prophet. Borderline similar to the goddess Cassandra. If you know, you know. Are you doing stringers, tank? We might do shirts too, but tank tops. Not like, I don't like stringers. I like the Nike, just like the soft feeling tank tops, but I don't like stringers. I hate it. I accidentally bought a stringer once where like it's just like a tank top in the front and then the back, like just like, you know, my whole back is exposed. I felt really weird wearing it and I couldn't wear it outside. So I had to burn it. If FRC, if another bank buys them out, that'd be good. The stock will just go for whatever it trades at, or it will convert into equity of the bank. But it just depends on the valuation. Just like Credit Suisse, they got bought out, but then they got bought out at a much lower price, and then the shares convert to UBS. But then the problem was the only way the buyout was able to go through for Credit Suisse was because the government absorbed $16 billion, or they wiped out that much of debt, and the government and Central Bank of Switzerland, they offered a credit line to the banks to complete the deal. So that's what happened in the morning. This morning, FRC, the government, the White House said they are not looking to intervene. They are not looking to help out FRC. So that's what everyone's talking about, is that they need to sell assets and they need to do this. Even if you wanted somebody to buy them, the problem is their debt massively outweighs their assets. So they can't really get away with a sell, and because if someone wants to buy them, they have to buy the debt, right? So who's going to buy, pretty much who is going to pay you $70 a share? That's their book value. So the only way that you could get it is if someone's like, I'll buy them for 50 cents. So how can you get them for 50 cents? You have to wipe out a lot of debt, or even if you buy them at $70 or whatever it is, you know, somebody will do it if the government said, yeah, you buy them out, save the system, whatever, and then we'll give you a $200 billion credit line at X% interest. Myrna getting dumped. I have 500 shares of McRib. Okay. Elf on the high, and Netflix coming back up. Yeah, Microsoft 300, it went above there earlier, but it might go crazy. Treasury yields extend climb, led by new 2-year reaching 3.97. Netflix is starting to run now. They were a little, again, Netflix, don't get excited until it gets above 330. Check out Albert. They got killed the other day. And Skrelly, baby. God bless you, my friend. Hope you've been doing good. Martin. Chip's still showing strength. Yeah, Micron was up 3% all day today. All day. So if you have options on MCRB, what should be the play if approved? Sell them out on the pop or ghetto spread them on the pop. again, it's gonna be interesting. I believe it's gonna be a huge report, just because they don't have. This is like a big drug for them. But like I read the J.P. Morgan thing today, they said they don't think the stock will pop for 6 months. They think the approval is good, but it won't. It'll take 6 months to monetize, 6 to 12 months. So, but I do think it's going to be big. But I'd say if you have calls and it pops, I mean, if you haven't seen MCRB, that shit is very, very volatile. So I would just, I would probably sell the first one or ghetto spread it. By year-end 2022, First Republic's books held $58 billion in IO mortgages on single families. They own a lot. That's how they're selling $100 billion. That's what they want to sell. They want to sell some of their mortgage stuff. Wait, Dr. Reddy's gets tentative approval for topiramate. But they own a lot. I think right now, I think they have at least $3 billion. They even have $3 billion in commercial real estate on FRC. Ad. Builds care. That's good. You guys are saying more ads today. That sucks, bro. Imagine. Bro, ever since last quarter, Google has been shoving ads down our throats, and they barely met expectations on YouTube again. That's actually crazy. Now, I forgot the whole ad push, and they still barely came in line. So they stabilized after pretty much quadrupling their ads, it seems like, for everybody. A Trump unbanning indicator. I know, right? It's wild. Still in FRC. I keep taking off FRC. I apologize. But yeah, we're still in it. I mean, it's a 50% difference between when everybody asked me if I'm still holding it. And then it's 30% lower than yesterday, 20%. But yeah, I'm still in it. It's going to be a wild one. And then we were all freaking out. Again, the rumors this morning, or I guess the whispers of them getting taken over is starting to get conflicting. MDB up 14. I plan on holding FRC for a little bit. I mean, at this point, I believe I already lost, and it's not worth it to get rid of what I have there. Yes, you could call it a bag hold or a dime bag, whatever you want to call it. But I do think it's going to still have volatility. I really think FRC is like, I mean, it's kind of approaching a moment of truth where it's either it's going to zero or it's really going to find a way to stay alive, and then we're going to have 30-40% trade days until it stabilizes. Work in marketing. Google was heavy pushing their YouTube last month, cutting rates for a larger spend. Everything must be doing great. They are. Remember, they got rid of the YouTube executive, the previous CEO, Susan, and then they've been running ads. I've never had this many ads on any of my channels in this last quarter than any other time in my history on YouTube over the last several years. So they've been pushing a lot of ads, I think, and then their ad revenue still came in just in line. So, but they really have been. They know it. They've been pushing a ton. Again, they've even, like, you don't even get banned the same way like you used to. You still can. Like, if I told you that there's only two, never mind. But it's like, you know, they've been definitely trying to push ads for a lot since everything with Facebook and then this little slowdown. We're starting to break down now. Hold on. Wait, what? You're back at VWAP. You're kind of dumping down a little bit. That's because the channel is getting popular. I know we're less popular now. I mean, we were, I don't know. I hate to be that guy, but I say it humbly. We were pretty much like the first people to ever stream stocks. So we were really popular. Then we kept getting banned. Then they demonetized me for telling you COVID was going to bring the market down. Then I got demonetized again and banned for playing Trump and then making fun of something from the FDA. So, yeah, it's, I mean, again, we have the name legitimately youtube.com/the stock market. So if anything, actually, like we would be, if I think it's all God's plan, and that's why I don't, like, you know, you never know really. But when it's all said and done, you know, we would have been giving them a lot more ads if they didn't go through that whole little ban, change the algo. Like, again, half of the people in here probably can't even find the channel unless they know where it's at. Okay, Drake, God's plan. Hell yeah, God's plan. Amen. Amen, bro. Amen. But it is, the whole point is YouTube was doing very good. They suffered a little bit, and now they are definitely making a push to kind of go back to the earlier days. They're trying to find a middle. They're definitely, but they're trying to, you know, they're trying to push out ads. They're trying to keep creators up there, and then that's it. My today in history is highly offensive too. What does that mean? But even then, though, like, the ironic part is, like, even if, like, if you asked my family, like, if you asked, like, my conservative Christian parents and, like, everybody who I knew, if you asked them, like, in 2018, 2019, if you asked them if I was, like, they would call me a Democrat. Because I was, again, most of my life I've been considered fairly liberal. So that's why it's weird, because it was like right after the election, or like leading into it, all of a sudden, like, a California pot smoking, don't care what you do, yeah, I read my Bible, whatever. It's like, ever since then, though, that became ultra conservative. And then some people were like, that's offensive. But I was like, what? So it's just weird. It's just weird. I went from California to all of a sudden, if I didn't support certain things, it went crazy. You made that statement against Black History Month? What statement did I say against Black History Month? I do not recall that, sir. The 50-cent volatility. You've heard about that guy for years. Good point. YouTube monetization. Creators want to keep them on Google. Well, there's Rumble, but then there's TikTok. Then there's a lot of other ways, but especially TikTok is where a lot of people have been going. But I mean, again, people are monetizing through other means. That's where YouTube, they do need to hold on to it. They have the lead, but just like with search, we're starting to find out that that Google is not what's it called? Google is not like, they're not as bulletproof as we thought. The segment, the whole today in history. Oh, you're talking about those things we read in the morning. Oh, yeah. Like the little fun facts. So I don't recall the Black History Month, but those come from Bloomberg. I don't make those myself. The Today in History, it's compiled by Bloomberg, and then they release it every morning. So that's not me, but I just read it to you because usually they're fun, or usually it's just random fun facts about this day in history. But nah. Yeah, Google, it's still the powerhouse, but there's cracks. That's what we're starting to see. Like, you're just, again, whether it's search revenue, everything else, and then even YouTube. Again, YouTube wasn't supposed to go down 3 quarters in a row. So that's where we're starting to see. Maybe they could get clapped. And then Lending Tips is saying, man, I think you are high all of the time. He's flipping out on me right now because he sent me this property, and then he's like, dude, you got to get this right now. And I was like, well, let me run some more numbers on it. And then he was like, bro, it's a house for $400,000. You can't even get a condo for that amount. And then I'm like, I don't know, but some of these are there. And then he's like, dude, you just bought this car and this, and you were really, I'm like, bro, hold on. And he's like, I swear you are high all of the time, and I just don't know it. Oh, I guess these are all off market. Hold on. Now I need to double check this. Because I said I'll look at it after I was like, it doesn't look like immediate jump on it right now, but I could call him. But no, if I call him right now, he's going to roast me. I could tell. He's just going to clown on me. He'd be like, this guy goes and buys a car, and I give him a real estate deal, 50% off, and he tells me he needs to think about it. He's gonna think that's what's wrong with the world. Everybody's messed up. That's the problem. Okay, no, he's right. There's one comp that looks a little. There's only one comp that's cheaper. Yeah. Is it the same address? Oh, I'm setting in this one. Oh yeah, you're right. We can't call LT on earnings because then we're gonna somehow wind up spending $10,000 on an earnings play. Good point. Odds Meta announces Twitter competitor plan. Nah, I don't want them to. Bro, I'm telling you, Meta, you don't want Meta to announce anything. Do you realize that, right? Because what happens when you announce something new? Anybody? What does that mean? If they say we're going to do a new competitor, oh, man, what does that mean? Yeah, there you go. It means they're going to spend more money. You see what I'm saying? That's the last thing we want with Meta. That's why, like, low-key, I feel bad because they just totally, like, it's like Meta is making more money than Elon Musk on the verification badges. But, like, the verification badge, that's exactly what we want. You guys realize why? Because they generated $500 million without spending more money. Maybe they hired a couple of people or they changed staff to manage certain segments, but that's the updates we want. We don't want any new product that costs money to create. That's it. Easy to implement, high margin, just boom, something already operational, ready to go. That's the one. Millennium Trust owners explore $8 billion sale. Millennium Trust. That's on Reuters. Yeah, fine-tune, not expanding. But that's it. We don't want them to spend money. So I doubt they'll announce any competitors. If they do, if they announce any new project, the market will vomit it, I believe. Their space. Elon's good. I mean, honestly, I don't think Elon is just a victim, like with Twitter. Like, it's kind of like Twitter already had a difficulty making money from day one. If you've followed Twitter, I've watched Twitter since IPO. Actually, I played Twitter's IPO, but I never held it. So, like, again, I played Facebook's IPO and I own that for the rest of my life. Twitter, I never liked Twitter. And again, Elon came in, but like, you got to realize Elon, he was a victim. I don't think he views himself as a victim, so good for him, but I think he knows. But all of the people shitting on him when he bought Twitter, like, you got to realize, you don't think it's weird that Elon came up with the idea of this whole sell the verification badge, and now Meta is making probably 5 times as much as he is? So again, like in Twitter, just you had people leave it. You had advertisers leave. There's some people who won't even spend money on Twitter because it's a political statement nowadays, sadly. So otherwise, I think Twitter would be doing very, very well. If we lived in a 2018, 2019 world and everybody wasn't really, identity politics, I think the ad revenue would have been good. But that's the only problem. But now, I mean, Meta is low-key benefiting off of Elon's ideas. Yeah, also firing people. There was a lot with Elon. He went through a lot with that Twitter thing, but sadly, their performance is going to be more of an uphill battle. But we'll see what Meta does. I mean, Meta is political, but they just don't shove it in your face. That's how you're supposed to do it. Like, what do you mean? Like, Meta is very political. Google is very political, but they do not. It's not like, bro, when was the last time you heard Zuckerberg make any comment? When was the last time Sundar is mayor? Sundar Microsoft, is he? I don't know. Whoever the Google guy is. When was the last time you've heard him make a statement on anything? Like, let alone the fucking election. Let alone Fauci. Like, are you kidding me? They're not political there, but again, they do. I mean, again, they do political advertisements. They definitely, we've seen the influence to social media in terms of politics, and like it's clear, they align in a certain way, but they're not forefront making those statements the same way as like Elon. McRib, we're still waiting. They are political. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but it's not the appearance. If you could, I would say most of you who could even address this, you're probably an above average consumer, or I wouldn't even call you a consumer, citizen. But most people, as long as you keep everything off the floor, what do they say? Party in the front, business in back. That's kind of how it is. But Elon is party in the front. You see what I'm saying? Elon is this party in the front and the back. There's no, that's all. Like you know exactly where it's at. But again, I think the libertarians, they could get behind Elon a little bit more. All right, SPY below VWAP now. Okay, there's NQ. NQ's still up 1%. Very solid. But, dude, we got above 40.88 and rejected. I didn't even realize that. So we did. That high level was there. Then we sold off 10 minutes till 10 o'clock. But watch out here again. 40.77. Really like 40.73. These are the danger zones. Elon has benefited to build his image and brand. Other CEOs hardly known to at all. 100%. I agree. I mean, he profits off of it. He has supporters. And that, I mean, again, what he spends on marketing. I mean, he bought Twitter. That was marketing. But other than that, you're 100% right. And then again, maybe it'll shift. I mean, I hope you realize this, and I hope you all can have this discussion with me because I'm not really saying, we'll call it what we see it. There's politics here. Some people are more apparent about it or not. I'm not really saying it's good or bad. Clearly, it's had an effect on how Elon has ran his businesses. But it's just looking at this whole thing where we don't know where society goes. And I even think Elon knows that as well, too. But that's the thing. Maybe in the future, maybe society shifts towards where we do become less political, and then Elon would benefit, or vice versa. If we shift more political, Elon would negatively get affected. So it's kind of like that. It's wherever we go from here, we don't know what 5 years, 10 years from now will look like. Otherwise, we would have saw this coming from 2015. Why Crocs? Their numbers are killer. They had that one bad earnings and guidance, and then they recovered all of it from the end of the year. They actually did really good. The watch list, it's free. So if you go to the second link, youtube.com/the trading fraternity, we post it every single night and it's free. So you just subscribe to the channel. Why do people like dumb looking shoes? Can the cult make dumb looking shoes? I never thought about that. I would make slides before that, but maybe. I don't know how stupid we could make. Those big red boots, those are the new popular thing. I still have never bought a pair of Crocs in my life. Aspen, ASPN, and FRC's at 670 right now. McRib came down. Microsoft still green, 8%. SPY's at a pretty decent level right now. Ross is on the high too. Did we talk IMG Academy selling to Hong Kong? No, I did not see that one. I did not buy any more FRC, no. It looks like, see, I mean, again, whoever just asked about the Crocs, bro, I mean, just look at the Chad. Everybody knows what they are. Everybody's talking about them. As many people who are saying I would never wear those, you have other people like, oh, yeah, I love them. They're comfy. So there you go. I think that should explain the stock move for you. Like, realistically, that little interaction there, I think if you just look and you could kind of see it. Everybody knows it. You either love it or you hate it. I think they're very, very polarizing. I think Crocs are just about as polarizing as politics. More 3M. Not now. We have to wait a little bit. I'm not going to like back to back, but let's give it a couple weeks. The best part is, here's the thing with 3M. There's one thing I really liked about 3M, even though they guided up, the earnings were good. They didn't give anything on the lawsuit, but there's one thing I really, really like about 3M, about their earnings. Does anybody know what it is? There you go, Carl. The branding? No, not the branding. The job cuts were good too, but the dividend. Think about it. You just went through earnings and no mention of the dividend coming into play. That's it. So at least we have 3 more months of no cut. Again, that's all I care about. That's what everybody, again, that one's a dividend aristocrat, but do you see what I'm saying? So that if you're worried about, again, MPW, you're worried about the dividend. At the very least, you've gone, again, every quarterly earnings, if they were going to cut the dividend, if they were worried about it, anything, they would have said it here on the earnings. Now, granted, they may come out after like some of these other companies, but for the most part, dividend staying the same. That's a 6% yield. It's high. Everything's all there. They're not touching it. We're good to go. So, yeah, and the dividend right now, it's like 5.96%. Then here's an update on 3M. Analysts raised price targets for 3M since they reported earnings. 3 analysts changed their price targets. The average change was 2.8%. 2 analysts raised their price targets by an average of 4.7. 1 analyst cut price target by 1%. No analyst changed their investment recommendations. 12-month price target for 3M is now 114 versus 111 pre-earnings. And then 3M fell 27% over the past year, while the SPX has fell 2.2. The FRC, wild move. We coming down. We're holding, but any which way. But this was a shitty level. We're really low comparatively for the last 2 weeks or last week and a half. PAC-W, Chicle, that's IVDA. I thought the video was on the low. Mm. 3M could cut the divvy at any time, though. Yes. The thing with 3M, I believe they've had 60 years of dividends. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah. So literally, they've had 66 years of dividend increases. That's why they're considered a dividend aristocrat. Now, granted, they're at like a multi-year low. That's why some people are worried about it. But they could update at any moment, but usually you're going to talk about it on earnings, give a little bit about that. But in this case, again, this is why I kind of bought it, because it's like, hey, are they really going to risk 66 years of raising dividends? Is this situation bad enough? Again, in 2008, I think they lowered, or I think that was it, right ahead of it. Or no, they even raised the dividend coming into 2008. Yeah. So 99 years without cutting dividend, 66 years of raise. I'm not even 66 years old. The future's dumping. You wicked and then you got a bid, but just watch how it plays out. Yeah, they wouldn't be an aristocrat if they cut in 08. Yeah, they didn't even lower it in 08. That's resiliency. See, but here's the interesting part. Are you ready? When was it? Oh, maybe. We got to watch. Maybe MPW is going to be huge tomorrow. I didn't know that. MPW, 8 years of increases. Did you know that? So, again, they've been around for a while, but pretty much MPW has had 8 years of increases in a row. So, even till this day, to today, they have not cut their dividend at all. They cut in 2009. So they raised it to 20. They went like 21. In that year leading into it, the 4 years, they went 20 to 27, right? And then they cut it from 27, and that's when they were yielding 20% at that moment. And then they cut down to 7, and then they've been raising ever since then. That's very interesting because why? Do you see what I'm looking at? In May 2000, they cut at the very bottom. That's when like everybody was dead. But there's something about this right here that's capturing my attention. Does anybody know? This is for MPW. And SPY's right at VWAP. Just look right here. That domain name, dividend.com. Yeah, there it is, John. The yield was super high. But this is where I'm saying it's going to be interesting tomorrow, because it seems like the last time they cut dividends was when the stock started to yield above 15%. So when it got to 15%, they waited another, what? I think they waited, or no, it was at 15 right before. And then they waited, what, another 6 months? So, right, that could be a threshold. So maybe 17 to 20% yield, they can't, then maybe that's where they have to cut. Or again, you need to be, or AKA their income goes down. So it's going to be wild, but they got a good history for now. See, because now you're at 14% yield. But even then, their stock didn't even like, their stock dropped so much more different than that last time. So very interesting. Am I okay with that? Yeah. I mean, if they lower the dividend based on the income, I will not like that. I don't know if I would cut it. If they got rid of the dividend, I'm gone. If they cut it, I'm most likely gone, but we'll see. Fold. America, Thera quickly rise to session highs. Positive CHMP opinion for Upfolda. And then Microsoft's headache-inducing Army goggles delayed for testing. $1.3 likes. Can we get more likes? If we could get more likes in there, I could have something for you. It could rhyme with Meta earnings me view. That's what it rhymes with. So if the stock holds, then they don't have to cut. I don't think so, no. But if they do bad and then that starts yielding 20%, that could be a threshold for MPW. But we'll see. Greta Herring's me view. Yeah, FRC, they're trying to make it till Friday. 100. You know why? Because Friday, market closes. You could announce everything. And that's it. Then you go home. FRC looks scary. It could. That's it. All we're worried about is that. We're just worried about the worst news possible. Other than that, they're just going to burn time till they make it to the weekend. I like that. And then again, big banks will get affected on. Oh, Bank of Japan is tomorrow. That's going to be fat. But so far, everybody's calm. Everyone thinks he's not going to do anything. He shouldn't. But the yen has moved up a lot. If he surprises, then there you go. But it's seeming like we should have calmness out of Japan. But if not, that could potentially get a little crazy. I want to buy UWMC again. I need it lower. I feel like a schmuck. But I love it. I want it lower, though. I can't. I cannot take a tax loss and then buy it 30% higher again. Unfortunately, it's just fucking me. So I wish, but I love UWMC. I don't like the CEO, and I don't like how it performed those last years. But I mean, I wanted it. But that's where we're at now. You've been missing Philos, could use one. All right, like the video. So let's do this. You know, I don't know. You give me 100 likes. 100 likes, I get you an earnings preview. If I'm going to go to the bathroom and I'm going to go get a carbo. If I come back and the likes are at like 1,600 or something, like 200 likes, I'll give you a Philo right now. I'll give you, if you want Philo, let your voice be heard. I got Philo ready to go all day, every day. You know what I'm saying? So if you want it, just like the video. Like, I don't know. If you don't want it, you could unlike it. I don't know. That's up to you, sir. That's up to you, okay? So I'm going to go to the bathroom here. I'm going to go get my carbo. Let's see what y'all are into. And follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I'll be RB.
I'm Kriti Gupta. Bloomberg Markets starts right now. A quick check of the markets. Look, do not let the surface fool you. The S&P 500 higher by only 0.2%. But like I said, the outperformance is in the NASDAQ. Big tech leading all the way. The question is this a defensive trade, or are some of the earnings actually worthy of those gains? We're going to ask Christina Hooper of Invesco in just a few moments. The bond market getting interesting as well. 345 on the 10-year yield, higher by 5 basis points. Some of that bond volatility starting to seep in after a very eerily calm month of April that we're seeing. What happened happens as we get closer and closer to that Fed meeting in 7 days. That's going to be crucial, of course, for pricing and for the stock market equally. The bond market and the currency market, though, on two different pages, because as you see yields go higher, in theory, the dollar should follow, but that's not what's happening. Weakness in the Bloomberg Dollar Index down to the tune of 0.2%, something that isn't even giving a little bit of a tailwind to the commodity complex. You are looking at NYMEX crude trading with a 76 handle, something we're going to digest as well. But one of the big stories we're continuing to monitor is the First Republic story. Just take a look at the shares and just how much it's moving. Already seeing a drop of 54% on top of the carnage from yesterday, really even as we have this big bid from the U.S., from some of these big banks to see what can be done here to kind of salvage the company, or perhaps not. You are seeing the stock really just investors in the stock fly for the exit, something we're going to be monitoring throughout the show. Shares down about 54%. But let's go big picture again. Earlier today, Bob Michael, JP Morgan CIO for fixed income, discussing the importance of a bank like First Republic under the current regional banking uncertainty. Take a listen to what he had to say.
It's somewhat naive to say that this is just limited to First Republic. If you step back and think about it, this should never have happened. This went after the most heavily regulated, capitalized industry on the planet, banking. And the regional banking system, I think, is quite vital to the U.S. So I think it is a crisis.
Joining us now for more on today's market moves, Christina Hooper, Chief Global Market Strategist at Invesco. Christina, I want to pick up where Bob Michael just left off. It's been a month of eerie calm after 2 months of banking turmoil. How much of the credit crunch narrative is still baked into these markets?
Well, I certainly think there's some of that narrative baked in. I think that really is the big result. I mean, that's the major takeaway from what we've seen in this mini banking crisis, is that credit conditions are tightening and they are likely to continue to tighten significantly.
When we talk about tightening significantly, though, what does that then mean for the Federal Reserve? I think 25 basis points of a hike baked into the markets when you look at that May meeting in 7 days, might I add. It feels like we're getting scarily close to that. What does that then mean when you're looking at the trajectory throughout the summer?
Well, I think what the Fed needs to do is take a step back and recognize how significant that tightening of credit conditions will be in terms of furthering its goals, and that it's really not necessary to hike much more, if at all.
Especially if FRC goes down. Well, yeah, I don't know. We've been saying tightening credit. What happens with SVB? What happens if we get another one? PG and spot on the low. T-net is on the high. Again, SPY's barely in the green. I mean, we were looking decent after the morning sell-off, but now you're back into the lows of yesterday, man. At one point, this was like the 10-minute rig level. And again, we have Meta after the bell. 5 is running. They had earnings a couple days ago. 5, F-I-V-E. F-I-V-E. Oh, my gosh. I'm just clicking things. 5 below. Yeah, F-I-V-E. Not seeing any news. Dollar General. Oh, I think it's with the Dollar General plays too. I think that's why they're moving. DG, dollar. Yeah, that's the only thing I see. Banks are failing because their bonds are underwater. J. Paul F. It raised. He's going to do one more. The question is, do they do one more beyond that? But here's the thing. Even though Powell is raising rates, the banks don't necessarily get affected by it. Why? Because the actual market is going cheaper. You see what I'm saying? So Powell is saying the rates are 5.25 to 5.5. But if you have a 30-year bond on anticipation, the yields are still lower than where they were from the beginning. I guess you're just right back down to your 10 years the same at market as last September, even last June. So that is part of, even though the Fed is raising and the short-term rates are high, if the market is still anticipating it, technically you could go to the market right now and get a way better deal if you wanted to sell a bond than what it's going for. Again, that's, I guess, pretty much discount versus premium. They should do. No, I think he does a quarter, gets closer to communicating a pause, but then I really believe Powell, everybody's expecting this meeting. He raises and then says we're going to pause. I think he's going to work towards it, and there'll be some language towards it, but then I think he's still going to leave the door open for another hike, and that's why they're not. I think he wants to do that. Again, little by little gives him a lot of flexibility. EXP and Etsy said, booking. It's so weird. Again, Hilton, that was our first travel earnings, and they did very good. They beat and they guided up, and they dropped, I think, 3%. 3.5%. Yeah, JP Morgan is slipping. Goldman came back up. Bank of America barely red, and then Wells Fargo down 1%. If FRCO falls over the weekend, then we pause next week. Possibly. I think after they raise. I don't think he'll pause next week, but I think he'll raise and then say we're pausing if you get another bank failure. If not, I think he's gonna raise, say we're getting ready to pause, but then stuff may happen where we're still gonna keep 25 on the table because job's not well done. Or he's not gonna say it that specifically. He's gonna broadly say that is what I'm expecting. UWMC 580 1.6. You want the Felo? All right, I got you. Can I finish my carbo? I can finish half the carbo. I'll give you a Felo. That's it. Let's go. You want it? We're not doing much. We're at the middle of the day. We're right at opening, barely below the candles. You got Metaverse after hours. Oh man. What's carbo? Sarah, are you just making things up? You've been here for like 17 years. You don't know what carbo is? Are you just asking questions to start a conversation? You like that? Say, what's a stock? What's a stock, Josh? Carbo is a carbonated beverage. That is my terminology and euphemism or colloquialism to communicate my energy drink. What is money? The easiest and hardest question to answer in the world. Because it's all based on perception. What is life? Just wait until you get more Bill questions. Oh, dude, Bill is confusing as shit. He said he was trolling me, but I couldn't tell. Yesterday, you know what Lending Tips asked me? He's like, why did you sell out of Bill? He's like, didn't you just tell me that's where you would be putting all of your money in right now? And now you're telling me you're selling Bill to buy stock? And I'm like, oh my God, he doesn't get it. I said, bro, no, you put the money in Bill until you want to buy something. I did not sell out of Bill because I don't. I was like, this shit's crazy. I thought the same thing. Yeah, I'm sure. I get it now. I didn't realize how complex it is, but I just try to keep it simple. It's just an extended savings account until you want to buy something. Bill, but it's moving weird. So again, next month is going to be, in the next couple of days, if Bill stays here and doesn't climb up, there's something going on with the yields. That could have been the peak in the yields there from last quarter or last month. Just don't let your money sit naked to inflation. Yes, but hopefully you understand how weird it is right now. Welcome to the paradox. Because do you realize when inflation was at 9%, Bill wasn't a play? So when barely it was a play. But remember, when we were running the first year of inflation, we didn't have high rates. So remember, all of 2021, the start of inflation that led into the craziness of 2022, all of that, you didn't have high interest rates. If you wanted to fight inflation, you didn't even have rates to be able to do it. The ironic part is now you could find something to quote unquote fight inflation, but inflation has dropped half of what it was at the peak of last year. So that's the interesting part. Why buy Bill when tips were giving 9? Well, the I bonds were paying 9% at one point, but even then the tips now, I don't think you have any that are yielding 9 on a short duration. But the idea of Bill, the number one advantage is liquidity. As you see, the second I wanted to buy something, I had my money ready to buy it, and every day that I was waiting, I got dollar for dollar gains on it. So that's about it. Compared to like a bond, compared to anything else, the only thing that could beat Bill is if you have a money market, a cash yielding account at your brokerage or your bank that pays you 4% just to keep it there. That's the only thing that could beat Bill with the same level of quote unquote liquidity and balance. Yeah, I bonds are max 10K. And they adjusted. Again, as inflation moved down, the I bonds would go down in yield. So the I bonds were tied. They were tied to the inflation rate, not necessarily the demand on the bonds. I mean, 2.1 on my broker in EU. That's not bad. So it's lower than Bill, but again, at least you're getting something, and that's doing nothing. So that's like one of the easiest, because then your money's just sitting there. You don't have to fucking worry about anything. Get your 2%. You don't have to move anything around. You have full liquidity. I mean, that's probably one of the best situations. The higher the yield, the better. But in that case, I still can't even knock that. Trading with funded accounts like Top Step, you just got to be careful. I know some people don't like it when I say it, but I believe most like funded account like services are scams where they make money off the people who want funded accounts. It's a great margin business if you wanted to get into it. But I personally don't believe in that. I'm a believer of start small, work up your fundamentals. I built my whole career. Never, that's it. The only time I've ever borrowed money was off of a hard money loan for houses. And what I mean by that is that, you could do very good in the stock market, but I think you should go small, work your way up, cut out the middleman, don't use any leverage, use your own leverage through your brokerage, but like I wouldn't pay anybody to do like a little funding challenge and like do all that. And then sometimes they'll B-book you. And then there's a lot of stuff with it, but overall, I personally think it's a scam. There's some people in here who have done it and they love it. So, that's the beauty of diversity. We've had a lot of people do a lot of different things in here. It works for some people, it doesn't. But with my background and, looking at the markets and especially how people behave today, I would definitely stay away from them personally. Isn't real estate the only way to achieve self-made wealth? No. Stocks and real estate or real estate, but they go both hand in hand. But I think if you have like stocks, you'll be surprised. Again, you're long-term, just watch. But down the road, don't ever underestimate what equity could do. You need to own assets. I think that's what you're saying. It's not just real estate, but like you need to own high-quality assets. If you are an owner, you will build wealth. If you're not an owner, then you're an employee. You're a worker. It's very, very, very simple. Again, even if you're like, I own my own business, but then you don't own any assets, I mean, technically speaking, then the thing that will make you the money in the back end, if you're never owning any assets like that, I mean, essentially you have to work for your money, your time for money, all of that. SPY, please stop. This is the level. I think this is 41.73 or 40.73, not 41. It could head red. It could bounce off of here. I mean, we got a lot of time. And then before you know, whatever like the final move is in the next like hour, we're going to start. It'll be 11:30 in an hour. And then that'll be the final move. And then we start power hour and then just watch Meta, Roku, and then any of the other people. Today is going by really fast. It's going to go by faster, Chad. You know why? You know why, Chad? Oh, you haven't had this in a while. You've had it at a special time. But, Chad, they want it. They want it. It's here. Oh, Felo, why not? Why not? The people want it. The people want it. Good day. Good day. God bless you all, man. I hope you're feeling good. Welcome to Felo. Now, usually, though, so far this year, we've done the Felos after hours, if you don't know. So if you get to do in the hour Felo, this is a very special moment. This is where we talk about life. Now, I have my own beliefs personally. If you haven't realized that by this point, then you're probably in your own world, and that's cool. But this is what I believe personally. I love to share this with people. This ain't even a trigger warning. Honestly, this is me just telling you. I encourage you to apply this however you can for the best of your own self-improvement. And that is something we all believe in here a lot. And I know a lot of people who have encountered me. Self-improvement, getting better, your mindset, how you think. I mean, you know, I've told you a lot today with stocks and real estate, building wealth, and we've talked about these things. But, dude, without the right mindset, I mean, that's like the most cliche number one thing, but it really is important. So I hope you could pick up on something, okay? So that's on you. That's your challenge today is regardless of what you believe, I hope you could walk away with something small in the back of your mind that could get you going throughout the day and help you be the best version of yourself and live up to your potential. Amen? Amen. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Amen. So, here's your Felo of the day, Chad. Are you ready? It's very simple. There is a difference between how you feel and what you are. Oh, this is what I'm saying. I don't know. I'm gonna give you a little bit. I'm gonna give you like a remix of a Bible story, but I really hope you don't forget this. It's very simple. There is a huge difference between how you feel and what you are. Do you realize you can feel something but not be it? Oh, I don't know if you get me on this. Do you realize you could feel okay and not be okay? Do you realize you could feel good, but it doesn't mean you're good? Guess what? I'll give you this, and this is the best one I want to give you. Are you ready? You could feel afraid, but it doesn't mean you are afraid. Oh, Chad. That's the whole point of this. What I'm trying to tell you today is that your feelings are not your identity. So here's the reason. Here's the little story. I'm going to butcher it. If you have more biblical background, you'll get it. But I'm going to give it to you quick. There's a story. I believe it's with Joshua and a couple of people. They want to do this fight. They're outmatched. They're never going to win this fight, right? They're very lacking confidence. And then God's like, no, fight, you're going to win. You're the underdog, you're going to win. They were worried. They were scared. And they fought. And then they won. They weren't supposed to win. And then they had another fight that followed up. And then after winning the underdog, you know what happened to them? The first fight, they're like, no, we can't fight. We're not going to be able to do this. Then the second fight, they were really confident. They went from, no, we're never going to win. And then they beat the underdog. And then the next fight, they were really confident. And then guess what happened? They lost. I don't know. Did that sound like life to you? I don't know, man. I don't know. You tell me. You tell me, bro. You tell me. But that's like the quick little story of it, right? And then Joshua, he's leading the people. He's doing all this stuff. And then he's faced with a battle. And it's funny because it says the Lord told him something. And the Lord said, do not be afraid. You probably heard this quote from the Bible. But it's funny because he didn't say, don't feel afraid. Oh, y'all don't know. Y'all don't get me. Y'all don't get me. Y'all don't. Come on, Chad. Pre-earnings, Felo. Y'all don't feel me. The Lord said, do not be afraid. He didn't say, don't feel afraid. Oh, you got to add now, too? Come on. I'm giving him a second for the ad. So that's the whole point. This guy was about to go for a fat battle with thousands, millions of people relying on him. He had to go through, do all of this stuff. It's a huge, huge battle after winning one, then losing one. The instructions were not don't feel afraid, because naturally you're going to be afraid. How are you going to be commanded to do something that naturally occurs? But there's a difference. That's why he was instructed to not be afraid rather than feel afraid. He knows you're going to feel afraid. Chad, you go through something scary, you should feel afraid. You know why? You're a psycho if not. You go through something happy, you should rejoice. You have natural feelings, but guess what? You do not become your feelings. There is a difference between feeling afraid and being afraid. Because what happens, sometimes people feel afraid and then they identify with it. Then they become afraid. They get a little bit of fear, then it turns into something, then before you know everything, you're living it. You become it. So it's not saying, that's why some people struggle on a day-to-day, right? You ever feel something and then you feel bad that you felt that way? I don't know. Maybe that's just me. You ever see something like, oh, I shouldn't feel like that. Oh, man, I know I'm supposed to be good. Yes, I told you, I complained yesterday and I'm like, oh, damn, I'm not supposed to complain. Oh, I don't want to complain. That's some little bitch shit. No, I can't do that. Right? And you feel it. And you're like, oh, no. See, that's what happens a lot. Some people will feel afraid. They'll feel a certain way. But then they'll actually, they'll feel bad that they felt that. It was naturally. And then before you know it, they become it rather than, oh, yeah, it was just a feeling. And yes, I do feel things, but I'm different than what I feel. You know that, right? It's funny because I do this a lot. Whether it's being afraid or not. Again, this is actually all of us do it. All of you in the chat. You know why? Because we all feel something, but guess what? We got to play. You show up. I don't care whether I feel good, bad, this or that, whether I feel excited, afraid. I think I'm still going to show up. It don't matter. We got to play. That's the difference between feeling and being. So that's all I'm here to tell you. Your feelings and who you are completely different. Do not identify with your feelings. And like I told you, have no fear, baby. But for real, man, I really think this is a good logic because we are all naturally going to go through stuff. And it's not to say you live in some fairy tale world where you're never going to encounter things, but I hope you do not become the negative emotions or things that you have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. Okay? Very, very simple. And if you fight through this, you're going to start to learn the mental strength and gift that comes from it. because then you're always ready to go. You're going to realize the relationship between feelings and living. And maybe if feelings are plaguing you now, you may be able to learn to control them more. And this is part of it. You're going to feel things you don't want to feel sometimes. But just because you felt it doesn't mean you are it. So, Chad, I hope you enjoyed this midday philo. I hope you're ready for the earnings, but I hope you take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But that's it. That's your philo. That's your philo, Chatadonia. Yeah, philos usually do bring the market up. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Yeah, but that's it. So there you go, Todd. You got it. You got the philo. I miss mid. I do too. I kind of do miss it. That was nice. That was nice. I'm not gonna lie to you. That was really refreshing. So I'm good. Either way, we wouldn't have even if we didn't take a break from midday philos, we wouldn't be able to feel the refresh. It feels very refreshing. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Filo means sharp in Spanish. No way. I like it. I could call the nasty sellers right now and be at peace. Amen. I haven't been yelled at by a real estate seller in a while. So I kind of miss it. But now that you were able to make it through Felo, it's beautiful because now I'm going to go over the earnings preview. So then anybody who comes in is like, yo, what's the meta earnings preview? I'm going to be like, oh, we already went over it after Felo. You probably were a heathen. Boom. Got him. God, no. Actually, I don't. So where is the earnings preview? Didn't we already go over meta? No, we didn't? Okay. It looks familiar. I'm reading this and I feel like I've read this, but why not? Run it round 2. So Meta, they will report first quarter results after market close on Wednesday. They start the company's so-called year of efficiency. Analysts project sales will decline for the 4th straight year. Investors will be listening for Mark Zuckerberg's comments on the drop in digital ad spend. They'll also be looking for the fallout of Meta's multiple rounds of layoffs and whether there is any change in the CEO's plans for the metaverse as he pursues another priority, artificial intelligence. Revenue is expected to be $27.67 billion, $26.7 from advertising. Family of apps revenue $26.88. Reality Labs expected to do $613 million, and other revenue $220. Facebook daily active users 2.01 billion. Facebook monthly active users 3 billion. Ad impressions estimate 13.8. An average price per ad negative 14.5% lower than last month or quarter. And then second quarter guidance is expected to be $29.48 billion. So let's see. Let me give you one more. And then Meta engagement and ad pricing is in focus. So Meta's weak engagement metrics for their core Blue app may remain a drag on their ad impressions, offset by increasing contributions from Reels, WhatsApp, and messaging. The company's efforts to improve targeting using first-party data may not be enough to change the trend around ad pricing, which has been challenging for the past 4 quarters and could be below consensus. 14% decline in first quarter. 2 rounds of layoffs totaling 25% of workforce suggest steady operating margin improvement through second half. Management comments on Reality Labs will be a key focus on the earnings call, given the segment has so far been mostly insulated from cost-cutting measures with the bulk of reductions in the core ad business. Yeah, FRC's getting candles, even SPY dropping, and Microsoft off the high, and watch out if any big banks start to dump. So that's the other one. And then Meta, they have 46 buy targets, 11 holds, 5 sells. Average price target is $232.56, 10.5% upside from the current price. Implied one-day move following earnings is 10%. Gap EPS is 7. It has beaten seven of the last 12 quarters, and shares are up 12% in the past year, while the SPX is down 4.3. So there you go. There you go, my friends. That is Meta. They might announce more buybacks, or they'll probably announce like an accelerated schedule. Because remember, last time they announced the 40 or 80 billion or whatever, they still had money left over that they didn't spend from last year. So they could accelerate the buybacks. That'd be the only thing. Otherwise, it should be the same amount. Yeah, Meta's up it's up even yearly. Not too many names are like that. You got to, like, if you could say that you're up on a 12-month time frame, that's wild. Because most names are not. So, like, look, 12 months ago, they were at 210. So earlier, last week, they were up on that. But they're pretty much the same level there now after the last 2 days. But yeah, a lot of names year to date are up, but then those metrics are looking at 12 months. Oh, Netflix had that pop and came back down. But Netflix was like that coming into it too. A lot of the big tech was, I feel like. Yeah, and then FRC, they're dropping. Vertex, U.S. FDA approval of Trikafta. So that was on the list. We just didn't play Vertex. I didn't think they would move on it because they have so many drugs, but they're kind of moving. But you're getting FDA news right now for another PDUFA. So maybe McRib is coming up. VIX one day close to the new high. Point swing trading, day trading. I like swing trading because pretty much just give yourself wiggle room in a balance amount where, you know, I pretty much go for day trades, but then I position them in a way where even if it goes a little bit worse or better than expected, I have flexibility to pivot it into a swing trade. But primarily I'm a swing trader, I would say. But everybody has their own thing. I don't know. I feel like you'll kind of find where it fits in, but my big thing is time. I've definitely learned if I could get more time and have a lot more flexibility with time, usually things work out well. No news, rum dump added. Time the market? No. Like time. So like, and then there's like a difference. Like most day trades, like I hope you understand, like usually the concept of a day trade is a high amount of money for a short amount of time, right? The idea is you could go make 1%, put in 100 grand. That's a lot of money, right? You flip, you lever it up. A day trade, in and out, big amounts, small gains, you get big profits. Whereas like a swing trade, you could do it bigger if you wanted to, but the way I look at it is kind of play it smaller so that if I do get a smaller move on the day, I could still sell out and walk away with something. But like many of my plays, if they go against me and I'm on shares, then I have time where things could come back. So a lot of that has happened. Even this year, any play I've closed out green probably went negative on me if I didn't realize a profit immediately. And then I just had enough time based on it's like some plays were bigger and they hurt more, like Coinbase. That one was bigger and that one was harder to swing. I eventually took that one for a loss, but it's like you have time. So if you give yourself flexibility, that's why options are great until you run out of time. That's why some people will notice you're like, oh, I could have hit that if I had an extra week. And that's why I like some of the shares in this environment. But realistically, it's not timing the market, but giving yourself time for things to move around and get, you know, the most optimal price or value for what you own. I like some leaps in my life, but I love the long term at all points in my life. Amen. Uncle has a lot to drop for you, but he needs to get this one out first. But I might just have to skip it and just have him start just putting them all out for you. That's my whole portfolio, hope and wait. Well, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying I'm saying have a backup plan for your day trades. That's it. That's why I swing trade them all. Every single trade, even if I want to flip it, my backup plan is not going in with $100,000. Or again, using an amount that I'm relatively comfortable with, that I would be able to hold for a quarter, 6 months, even longer if need be. But the idea is just have a backup plan. That's it. Control balances in the beginning. Don't, get in it where, yeah, you could have an idea, but what happens if things play out a little differently? And then you could balance them out, too, with, again, different industries. That's kind of how it's ended up working. Dang, inching up. Big put sellers in FRC came in. Vertex coming down on that. Again, we have FRC still holding good. SPY's dumping, though. And then Visa selling off. Again, credit card companies got no love. So watch even if AXP goes down. This is a big level, though. 40.73. I mean, this is where shit starts hitting. This is where shit started hitting the fan yesterday. And this is what happened with SVB. Remember Oh, my God, we did the same thing. No. I forgot. But FRC would have to be at lows. I forgot. We did that same thing on Thursday. The Thursday of SVB, we gapped up, we sold off, then we bounced right back up. And then remember, it was that Thursday, end of the day, but the banks were at the lows. So if banks start slipping here and FRC is going back to the lows and the markets, this will look exactly like the day before SVB. You just need banks to sell off. And then the whole market just comes down after it, and then we all trip out. These days, I think they are going to wait till the weekend. That guy, I feel like the FRC CEO is just a professional hustler. Like, he knows. We should look into him a little. I feel like he just knows the game. He knows it very, very well. I think he represents a lot of people, too. But he just knows. He's just not saying shit. And then I think they're going to I think they would try to pull out every trick in the book. That's what they did. They got money from other banks. They didn't say anything. No presentation. Just put out the numbers. Gave these updates. And I think he's just trying to buy as much time as he can. So James H. Herbert. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Hold on. He was chairman and founder since March. But he's founded the bank in 1985. Oh, yeah, dude. No, this guy knows every trick in the book. Everything. Everything. Mm-hmm. Yeah, guy has been there since 1985. This guy could hustle harder than anybody. You're dumping now, though. So watch out. This is looking like SVB day, but the difference is you don't have the banks. You do not have the banks going down. That's what you need to watch if this is going to get real dramatic. Otherwise, if FRC and the banks hold up, I would just blame earnings. That's it. I hope you feel me on that. If banks don't start hitting lows, this isn't bank panic yet until the weekend. Maybe. But XLF is going down though now. But that's what we need, and then you need FRC to just start liquidating. Or die. I don't like these moves. All the way up to the level, barely hold it now, and then we still got another like 60 points of downside. You're at 40s, dude. You just flushed 40-70 by 5 points. Again, the low of the day is 40-61. You're at 40-65 right now, 40-65 and lower, and then 40-60 to 40-58. You're getting a little bit more vertical here to the downside vertical. Fed step in on Saturday. Again, that's within 15 minutes of the bell today. Everybody was talking about the possibility of the FDIC and, again, FRC. That's it. XLF is dumping now. I need a bigger bank dump. I just put out a stream alert. We're coming into the lows, and I said just watch out. If FRC is on the lows and more banks start dumping, that will be fear reaction. Otherwise, we could still sell off. If everything holds up with the banks and it's not that bad, it'll just be, again, post-earnings, pre-earnings, run-up low-key. But 40-63, that's a solid 12 points in the last 10 minutes, maybe 12 minutes. He didn't miss anything, nah. And then bonds were already at the low of the day. We're just coming down. Sadly, it's looking kind of eerie now. FDIC did not intervene. Everybody's just talking about it. So right now, the only update from FRC this morning, they said that they're contacting people to sell shares, and then the other news was that the White House said that they don't see them stepping in. They said there's no plans to help out SVB or FRC. What was it? I'll get you the exact headline. Yeah, it says U.S. currently unwilling to intervene on First Republic. And then the headline was that they're looking to sell shares. Yeah, there is nuclear subs to North Korea. I think South Korea, excuse me. So, well, tech is still up. Tech is still up 1.79. I believe your NASDAQ is still in the green. This is just the SPY. I mean, energy did come back. So let me show you this one. Look at energy. Remember, I've been telling you this all day. They were low, then they popped up big, and now they're back down almost 1%. Energy's down 0.9 after going green. So that's a fat swing in energy. And then staples. Remember, I told you need staples to bounce when we were high. That was at 12? So as we were hitting the high, staples were hitting the low. They've gone even lower, and now energy is reversed. So that's kind of your dynamic here today. You could kind of see it if you've been following along. Apple huge bye. I don't want to trade earnings. Just another scam in the stock market. You may hate me, but it ain't no lie. The market's high. Okay, I'm sorry. I got carried away. I get carried away from time to time. Yeah, SPY hasn't flushed. SPY's chill. I mean, SPY's even red, but the real danger, SPY flushes by the time the SPY's down 0.5%. Then the banks start going with it, and then the damn NASDAQ goes green to red while the SPY would go red. That's the problem. I just watch for NQ to go red. I don't even know if it's possible with Microsoft up 8%, but you never know. Yoon agreed to consult and coordinate on Inflation Reduction Act. That's South Korean president. Yeah, and then Jim Herbert, FRC guy, he's hustling, dude. I'm telling you. So they are going to wait till the weekend if they can. UNP's dying right now, too. That's another transport. Wells Fargo and JPM are bad. Goldman is like in the middle but outperforming. Bank of America wasn't that bad. And then Morgan Stanley and Citi were on the highs. But here's the ironic part. The regional index is up 1% right now because of Wall. So, or what was it? Or PAC-W. Why no love for Benort corn? It's up a lot today, but I just don't think it's the main focus right now. Again, I think I've actually given a lot of love to Bitcoin this year. I think you've been in the chat enough to hear it. Bitcoin's the best asset in the world right now. That's what I said. Again, to start 2023, Bitcoin has undoubtedly outperformed everything by a wide margin. You were better off buying Bitcoin than doing anything. Either Bitcoin or bonds would have been your best bet. So I do like it. I think right now, I mean, this was Microsoft earnings, Google earnings, and then potential SVB number 2 after FRC is down another 30-50% again. Disney streaming product chief Jimerson is exiting. I like Elf, but it's up too much. That used to be a really cheap stock. And then SPY might drill here. Get ready. You're 2 points off of the lows. Watch for the air break. Realistically, I could see a flush from 40.60, flush to like 40.58, maybe go a little bit lower, and then it might calm down there. But if it really flushes from there, the next level is like 40.37 or some shit. Yeah, 40.33 or like 40.48 is another one. That looks familiar. So there it is. You're coming down a little bit. $40.62, $40.60. Man, that's it. Just watch Apple even came down a lot. Just FRC. I'd keep watch FRC. If this thing dies, and then all those banks are at the lows now, you have one. We need more lows, but like I'm saying, even wait till the NASDAQ. If the NASDAQ goes red, and then banks and everything's red, it's going to be a fear reaction. If not, we're still kind of... The crows are circling, but it's not. I don't know yet. UPS was dying even yesterday too. BBAI on the high. Yeah, high ticker is dead. Low ticker's gassing, but it doesn't even. You don't really feel the moves. Last time we seen the low ticker this active, I mean, you were just watching the market flush. So in a weird way, we're a little bit slower, but you are into the lows now. And then volume is at 42 million. Damn, yesterday was 97 million. That didn't feel like it. But 42 million is not bad. I mean, we're about to enter 11 o'clock here. And then this will be, you'll get like one more move, and then we start power hour. And then it's either power hour will be extremely active or it's going to die. Not like go down, but it's just going to stay pinned. It's one or the other following the last earnings. GFAI is on the low, Lunar on the high. Lunar. Another 40 million. That was, I can't believe we did. Oh, because of earnings, the after hours is probably why. I was like, dude, I didn't know yesterday was a 90 million volume day. Did not seem like that. MACD is wrong. Stupid pop or big drop. Well, this is it's a key level. And I mean, right now though, like especially if you read the technicals, I mean, you have no support. So that's what I don't like here, because we have a lot of catalysts. But like, if you look, you've buttered every single level in the last week and a week and a half. So again, even 4088 to flush this level yesterday, get back above it today, and then turn that into a 25-point sell-off, that's just not a good sign. But then you have all the other stuff just swirling in the background. But then after we get through Meta tomorrow or tonight, you may get a little bit more calmness. Oh, Biden live re-election. Oh, you guys want 10? Oh, I need to go pee. Hilton's on the low. Or Hyatt. There's Biden, South Korea, and then this. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, Biden is live. So I have mad 10. Oh, so you guys need to like the video, okay? And then follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. And I'll come back and I'll give you the 10. Okay, I'll be right back.
Disney company is suing Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, alleging he's retaliating against the company for speaking against his policies and threatening billions of dollars in business. The lawsuit filed today in a federal court in Florida accuses the governor of orchestrating a, quote, targeted campaign of government retaliation. This comes amid an escalating dispute over a 5-member board that DeSantis appointed to oversee government services at Disney World. Norfolk Southern's profit took a hit in the first quarter on a charge related to the train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio in February. The accident that dumped chemicals on the small town and led to congressional hearings that cost the railroad company $387 million in profits. That shaved $1.28 off its earnings per share, which fell by 89 cents compared to a year ago. The United Nations chief is urging the international community to step up pressure to end fighting in war-ravaged Sudan. Secretary General Antonio Guterres is warning of a possible regional triple effect as a 2-day-old ceasefire is repeatedly being tested. It's one of the most direct warnings yet since the fighting began. More than 425 people have been killed and 3,700 others injured. Pope Francis has approved a big change in the Catholic Church. He's giving women the right to vote at an upcoming meeting of bishops. The Vatican says the move emphasizes the Pope's vision to give lay people more of a role in church affairs. Women have been pushing for years for the right to vote at the bishops' gathering. Global news, 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Originals, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm John Hyland, and this is Bloomberg.
The allure of big tech, Microsoft, Amazon, Nvidia, Meta, all posting big gains here on this day, but the X-out factor in play, 4,063 right now on the S&P 500, and that's in the red. Romaine Bostic here, kicking you off to the close here on a Wednesday afternoon. A bit of optimism out of some of those big tech earnings that we got last night, but still a drag from some of the other big heavyweights there.
Romaine ain't risen yet. Man, we hit a low yesterday. All I had to do was read an earnings preview and we would dump. So today, little mini low on the bathroom break. Are you ready? Are you ready, Chad? Are you ready? Oh, let's go. I need 2 more likes till we get to 1,800. If you give me 2 more likes, what I have for you is fresh lending tips 10. Yes, This is Lending Tips 10, so you know it's crazy. That's all I'm saying to you, bro. This is Lending 10. This is what he told me yesterday. Oh, are you ready? I just need 2 more likes. I just need 2 more likes for Lendington. That's all. We're right there about to hit it. We're right there about to hit the level. So I just need like 2 more likes and you get Lendington. This is top tier Lendington. Okay, are you ready? Here it is. So you remember the other day, Tucker Carlson got fired from Fox. Do you all recall that? I'm sure some of you do. Tucker Carlson gets fired from Fox, one of the biggest newscasters in the world. And within an hour, we hear the other large newscaster in the world, Don Lemon. Don Lemon, he also gets fired from CNN. So the 2 very large broadcasters fire 2 of their top reporters. Okay? That right there is just weird enough. So now let me ask you this question. What happened the next day? Does anybody know? So that all happened, and then something else happened the next day. It's not the market. He said, not my job. Oil's going down now. Oil's flushing. So there it is. After they fired both of them, the next day, the President of the United States announced his re-election, or that he's running again for president. That is the Lending Tips 10. He said, you don't think that's weird? That the 2 biggest guys get fired, and then the next day, and then now what did you hear about Mr. We haven't heard anything about the re-election. It was the quietest re-election campaign announcement ever. And you didn't have anybody on news to like just roast them or anything. But there you go. There you go. That is your 10 for the day. God bless you. Yeah, come on, what? I'm trying. It was a good timing for me. What? I was getting ready to talk about it. That sucks. They can't say anything, huh? Huh? No MCRB news yet. I just watched Bank of America and FRC, or excuse me, JP Morgan, even XLF. JP Morgan's starting to die too. Again, XLF, I mean, that's hitting a new low, but FRC is not there. But FRC is still down 20.9. Goldman, Goldman's like in a weird one. Do you understand tax lien properties worth looking into? It is, but it's like a very grimy world. So you'll deal with a lot of like grimy shit, and then everything is all cash, and then you just got to know the difference between a tax deed and a tax what is it? There's like a tax deed and a tax note, or like a tax deed and a tax sale. So depending on your state and local jurisdiction, you need to know what the difference is, because sometimes tax sales, they don't sell you the house and you're just buying a note on it. No, it's like there's tax deed and then tax sale, or it's like tax state is what they call it. I worked in prison for 8 years. I could handle grimy. Yeah, but like, it's wild. it's like, and then all of them have to be cash offers. I haven't seen a tax sale in like 6 years. I gave up on them after like 2019. We did a couple of them. I just ended up helping the people because I was like, fuck this, dude. This is too I was like, I'm not going to take this person's house. They have $100 tax payment. I'll just pay it for them. But it's like and then even at that time, like I did a lot of tax sale research, but in that market, what was going on is that I would look into them and then like they would be really, really good deals on some of them. And then when it came to auction, all of them would go at market price. So that's the next problem with tax sales and any real estate auction is most of them are sight unseen. So you're not allowed to go inside. You're not allowed to inspect the property or anything. You have to pay all cash. And then a lot of times the prices are comparative to market value. And that's what sucks. Because then if you're going to pay the same price as market and then take on all this unknown and then pay any other obligations, you might get clapped. So as long as you get a good price on them, they're good. Well, not all of them you have to kick people out. Like the best ones, it's really dark what I'm about to tell you. The best ones are when they die. And then there's no relatives, no nothing. Because then it's just an empty property. So you're not really taking it from anybody. There's just legitimately no legal claim on it, no relatives, no nothing. So not all the time. Sometimes they're just abandoned houses. But it's, other times though, I've dealt with a lot where I ended up just helping out the people. Like I've probably done it like 7 times where I've had a tax sale. I've talked to the person, and after talking to them, we realized a little bit of education and assistance would keep them in their home and change their whole life. So we just went with that route, and then, we got commission for whatever we helped them with. Again, if we helped them refinance or whatever, just even get the shit cleaned up and pay their insurance and taxes. Raul broke out of prison a little bit. I mean, low key, we've been doing the air brake. There's that 460 break. Like I said, just watch 458, 457. I think we're gonna do a little bit of the dancing queen, but if you can't hold like even 40-58, bro, like 40-30 is really up there. What's ELEV? ELEV on the high? And then banks are still flushing. Yeah, I got XLF. Let me get up FRC. I'm going to put up FRC in the bottom left instead of bonds so we don't keep switching it. Biden, I would still be running if Trump was not. Yeah, Microsoft gave up that extra 2% on top. 04. This is a wild. I'm just if FRC at this point. Because, again, banks are showing the first sign. Stocks are following along. Energy is weighing on it. Again, energy is borderline recessionary at that point. If people are, again, selling off energy like that, could be factoring in the demand destruction. Energy Transfer, they're decent. I feel like we looked at them a couple times. And where's my long term? Oh, what? We don't get Abivi, do we? No Abivi drip, not till end of the month. PNC pissing me off. They scammed me so hard yesterday. I'm still in Ionis. Nothing on that. Even IonQ got it. Or is Ion? I think it was IonQ. But one of them got the approval and didn't move. I think it'll eventually go back up. We'll give it a little bit, but right now we're waiting on MCRB. So far, none of the PDUFAs really did anything. They had pre-earnings run-ups. Some are down, some are up still, but they haven't done much. I think MCRB, though, this is going to be the big one. So a little pop there. Again, it's 11:15, 45 minutes till power hour. 30M. What are you doing, 30M? What are you doing? Why did you not average down on Airbnb? Because it is the second or the largest position in our portfolio. So I have enough of it. That's why, in the meantime, I'd rather get the stuff at way deeper discounts. And it's not like I don't underestimate Wall Street for this company to just get beaten down for no reason. So I feel like I might as well grab everything else. I still have a fat position. If it recovers, we'll be up a shit ton. But if not, and it comes down, I mean, I think I'll be able to get it at a much, much more favorable price in this marketplace. So already big balance. Let it kind of do its thing, and then hopefully get it lower, 405.8. So this is it, Chad. Watch if we do a little bit of flush and bounce here or not. Has left or right politics been this brazier? I'm getting older. No, it's never been this polarized. The polarization is very, very heavy in the last couple of years. So I don't think you're getting older. It's legitimately been a shift. I forgot they did a survey like a week or two ago, just on like the basic, questions they ask Americans and like the polarization of how people view the government, life, the trust and distrust, values, work, God. It's just like the society is it's taken a big shift, and that's one thing they noticed. The political divide is actually one of the widest it's been ever. Again, you have more independents than like even Republicans and Democrats, and then the amount of like strong agrees and disagrees with policy on both sides is like it's at the widest margin it's been at. So welcome to the 20s. Welcome to the 20s, baby. Airbnb sub 85. I mean, the price is good right now, but I mean, you just look around the market. And then again, how they're going to treat Airbnb. Like, again, you even saw it today with Hilton. So that's not very inspiring for Airbnb. Not only have we noticed that companies have done good on earnings and went down, you legitimately just had a hotel group raise guidance, beat on earnings, continue to beat, and they are down 3% right now. So now throw that in with a PE above 30 in a stock that just IPO'd in the last 3 years. I don't know if Wall Street's gonna, you know what I'm saying? So it's good though. But remember, every single quarter. So like last quarter, they set a record in one of the worst times. So, but again, I think we'll be. I'm not gonna pick up 3M today. Maybe in a little bit, but I don't want to buy and then buy the next day. So why you don't play earnings? Yes, but we are also talking about like just in general for the long term because I love Airbnb. But again, hopefully you understand too, part of my logic is my positioning. So it's my second biggest position. So in a weird way, it's like I'm already in it. So it's not like I want to make sure we balance correctly and get everything else that we need too. So it's like we don't really have to keep buying and buying and buying on it, where a pop will benefit us. If it goes down, I want it at like the best price. If not, it's not like, you know, we're still in the game. Zuckerberg. Oh, watch out. You're going a little lower now. Again, just if the NASDAQ goes negative, that's where we have to watch out. I pray I close the solar. 8,000 in commissions. He's going to sign today. I hope so, man. That's a big commission for solar. Yeah, Wells Fargo dying. Is this it? Just FRC, bro. FRC or like Pac W. Give me any other regional dump, but really I need FRC to dump. You do that, you have real fear. If not, it's a... Wall holy pickleball. Again, Meta's still after the bell. We got 40 minutes till power hour. Yeah, Teladoc is 9%. I could get you an earnings preview. Citadel Money Manager exits to join Biden's chip push for chips. Oh, yeah, Zion. Honestly, I feel like we ain't give enough attention to Zion. But where their earnings weren't too bad. But they're still getting murdered. But yeah, Teladoc is big today. No, I think Wall and Pac W should be good. I don't know if Zion had the same, but we'll see. Slow death in another new low. So Teladoc, they're expected to report April 26th. Shares are up 16% year to date. Gross margin estimate 68%. SPY hitting a new low right now. Again, FRC watch to drop below 6. Their operating margin is expected to be negative 13. Oh, my goodness. That's for Teladoc. But they have 8 buys, 22 holds, 0 sells. Average price target, $29.68, 7% upside from current price. Implied one-day move following earnings is 13%. Adjusted EPS has beaten 6 of the last 12 quarters. Shares are down 54% in the last 12 months versus the SPX down 4.4. Love you, bro. Being a real one. Help me keep more knowledge every time. That wouldn't have happened if you weren't consistent. Let's go, baby. God bless you. We'll go pray for you. Man, that's a fat commission for solar. I didn't know y'all were getting fat commissions like that. Is that normal? $8,000 for a solar commission? That seems hype. He wants 2 Tesla batteries. 2? Sometimes. No wonder it's so expensive. Yes, it's normal. That's why they be knocking like that. I always thought, I didn't know you made that much money. Dude, that's crazy. $8,000 on a solar commission? That's crazy. My Airbnb properties have been through the roof, low key. I don't know. I feel awkward about it because I'm like, why is it still working? But they're doing great. You can make $20K depending on the size and system. I got quoted $65 to install. I looked, the material was only $15,000. I'll add that to my skill selling. My skill selling res. I have one location in San Diego and then one up in the mountains. Those are the two main ones. They scam people. They push loans. I thought they made money on the loans. That's where it is. I was even explaining this to my girlfriend because she was like, she went with me with the car stuff, and she's just like, honestly, man, don't ever take your girlfriend with you to buy anything, because she just kept asking way too many damn questions. I was just like, oh my God. She's like, so what about this? And why this? Why would they do that? So what does this mean? And how do you do this? So what does that mean if the interest in this? So then why would you do cash over finance? And then why is this? And then how come it's this? And then I'm like, oh my God. So it's like I was explaining to her, but I was explaining to her how like sometimes like the money is in loans. I was trying to tell her that it's not like sometimes the car dealer, they don't care about selling you the car. You guys know that, right? So like if you have in-house financing, most of the time they're going to make way more money off of the loan. So that's what I do sometimes to get good car deals. You guys want me to let you in on a little secret? How many likes? I need 30 likes for this, for the secret. Flip the script, took profits, 120%. Pay the plug. Ha! Oh, I just blew that horn. I'm excited to share you a secret. I need 30 likes. I got a secret for you. How you could hustle car dealers. Man, I'm just dropping gems on y'all tonight. What y'all got for me, huh? I'm telling you, it's a good hack. I'm telling you, you're gonna realize that. Are you ready? Easy. I'm in the car business, so watch out for the guys like me, because they won't see it coming. For me, they never see it coming because I look homeless, so they love it. But then they do get confused why I want the most expensive car. But this is what you do. Are you ready? If they won't give you a deal on the car, you have to talk to them and tell them what you need in terms of your deal. And just say, listen, I'll finance the car with you, and you could charge me whatever. That's what you tell them. Say, go, run up the loan, make whatever you want on the loan. Let me know the best you could do on it, but you can make money on it. I'll do the loan and financing through you guys, right? And then they're going to give you the worst possible loan. It's going to be an awful loan. They're going to make more money on the loan than selling you the car. And then what you do is after they give you the loan and hopefully give you a good discount, then you go and pay off the car, or you refinance it afterwards. And then that's it. So that's all on the expensive cars. That's how you could get them to give it to you at MSRP or lower, because then they'll screw you on the loan. And then once the loan's issued, then you just go and pay it off or refinance, and then that's it. Because they think they're going to make more. They make money off points, and then they think they're going to get that interest there, and they're more incentivized. And then that's it. You cut out the loan. There you go. Square one. Then you got the car with the deal. Yeah, as long as there's no prepayment penalty. Usually not. I mean, some will try. It really depends. I have dealt with prepayment penalties before, but I feel like lately I haven't seen prepayment penalties in a while. I want to say they like made laws about it. That's ruthless. Not really. I just changed my mind. The interest would hurt if you actually paid the whole loan off. Like if you spent 5 years paying the loan or whatever. But if you go, all you're going to do is lose an extra 1%. So if you could save more than 1% on the value of the car, they're going to charge you. The origination fees, actually, I don't even know if they charge you origination on a car loan, but usually there's some level of fee involved, 1 to 2%. But if you could save more on the car, or if it's a rare car that you can't get your hands on, and this will help them get the deal because you're incentivizing, they'll make money on the loan, then boom, that's it. But then if you don't take the loan to maturity and then you just pay it off, or you go to a fucking credit union and refinance it with the credit union, then there you go. Ooh, you could also buy a car you know has a mechanical issue, then get them to pay to fix after buying when you mention states' laws implied warranty. If you got calls there, those are beautiful probably. In theory, no, they don't, because in theory, the seller doesn't give you the loan on the property. That's why it works with cars who fund their own deals. So like in real estate, everybody's getting their own loan. The home seller is not giving you the loan unless it's seller finance. And even then, there's still a purchase price. And then how it plays out is a little different. But like in the car world, they make a lot. Like, so you ever see those like used car dealerships that are like the shittiest cars in the world, and then they give anybody a car? You ever see those commercials? Bad credit, no credit, accidents. It's always on the radio. Always they publish this to the masses. It's a very mass market. Just no credit, bad credit, one pay stub, no pay stubs. Come on in today. I'm going to get you in a brand new car. 400 credit score. Man, you got negative credit score. Come in today. We will get you approved. We do not say no to anybody. Have you ever heard that commercial? And it's like the shittiest cars ever you could find. That's how they make their money. They make their money on the loans, on the origination, on the interest, and then usually what happens, they give out like a 30% loan on a $4,000 car, and then the people pay it for 5-6 months, and then they can't afford it, and then they repo the car. So then they get all of the fees, all of the interest, then they take the car back, and then they resell it again on another pretty much predatory loan. And so that's it. Like, they've done studies on this. Pretty much you could take like a $3,000 Saturn at one of these dealerships, and they'll make $50,000 to $75,000 on the car because they've ran through it over and over and over again by running up the loans, the fees, the interest, taking the car back, and then doing it over and over. So like literally you could get $70,000 on like a $3,000 to $5,000 car. But that's what they do. They make all their money on loans. All it is loans. It's predatory lending, but sadly, most of them, they follow the general quote-unquote laws, but most of it is borderline predatory. Again, these are just the things where it's like you have to know what it is. I mean, why it's allowed, because nobody is forcing you to go buy a Mustang at 30% interest. That's a fucking personal decision. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then again, how it looks is just like you got to realize it on paper. What is the business saying? They're going to be like, well, what do you mean? The guy had 400 credit score. I needed to account for my risk. Like, it's not. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, this guy makes $100 a year, has 0 credit, 17 repos, a bankruptcy. I needed to make sure that I accounted for my risk. So that's all they do. Does the tightening of money affect these businesses? Oh, yeah, 100%. Like, the car market is slowed drastically. That's like, I'm kind of worried because I just bought this car to flip, but I'm like, I don't know. The car market ain't hot. I don't know if I'm going to make a lot of money, but I just know I won't lose, God willing. But the car market is already like, it's freezing up low key. It's not like you're still getting sales. But, oh my goodness, the credit. Dude, do you know how much it is to finance a car right now? Has anybody tried to go buy a car recently? I had them print me out numbers I wanted to see. And I was like, y'all are crazy. Do you know what the car interest rates are? Pff, 4% my ass. You're lucky. No, dude. Dude, these things are like 7 to 9 to even easily over 11% on some. Yeah, dude, bro, it's crazy. And that's for 72 months, too. So, dude, that means people are buying cars on 8 to 12% interest right now. And that's on good credit. Let's see. People gonna go broke? Well, no. I mean, hopefully you see the idea of why this is supposed to slow down demand. Because now everybody who would have, again, a year ago, bro, you were buying cars at 0% interest or like 2% just 12 months ago, 15 months ago. And so now it's just like you go in and you want to buy a car, you want to buy something big, you're going to look at that interest and be like, maybe I'll wait. Maybe I'll wait. And SPY's coming down after that reload candle. Watch out. So here's the Manheim index, but it's really weird. So SPY. So again, here's the Manheim used vehicle value index. So the prices of cars are going back up still. Again, I don't have the interest rates. I want to see if there's another one. And then here's CPI cars. Like on the CPI is down, but the Manheim is already bounced back up. But I have noticed a lot of cars are sitting on lots for a much, much longer time. And then like, there's not as many people like rushing to buy crazy cars. Like the cars that are like really rare and that would have premium, like premium starting to go out the window. Or I've seen a couple dealers willing to sell cars that should have a premium. They're selling them at sticker price. But then I'd see like 4 other dealers still trying to charge premium. But you're watching some people capitulate. You're still selling cars like crazy. And then SPY into the lows. Disney, everything's kind of flushing right now. Meta's even flushing right now too. 23 minutes till power hour. Yeah, Disney with the flush. Even Microsoft coming down. Where's Google? Or Catalan, that thing's still up. First Republic is said to face potential curb on Fed borrowings. FDIC would likely limit FRC's access to Fed facility. FDIC considering lowering banks' rating if deal isn't reached. FRC, bad news. That's it. The Fed is saying we're not even going to give you money anymore. Did they halt it? Yeah. Damn. Okay, I don't know. That could be if FRC dies, XLF at the low now. It's just what I told you. Stocks at the low too. Let's see what happens. That's crazy. They're literally, the Fed is saying we're probably not going to lend you any more money, which is kind of sad. You have to understand how sad that is because the Fed didn't make that decision until they gave them $105 billion. They're like, okay, enough, bro. Are you going to pay us back or not? Okay, no, $100 billion is where I'm calling it. No, bro, I can't do any more than that. $100 billion is my max. I'll give you 105, bro, 105. Surprisingly, the banks aren't moving too much yet. We probably have to see till FRC gets unhalted. We gave you like 9 Ukraines. Oh, man. That's crazy. That's great. And then they said they're considering lowering their rating, too. They would lower the bank's rating if deal isn't reached. So that's it. Honestly, I think they might have to sell off imminently. Yeah, bro, it might be done. So I don't know now. Let's see how it opens up after that. But that's not good. I think the Fed might force them to do a deal. Based on the sounds of that, if the government's not trying to help, I think they're trying to push FRC. This is kind of like the margin call movie. Remember in 2008 when they tried to get the banks to do it, then it fell through, and then the markets freaked out? Well, yeah, I think they're trying to pressure FRC to do it. I think they're telling FRC, hey, we're not going to let you borrow money. We're not going to give you government assistance. You need to sell your assets, and you need to do something and close this deal, or that's it. We're going to lower your credit rating. We're not going to give you any more money ever again. I think they're trying to get, I think it's done. So I don't know. If you want to get out of FRC now, you probably can, even if it's only $500. That news might be the dagger. But then again, it could get very, very volatile in the next coming days as we find out what sort of deal they take. No, I don't think they want the FDIC to take this over. They can't. I based on the sound of this, it does not seem like I might get out now after. I want to see how it opens up, but I do think whatever deal they work out, people are going to go crazy on it, but no, that's not I think they're done. I just know the FDIC, I don't think they want them to if FDIC takes control, I just think they have to avoid that. I think they're trying to force them to make a deal with they want somebody else to absorb it. Because again, you can't borrow $100 billion from the Fed and then get the FDIC receivership. That's kind of a problem there. They're trying to force the banks to do a deal, and then they already got the banks to call them with $30 billion. I think they're. I don't think the government's stepping in on this one, dude. I don't know. That's a long shot, but 4056 now, new low on the day. 4056.20. This is lower than I thought we would dance a little bit here. 4030 is next, or 4043. Does it buy cents? I would short calls. That's the only way you're going to get paid. You short calls because then if anything bad happens, but I don't think they're going into FDIC receivership. Now that I think about it, though, I think you have a little bit of safety to gamble on it in the sense that I don't think this is going to FDIC. I think the government is trying to stay far away from this as possible. It's too close, and they have too much money borrowed from the Fed. So I think I don't think they want it to happen. FRC on Halton, it's only down. Okay, now it's picking up. Hold on. And then BMI gets positive opinion for approval of Camazos. It's halted again. 570 again. So that's already down 640 to 570. Now we're going. The fear reaction is coming here. I told you this an hour ago. I said wait till FRC is on the lows. And now the big banks are at the lows, and now the SPY is at the lows. That's fear. This is looking just like SVB day, unfortunately. That's it. The only thing that's going to save us will be Meta, and then depending on what happens in the morning, everybody's going to take care of that. Doesn't the FDIC have to? No. They don't, because again, it's only 20%. It's 25% are uninsured, but I don't know how they're going to do it. I don't know. That's again, the headlines today on it are very wild. Again, new low on the market here now. Microsoft's holding up. Nvidia's doing decent. Where's Tessie? I forgot they were at the 150. 404. You still keep dumping now. That's it, my friend. That's it. 2 years are up. Went in on Meta. If Meta's really good, we get saved, but then it might be like today, gap up and then start to sell off. FRC considers lowering bank's rating if deal isn't reached. Yeah. All right, we already got that to you. That's why I'm saying all of this is wild. Again, the big banks are starting to flush now. Again, Goldman and JP Morgan, they gave the most amount of money to them. I think I have the list. Let me find it for you. No. Where is it? What day was it? It's probably like the March. And still going lower. I'm going to find the list of it's 321. I want the total amounts that every bank gave. Boom. Here it is. Oof. So JP Morgan gave $5 billion, Bank of America $5 billion, Citi and Wells Fargo. So those are the biggest exposure to FRC right off the top. And then Goldman and Morgan Stanley gave them $2.5 billion, and then $1 billion came from Bank of Mellon, PNC, Truist Bancorp, and State Street. So Goldman, JP Morgan, Bank of America, Citi, Wells Fargo, that's a $5 billion haircut off top if they get clapped on each of those. $5 billion cash gone. And then Goldman and Morgan, $2.5 a pop. No, they don't own shares. Those are strictly deposits, which was even outlined on their filing, which we went over on the list, which I'm bringing up for you right now. So again, excluding $30 billion one-time deposits from the large U.S. banks. So that $104 billion of deposits, that is counting the $30 billion of dollars that I just showed you broken down. So that's what I'm saying is that if they get clapped, that $30 billion is gone. So then the other $74 billion is other customers with 73% insured and the other 27% uninsured. No, those loans are not guaranteed. So in a weird way, the Fed trapped them. Do you get it? So the Fed, a month ago, they're like, hey, just help out FRC. Just help them out, give them a deposit. We already bailed out Signature. We bailed out SVB. If you guys need to support them a little bit, give them a one-time deposit. And so then the banks gave them the deposit. Things calmed down a little bit. Right? But guess what the caveat is? By giving them that deposit, all of your deposit you just gave them is uninsured now. So now they're saying, yeah, we're not going to help out. You're no longer allowed to borrow from the Fed. We're not going to do anything. So there you go. It's halted. I mean, if you could get out, you could get out if you want. I could now give the green light. I think it's over. That's it for now. But then again, I think like what I'm trying to tell you is I think we're going to have to watch a bank deal work out naturally in the markets. I think the Fed and the FDIC, I think they want the banks to come to a deal without any intervention. So I think it's just going to it's going to be extremely volatile. They're insured. 70% of FRC deposits are insured. It's 27% that is at risk. And then 30 billion, half of it is from just Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, Citi, and JP Morgan. That's 20 billion right there. Again, 20 billion from 4 banks, 5 billion from 2, right? That's 25 billion, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. A billion a pop from the last ones. Triple kill. I think you could go JPM puts if you... JPM's already down. I'm still shorting Goldman. Goldman is the one with the most meat on the bone, but they're frustrating. They won't go down. But I do think Goldman... I mean, when was that announced? That was on March 16th. So that was the bottom. March 16th, that's when the big banks announced they were giving the money. Right here. And then FRC even bounced that day, and then they sold off. And then same thing, you had a bounce, you sold off, and then Goldman kept going. Goldman's the strongest, even though they had the weakest earnings. I don't know if this news has hit CNBC. It's halted. It's been halted 3 times. It's dropping 5 to 7% every 30 seconds, and then it's getting halted. That's it. It's a very big piece of news right there. It looks like we're about to watch like a game of buyout chicken with big banks and then a regional. And then I don't think the Fed and the FDIC, I think they're trying to play hardball, and they're saying, you guys figure this out. We don't got anything left. Curium Pharma, complete $2 billion Cardinal Health unit. But you're still long Bank of America? Yes. You set your limit. I mean, if you set a market order, you'll get filled eventually. But that's it at this point. Let's see. It's going to get dramatic. All I'm worried about is if FRC starts going down 50%, XLF, Goldman, if they're all down, and then the market's flushing, this is exactly the same day as SVB. I don't think I could make this up, actually. Here, I have a better way to show you SVB. What am I saying? I stream live every single day. Let's just go back to the stream on March 7th, and you'll see what I'm talking about. That was March 9th. Was it a Jerome Powell day? March 8th. Oh, we can just... I want to see the whole market. Pretty sure it was March 6th. March 3rd. March 6th. All right, let's see what we got. I'm looking for PNC. But this was the day, again, you had a similar, you gapped down, you went up, and then we sold off. But I'm trying to see when the regionals, I think it was like towards end of the day. But this reminds me of it so eerily. That's Merck. I'm trying to see the tickers. FRC resume, but that's the watch list. That's the March 6th. You could watch the day after too. But it feels very, very similar. Fed could pause, but if you notice, oh, damn, FRC hit the low just above it, then bounced XLF into the low. But not, the bonds got a bid off of that news. But that's the weird part about it. All of this news today should be saying pause based on another slowdown, but it's not going up the same way today. Interesting. Troy asked Chat GPT. He said, for this headline, is this good or bad? He said, the headline you mentioned suggests First Republic may face a potential curb on borrowings from the Fed. If this were to happen, it could impact the bank's liquidity and ability to manage balance sheet, which may be viewed positively, which may not be viewed positively by investors. A curb on Federal Reserve borrowings could indicate that the bank's financial performance may be a concern for regulators. They may result in a reduction in investor confidence and potentially lead to a decline in the price. It will depend on the details. It's important to consider factors, and I am a AI, and I cannot predict the price of stocks. New low again. Qs are on the high. They're taking over. Of the banks, yes, it's right here. JP Morgan, Bank of America, and Citi and Wells Fargo, they each gave FRC $5 billion. Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley, they gave FRC $2.5 billion. And then PNC, BNY Mellon, and Truist, they gave them $1 billion. And I think CEO is going to buy time, but that was just that was the craziest. That's a crazy headline, man. So FRC, again, the chat AI thing is close, but in this situation, like the reality is, just remember, they borrowed $105 billion. The only place they could get money, and they can't even afford it, is now about to limit them, which is crazy. And then again, now it's forcing, my interpretation is that I think officials are trying to force the banks to do a deal amongst themselves. They don't want it to be like Credit Suisse. They don't want the government involved, and they want to keep everybody out of it. I think they're trying to finesse that. I'm TLT. I mean, if we wake up with fear tomorrow, bonds should rocket off of this, but I don't know if they'll stay up. That's the problem. So I'm still short on the 10-year. I'm considering closing it right now just because if we wake up to anything tomorrow, if there is more, again, all of this today it's screaming pause. It's screaming pause. But then again, I mean, you know how people want to interpret it. I don't know if Powell wants to give it too much weight. And then again, it's not like we're at the worst of the situation. We're at the end. But it should, bonds have a definite reason. If anything bad happens with FRC, the bonds should go up there. Yeah, deal is bad for the banks, 100%. Why would they? They wouldn't. That's why most people, they were saying, we'll do a deal if you give us a government incentive. If you back us up, we'll do it for sure. But then they're like, no. So the reason why they would do the deal is because now they gave them money. You see what I'm saying? It's like imagine you and your friend, right? And your friend owns a business, and his business is going under, and he needs a loan, and he asks you for money, and then you're like, I'll just buy out your company. And he says, I want $10 million for the company, and the company's only worth $50,000. And you're saying, no, I can't give you that. Like, I can't buy it from you for $50,000. But then let's say your mom comes in or your pastor, a mutual friend of yours comes in and says, listen, your friend needs a lot of help. And if your friend's company does bad, your company will probably do bad. So the pastor somehow convinces you to, instead of giving them the $10 million, that's how much they wanted, you give them like $3 million as a loan that they say they'll give back to you once they recover, and you don't own the company. And then you're like, okay, that's fine, whatever, I'll give them the loan. And you give them $3 million, and then a month later, your friend comes back and says, yeah, all I have left is like barely the $3 million you gave us. And then now the pastor is like, all right, well, we're not going to help them anymore at this church, and you already gave them $3 million. So you better figure it out, because we're going to have to stop giving them assistance. And you're like, what? I just gave them, you told me to give. Oh my God. So that's why they would do it, is because they all just poured money into it. It's like playing a game of poker. It's just poker. That's it. They called. And now they have money in the pot. So if this was pre-flop, no bets, you would have folded. Everyone's like, I'm out. Why the fuck would I give any money to FRC? But then if you gave them $30 billion a month ago, and now you actually have an incentive to preserve your money, then not. Again, the good old, if I owe you $1, I have a problem. If I owe you $1 million, you have a problem. Oh, it is power hour. Shit. Talk about a fast-moving day. JP Morgan has already given up earnings. Goldman needs to do it next. Goldman's the one that really needs to die with it, but JPM's already came down. There's a lot of FRC news you probably missed today. That's what's going on. We've been getting a lot of updates today, and then that's it. Yeah, this is called the sunk cost fallacy. Because FRC, they said they're selling shares in the morning. They said they're looking to get people to sell shares. Then the government said they have no intention of being involved with it. And then now there's just an announcement that the FDIC is considered limiting their borrowing from the Fed Home Loan Facility and lowering their credit rating if they do not get a deal done. Yeah, Tesla's coming back up. That's it. If you think this leads to a black swan tomorrow, buy the bonds. If you're short on the bonds, cover them if you think it's going to black swan tomorrow. That's it. That's all it is. Because bonds might start catching a bid here, depending on how this plays out. And then March, when they gave them the money, that killed the bonds. Cheap CRISPR, Goldman's at the bottom. Bro, SPY did a little drop and is coming right back down. CRISPR, big pop. That's like full chart pop. They're eliminating 10% of their workforce. Dude, SPY's at 404. We're getting dumped on. That's it. 40, 50 is decent, but again, you're really close to 40, 48, 40, 47, or 40, 43. Oh, bro, I forgot about those butterflies. I don't know how good they are. They're only up a penny. They're actually still beautiful as ever. They're cheaper than ever right now. They're 1% more. So you got to wait. Remember, the butterfly's long. When do we have? Till June? Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, now it's up 3 cents. Wait, never mind. I don't know. It might be up a little bit. I forgot we had that. Nice. That might surprise us down the road. Bro, another new low. We're flushing. Roberts. Yeah, man, I don't know. Yeah, I'm closing my 2 years short. I don't want to. I'm taking a $20 loss, which is good. I had $1,000 on it 2 days ago, but now all this shit's hitting. I'll give it one more second. I'm about to close my short on the bonds. Give me 1 second. Let's see how it plays on this little bounce. But that's it. The risk is if you're short on the bonds, it's going to be a high risk, high reward play tomorrow. With the bonds, it'll be all about the bonds. If this gets worse, we get more updates, everyone's going to rush back to the safety or not. If not, the bonds will sell off massively tomorrow. That's why I don't want to close it, but I also don't want to be I don't want to deal with a fucking another bank black swan. Well, I think bonds are going to be a fire play for the next 48 hours now. Or that's where we're going to try to see where we end the week. And it's just like, it's what I'm telling you. The bonds should be screaming pause right now. If, again, you're about to have bank number 2, no FDIC involved, it's awful. All right, I took a $15 loss on the 2-year. That's sad. I hit it good, but I'll reshort it coming into Powell. Biogen's ripping. FRC halted to the downside. Spotify's going down. Meta could go up a lot, but I don't even think it matters. Because that's it. It's just going to be like Microsoft's up 8%. If Meta goes up good, then Meta's going to rock it up. And then by the morning, we're going to be dead. Or if depending on what happens with the banks. Again, I'm trying to interpret what the FDIC said. They said unless they get a deal done. So I don't know. If we get the updates that they're forcing a deal in the terms of it, that's where we're going to be able to get a little bit of reaction. Build back better. I don't know. I cover my bond short, though. Maybe the bonds we'll see, but that was sad. I'm glad I didn't take a loss on it, though. That was big. But I had money on him. Coin on the low. Time for TLT Black Swan calls. I think you could, if you want. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I think if you are short on bonds, it would be wise to cover them if you're worried about risk tomorrow. And then vice versa. If you really think there's going to be a risk-off event because of FRC and it's going to materialize as soon as 48 hours, I would buy the shit out of bonds. Me personally, I don't know. I am worried given those headlines. I think we're on the cusp of something. We're about to get some update or we're going to hear what they're doing, but I don't know. But the possibility is there, is definitely there. That's, again, I mean, it's just like what was I telling you the other day? Just remember, I've said this from day one. This is the fear zone on the bonds. This right here is when all of it started. We're back up here. So every time fear is coming, like the bonds shouldn't be here. The bonds should not be 1% lower than the Fed. And the reason they're there is because people are worried about things developing in the next 6 to 12 months that force the Fed to react. And that's why I'm saying after today, the earnings were good, but the FRC stuff does scream a little bit of the pause. So that's why it's like you have to ask yourself, why are the bonds still there? I shorted the 2-year because that's the most sensitive to immediate moves, right? The duration, 2 years, if something happens soon, the 2-year duration moves the biggest. That's why a lot of people have been bringing that up here. So, but in this case, they're all up right now. Everybody shy is the 2-year if you want to see it. So we don't know what the headline is going to be, but that's why it's like right now, look at this 50-50. If nothing happens, that's why I shorted it, because my logic was coming into Powell, earnings were going to be good, and then all of the bonds would have sold off, and then we waited for Powell, then Powell hammers it home. But now, if we wake up by Thursday, Friday, FRC tries to force a sale or whatever happens, and then people get worried, they're all going to run into the bonds. And bonds are the most net short since 2011. All right, there's your pop off the bottom. I'm not short on Meta. I don't know why. You could short Meta if Zuckerberg, the reason would be Zuckerberg spends much, or their ad revenue declined more than expected because Google had a beat. So if Meta has a slowdown, that would be a very, very bad sign. Biogen still going. Shorting bonds means yields going up. Yes. The yields go up in this instance by both the Fed raising them and then the idea that they're not going to be cutting this year. So then interest rates should be higher than where they're currently trading at, if that was in fact true. But then if the Fed ends up pivoting before the end of the year, then the bonds yield should be where the market is pricing, if not lower. Biogen at session highs. RBC says CMS update removes overhang. That was a big pop off the bottom. We got 40 minutes. Yes, there's bills, notes, and treasuries. Those are the types of bonds. They pretty much, somebody posted in the chat, it's like 0 to like 1 year or 2 years is a bill, 2 years plus is a note, and then anything else is considered a treasury. I'm staying after hours. Yeah, dude, it's Meta. Like this is my biggest earnings every single year. You know that? Nobody gets it. It's fun. Again, and believe me, like I've had days, bro, where like I've been down over like 7 figures a lot on Meta, and then I'd have people roast me more for like a $1,000 loss on Snapchat. But yeah, this is a very, very big time for me. Calls on Meta. How much are you? I've held Meta since 2012. That's what I'm saying. That's why. Again, I've held that stock for a very long time, and I've loved it, and I went big on it early, and again that's what I've always said. So I'm always watching Meta. I love it. I love Meta. And last meta we did. Yeah, we got hooked up on the long term. That's why I bought it on the long term. I said $90. I haven't seen this price since 2015. I am the meta. People underestimate the long term. Indeed. And we're coming right back down. Watch out for the bonds. But again, I hope you guys are hearing me on this. I don't have a play on the bonds anymore, but like I said, just depending on how this plays tomorrow, this is an early moment. We just don't know how it's going to play out. So it's like if this plays out and there's a black swan, the bonds are going to rip tomorrow. Then it's going to be a fat play. It's not going to be the big one, but it'll be a big move just like early on. But if not, then the bonds are going to start their death cycle. I might even short it if we get another pop there. If I could short at a higher price, I'd be down for that. The new FDIC pretty much said that they're not what's it called? They said they're considering limiting FRC's use of the facility, and that if FRC doesn't get a deal through, they may lower their credit rating. It feels like a gamble indeed, but here's the thing. This is a way better gamble on a day like today rather than a fucking random Tuesday. You see what? At least there is something going on and there's uncertainty, and then you just got to look into that. So that's what I'm saying is at least this may be just before the event, just like SVB. But so it's always going to be a gamble, but it's not like this is definitely okay, depending on what other update we get with FRC, even the earnings. I mean, you might get things running up, but you literally have the FDIC saying you need to close a deal. We're not going to help. So you fill in the blanks after that. You see what I'm saying? That's why I'm like, okay, bond market definitely on watch. So we're coming down a little lower, but I'm not in any of them now. Now I close my short. I have no TLT. I have no ZN, no nothing, no few. I'm waiting, but I think it's wise enough for me to close my short because of that risk. But I don't know if I want to go long on it just yet. And the FRC resumed. Bro, you're coming down. Even Boeing's starting to sell. The expected move for Meta is about 10%. So I think about like $200. No, I don't have TYD. I sold TYD at a pretty good high. No TYD for me. Ain't no way MO and MPW are on the same day. Our two dividend payers, baby. Is it though? I thought. Oh wait, tomorrow is Thursday. Nah, you right. Altria, they don't even have MPW on this list. FRC halted? No. Dude, they're keeping it up. So again, I mean, my logic is that it seems like the FDIC is trying them to force a deal. And honestly, the CEO's a genius, bro. He's just keeping it so quiet that you don't even know what's happening. And then the way the stock, this is like preventing it from going. This thing could have dumped so much faster. It is Wednesday, yeah. So tomorrow is Ultra in the morning. And damn, that's going to be a fat shift on our portfolio. Because if those do good, all of our dividends will rocket. If those do bad, we just get good dividend yield, and then that's it. I haven't closed FRC. After the news, I said it's down, but at this, I'm considering taking my $500 now. Well, otherwise, the way I'm kind of looking at it, we might have to deal with, if they're forced to do a deal, there might be a little bit of back and forth. All right. And then I'm selling AXP. Fuck them. I lost 480 on that. That's a finance. I'm cutting finance plays. That was post earnings. Even though they beat, we lost. But 490 on that. Loss. New lows. Everything's about to hit a new low. FRC after hours news pump. Better hope so. Let's see. Bank of America, I'm holding that one. I just got in before, and I think Bank of America is stable. They're going to lose $5 billion and FRC gets clapped, but the other stuff, I think FRC at Bank of America, I'm in too deep on that one. That's why I think like it makes more sense to play that with time. We'll get a dividend. It's already near like 2008 lows, give or take, or 2020 lows. So I'd rather hold that one out. But the other ones, they had more meat on the bone. Like PNC, I cut out because it's regional, and they still had $100 till they got to their lows. AXP has another $70 until it gets to its lows. So Bank of America is already there. So that one, I'm going to give him time. I still have 100 shares of Citi, but that doesn't move a lot. Yeah, all of this was all FRC, dude, just big whammies. And then that FDIC news is a fat cloud. Like it's overhanging and it does not look pretty. The SPY butterflies went up a little bit. I totally forgot we even had those. So it's good because now they still have a month and a half. Hold on. Man, oh man. Hello. Yep. So again, bonds trying to climb back. Is that FRC? Unhalted and holding. Bro, we've been silently melting down this whole time. That's crazy. This is still another 30. This is 30 points. Yesterday was 60. So it's half the size of yesterday. And the NASDAQ is still up, I think. No way. Yeah, NASDAQ's still up 0.5%. $40.51. So one more point till 40.50 flat. And we go from there. You got 5 more minutes till the 3:30 ramp. I don't know how that will play out. There it is. Flush and pop again. 40.50 flat. Yeah, Meta's going to be big. Meta could help make people forget for a couple of hours. But no matter what, there's going to be a fat question mark on FRC till Friday. And I definitely think Friday FRC is going to be, wait till the bell. The after hours bell. If Meta misses, hot dog. That would not be good, especially after Google beat. Nah. SVB analysis. Oh. That's funny. I forgot. I don't think it comes out tomorrow. I think it comes out Friday. Yo, that's crazy. So April 28th, they put out the Fed's oversight. They put out what happened. They released the report on April 28th. April 28th or April 29th, which is Friday or Saturday. That's crazy. Bernard Karn, is he running still? Greedy short. I mean, you can. I think bonds are your best play. Fuck shorting the market or buying. Just play the bonds on this, because bonds are not even moving. So again, they're down. They're right almost at break even now on the day. So but then they moved from yesterday. But that's how I would play it. If you think the market's gonna dump tomorrow, I would buy the bonds. If you think the market's gonna bounce, I would short the bonds. And if you don't know, I would get some popcorn and eliminate a little bit of risk. And then boom, you're good to go, man. Just like that. Just like that. Simple. Easy peasy. TLT, if you think the market's going to, what's it called? If you think the market will bounce, I would short TLT. All right, 12:29. Biogen still running. All right. The Chattadonia, you got 30 minutes left. A lot of craziness already. I hope you know the cult loves you, and I hope you know you're blessed. Let's see, though. I do need to go to the bathroom. Gina Raimondo speaks with Senate Appropriations Committee. We need more. You have PHILO in the morning, and then the market just turned into a banking collapse, part 2. So I don't know how I feel about that. But that PHILO is nice. You know what I'm saying? That was a nice PHILO, bro. But hold on. I'm going to give you a bathroom break. There it is. There it is. Okay. Follow me on Instagram, at The Trading Fraternity. I do have an Instagram. It's at The Trading Fraternity. It's private. And then you know what I realized? Since I thought I was like accepting people's requests. And then apparently I don't see them all. So you might have to be patient with it. Because apparently it's not showing me all of my follower requests. So, and I had to go private because of all the scammers. Mattel is popping. You got a green pop here. Okay, I'll be right back.
Aside from Microsoft and tech, which is a lone gainer, if you look at the S&P 500 in the 11 sectors, tech is up 1.7%, powered certainly by Microsoft. And consumer discretionary, the next best performer on a relative basis, and that's really because Amazon is higher as well. But on the downside, plenty of losses in utilities, industrials, and energy, which is interesting given that that's such a mix of defensive and cyclical stocks. So when you look at the pie, mostly red, Romain.
Absolutely. And I mean, look at Microsoft right now, up about 7.5%. At one point, it was up almost 9% on the day. On an intraday basis, this is actually the best day Microsoft has had, at least going back to early 2020. So this is a phenomenal move for that stock on the back of a lot of optimism about the short-term cloud growth resiliency and, of course, the potential for AI. Meanwhile, its deal to buy Activision and Blizzard could be scuttled here. The UK Competition Authority basically saying it is not going to sign off on that deal. Microsoft said it does plan to appeal. Activision shares, though, really taking it hard, down 11% on the day. Worst day for that stock going back to early 2020. Solar stocks have been under pressure all day long here. We had Enphase earnings yesterday, and the guidance they gave when it comes to those solar installations, not enough to keep this market afloat. Solar Edge also selling off on the back of that, down 10%. We're going to get Solar Edge's earnings next week. We should point out Enphase, one of the biggest percent decliners in the S&P 500 today. After the bell, we're going to get another big heavyweight, Meta Platforms. Not only this is one of the biggest members of the S&P 500 in terms of its market cap, but this is a stock that's up more than 70% on a year-to-date basis, second best performer in the S&P 500, and it raises a lot of questions as to whether all the upside is already priced in. What can Meta tell us tonight that's going to add to those gains that it already has? You take a look at the aggregate market here, and everyone really was looking for some help out of those big cap tech names. But right now, based on the latest CFTC data that we got last week, and this really only goes through last Wednesday, here, the net shorts that we continue to see in this market continue to build. That persistence there, at least on an aggregate basis, that there's not necessarily anything good out there, at least nothing good enough, Scarlett, to break us out of this trading range.
Yeah, and I'm glad you bring up shorts because I was just looking, and First Republic, at least earlier this week, was one of the most shorted stocks ahead of its results, which were, as we have reported, not good.
Yeah, wait a minute. I thought if a stock gets shorted, everybody's supposed to buy it. That's suspicious. I thought we hated short sellers. I'm confused. Where isn't you supposed to? Wait a minute. How come there's no ladder short attack? No, nothing. And then, wait, I thought we're supposed to squeeze. How come we ain't squeezing no hedge fund? They left the ladders and didn't squeeze. That's crazy. FRC had a nice bounce there. I don't know if it's halted. I put a lot of money. It probably is. No, it's not though. Still moving. It's already went from 5.1 to 5.70. LYV. Oh, they just got a big candle. They're flushing. I swear we just saw news on that. Live? No, I'm not seeing anything. And then again, into the low. Did we go below 40.50? No, we haven't even hit 40.50 flat. You're at 40.51. Live Nation's dumping right now. I mean, what time? We got 20. Man, this is almost all about Meta. And then FRC, wait, Thursday to Friday. Tomorrow till Friday, that's where it's going to get juicy. The PDUFA is fake. FIFA, I'm about to ban your ass. You know that? Because you ask me the same question every day. I know you've sat through more than one PDUFA. And now that the PDUFA has not came out on your schedule, you just go and just straight up call it fake like you Donald Trump. And be like, hey, it's fake news. It's all fake news. They can't. What do you mean there's no PDUFA? They said it's going to be a PDUFA. How do you trust this media? Look at, they said it's going to be a PDUFA. FDA. What does the FDA do? You saw what they did already. Look, there's no PDUFA. These guys are making it up. It's fake news. All fake news. Josh goes on, says PDUFA. It's fake. It's fake. It's all fake. You see, look around. I've told you it's fake. I come in the office. It's all fake. They got something to say. I'm not there. Oh, it's all, look at FDA approval. FDA approval here. FDA approval there. No, now it's fake. It's fake news. You're going to say it's all fake news, fake PDUFAs. Exactly. So, no, it's real, bro. It's real. Better watch yourself. Better watch yourself, man. Come on. Come on. Short Meta earnings have to suck. The bar is low. Again, you just watched two of the bigger companies beat. I mean, Google didn't really do much, but they both went up off of a damn low bar that they beat. Anything bring down NVIDIA? In a weird way, I don't know though, maybe not. In a weird way, I think the only thing that kills NVIDIA is good earnings. As weird as it sounds. So pretty much, I would not be surprised if they did good, but then they didn't do good enough. How do you know Meta set the bar? Man, see, that's what sucks, bro. Because, like, this is the scam that's going on. Are you ready? Doubt that. I accepted a bunch. I was in the bathroom. I accepted a bunch of the earnings. If I message you, that's not me. But if you accepted, you made it to the top of the list. Because it's not showing me, like, half of my follower requests. But here's the paradox of the scam going on right now. Did Meta set the bar high or low? Guess what? It doesn't matter what Meta did. Because analysts. Oh, I don't know if y'all feeling me. So it's one thing for the company to have guidance, but when you see these numbers, these estimates, this is an average of all the analysts. You see what I'm saying? So what's gone on is that the analysts have lowered the bar in the last month. They've lowered the bar 16%. And they've lowered on aggregate 16% lower profits were expected across the board. So the analysts have the low numbers. It's not the company. That's the problem. So it's like if they come in and then they beat this arbitrary number, then there you go. But it's just like these analysts are like, oh, well, we were expecting that. That's why it's been wild, because in the last month, all of these analysts lowered their expectations. And then now you come into earnings, and then now they were already lowered. Holy corn. Yeah, Bitcoin just dropped $1,500 in 4 minutes, 5 minutes. That's the Bitcoin volatility. That's the real shit. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to tell. That's what I'm telling y'all about. That's why I said that's when you know Bitcoin is bad. You know what I'm saying? When we start moving $1,000 in a minute, that's the shit I'm on with. You know, thank you. That's what we need in life, bro. I don't care if it's up or down. Just do 1,000 in a minute. That's how you know there's some volatility. That's how Coinbase makes money. So there you go. I just like the velocity. I don't care about the price. Meta calls or puts. I have no plays on Meta except for the long term. Bitcoin. I think we go over the Teledoc preview. I was reading it and things went crazy, but I took it off my screen. So Josh is going to be a part of the dump. Which dump? Meta? Damn, man. Why are you singling me out, bro? That's so personal. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's not even like... MPW doesn't even have a preview. No one cares about it. We got cold real estate tonight. Oh, banking crisis. What? We got cold real estate, baby. Amen. Amen. They've been going hard. 6 p.m. tonight. Make sure you check out the links. Shout out all the cold real estate agents out here. You may not know it, but as you trade in here, every time we have a real estate discussion, I hope you know you have an army of cold real estate agents in here every day. That's it. They started here. They started here to do stocks, and then they went home with the long-term stock information and a new career. That's amazing. That's amazing. Call real estate or bust, baby. We've been telling them. But that's tonight, 6 p.m. Yeah, it's free. It's free. Yeah, free access, 100%. 100%, man. You know, that's why it's such a beauty. Again, I mean, it's all the best part is it's pretty much community-led. So it's not like, even though you hear me talk about real estate, I share a lot about what I do with real estate, but Cult Real Estate is all community-led. I mean, it's people that I've gotten into real estate years ago, then they've all helped out each other, and it's just Cult helping Cult. A lot of people in the same situation or started in the same situation and got together. So it's all free, man. You could be a part of any level. I mean, they will help you with anything, real estate, wholesaling, non-wholesaling. They have their definite expertise in the agent side, but I mean, the thing is the community. I mean, you could link up with them, and it's just literally co-agents helping co-agents. Corn is still dying. How many agents? I think we've paid for less than 10. So out of the 100 or 100 plus new agents that we have on the team, we've only paid for less than 10 of them. Because I've had more requests, but I've had more people back out of me paying for their license than followed through with it. Don't underestimate how many people, I don't know what we talked about that day, but they get excited. They want to do it. They get hyped up. They reach out, and then we start talking with them, and then a week later they just fall off the map. Or then it's just like a week later they start doubting it, and then they're like, I don't know if I want to do this anymore. I'd rather, I don't want to waste their time. So, but yeah, that offer still stands. We got you, bro. Well, email Call Real Estate. I mean, if you're down, I mean, that's it. I mean, the general logic is like, if you really want to get involved, I mean, I encourage you to listen into the stream there with them and like talk with them and like make sure it's something you want to be a part. And like, you'll know those guys are down to help you out literally every hour of the day throughout your journey. But it's just like, you got to make sure you want to do it. And in our logic, my logic with that I really, really believe in is like, hey, if money is the only thing stopping you, like, we will make sure that's taken care of. That's it. It's just like, if you really got the work ethic and you really want to do it, and the only thing stopping you is a $500, $400 test and all of that, like we got you. Pay me back when you close 1,000 deals or whatever, even then, or just pay for somebody else's in the future. But you just got to do it. Like, that's the thing. It's just like, we want to make sure people are going to follow through, and it's just like, if you need it. But that's kind of the beauty of the community. Just like now, like, doesn't matter if you have a membership badge, a stream alerts or not. Nobody here will ever be limited to anything because they could not pay for it. That's it. Whether it's stocks or real estate, I don't believe in that. It's very, very simple, because I could give it out to everybody, and we can make sure everyone gets involved, but like, the results depends on what you do with it. That's the beauty of it. So, but it's just like, don't ever be limited. Feel free to reach out. I know sometimes it sucks to reach out and be like, hey, I need something, but for real, like, we've watched over 100 lives change with the real estate stuff. So it's like, if you want to get a part of it, money is the only thing stopping you, not your doubt, not this. If you still got doubt and shit, and you still, like, go figure that shit out and then come to me. But it's like, if money is the only thing stopping you, then we got you. It's very, very simple. It's a $500 investment, and I know it will pay out if you stay with the team, because I've seen it 100 times over. Literally, I've watched it happen 100 times in the last 2 years, 2 or 3 years, legitimately. It's amazing, man. YouTube Union Drive wins majority of votes in Austin election. So the link's in the description. Colt Real Estate, 6 p.m. tonight. You're not going to see me. You'll see me in the chat, but you're going to see some beautiful people in there, all from around the world, and you'll figure. I want you to see it. You got to see it, fit in, and see if it's there for you. Because I know for whoever it's worked with, it's a blessing, and it's meant to be. And I've only seen good results from it. But then again, too, it's like, if it's not your vibe, if it's not really where you want to be at, if you can't really get with, kind of how they operate, it's a family there. It may not be the best for you. So check it out. See if it vibes. Then there you go. No one will say no to you. 6 p.m. Pacific time. And SPY going lower. At least the bonds stop tripping out. Bro, Bitcoin is dying again. I didn't even mean to look at Bitcoin. I just had it up here. Bruh, that's $2,000. Oh, no. Chat, this is insane right now. 40, 50. I don't know what's happening with... Dude, it's something... This whole shit is messed up right now. I think the bank... It's FRC, dude. It's FRC. Your earnings don't give you... enough clarity beyond these couple of companies we got, and then even then they all beat low bars. But it's this FRC thing I really think is now, it's starting to spread a little bit. But then again, Bitcoin was up 8% this morning. Oh, fuck. Damn it. I thought we were going to get around it. I just got a text message on my phone. And then you know what it says? My text message says, get me some meta calls. Who do you think sent that? Fuck. Good thing we didn't call him. Good thing we didn't call him. Psst, this guy. I thought I was going to be able to avoid him until the bell. Yeah, we got 10 minutes, 10-minute rigged. There's only one way to do this. There's only one way to do this. Sir, you are live here on air with youtube.com/the stock market.
I've heard of you guys. You guys are some cult. That's not a cult, right?
It is a cult, and we are banned from Bloomberg. So,
cool.
Yes, I'm putting that in my tagline from here on out. But anyways,
you and Donald Trump are banned from Bloomberg. That's cool.
I never looked at it that way, so I don't know how I feel about that.
It could be an insult or a compliment.
I know, right? 10-minute rigged. You're dumping 40, 50. But here's the deal. We had a from unidentified sources, they said that you are looking to get meta calls before the bell. Why?
I don't know. Calls or puts? Do they fire enough people?
Oh, so you don't even know. So you're willing to negotiate on this. You're willing to go both ways.
I'm willing to negotiate. Yeah, of course. My life is a negotiation. Okay. I think they got room to run. But I also don't know about Zucky. Okay, Zucky sometimes yucky.
So what? If I could ask, respectfully, what about 100% in a year leaves you with room to run?
The fact that they laid off 90% of their company brings in more revenue. I'm hearing more and more people going Facebook ads for real estate specifically. So I think it's picking up.
I think it was 25% of staff, but I understand what you're getting at.
That's what they tell you, bro. Anything anyone tells you is usually double, okay? Like your girlfriend. Oh, how many guys have you been with? Oh, just 2. It's probably 4, okay? No one's telling you the truth out there in the world.
Okay.
Is that too far?
So he says double it. No. I think I feel like that's an age-old rule. But you think that applies to layoffs? Then how come the non-farms?
Oh my God! You're still buying the non-farms?
This guy.
Bro, get out of here! I'm not going to even comment on the non-farms. Okay. All I know is that they made a lot of money this quarter from the layoffs, and everyone's pumping Facebook these days.
And you don't think they spent more money with the new money?
I don't think so. I think they cut back. It's one of, you and I have these conversations, right? Once a quarter, we look at everything. We look at the real estate portfolio. What happens usually? You cut back for a little bit. You cut back. And then the next quarter, you start to spend a little bit more. Once you get comfortable with the uncomfortable, and then you gradually move forward, okay?
Ooh, that's heat, sir. That's heat. That's heat. I'll take it.
Pulled it back and was like, all right, this is where I'm comfortable with. Let's now proceed forward with my plans to take over the world again.
So what? All right. So what's the play?
I don't know. Give me some options. What are my options here?
I think you go 100 shares, and I think you could get calls right now at a discount compared to yesterday. That's about it. But then you're limited in terms
You're saying 100 shares?
I'm saying 100 shares. That's it. Dollar for dollar. If you're wrong on earnings, you lose $2,000. If you're right, you'll make $2,000.
And what are some options? You don't like options these days? You're very safe these days.
Kind of. It depends. But I mean, your options, I don't know. So let's see. You got how much time? We only got a couple more minutes. We could do this, but let's see. Oh, you still got a premium, sir. I don't know. Because your break even is still, you're breaking even at $10 either way on any option. That's for May. So 220 is where it's priced into, and that option is at one of the lower prices. It was going for $7, so that one still has a premium, but kind of cheap. $500 an option, $225, has to move $20 in 2 weeks to break even. So if you move less than $20 in 2 weeks, you're probably going to lose everything. Whereas the shares, you could still hold on to them.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's get some shares then. That's safe. That's safe but risky.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to do it. I just wanted to know what you would do. I was just asking. Yeah, we were just asking. Yeah.
That's racism 101 right there.
I don't think it is, but we'll see. Maybe we'll take it to the chat and see. But, sir, thank you for your time. We appreciate it. God bless you. Good evening. And any final messages to the chat?
See you guys in the Cult Real Estate call.
Ooh.
Be there or be square. I got 6 Chads today calling me. I've never been called by 6 different agents from the Chad team. You guys are pumping out deals left and right.
That's what I was saying. I was just telling them about the Cult Real Estate. I was like, bro.
Oh, really? Good timing.
All right, so good work.
That's all those guys who called me.
All right, amen. All right, peace out. Well, there you go. What do you think? Listen to lending tips or no? I say no. I'm cool being agnostic. I'm cool with my long-term shares. He says go 100 shares. He says do 100 shares. We'll do a poll. I say no. I'm just clean. Just no. I say no. Well, there it is. Oh, SPY popping big here at the end. Final five. Not out of FRC yet, but I could understand now. My thoughts on FRC in the morning have changed till now. However, I'm more leaning towards get out, but I do think we need this info to let it go back and forth. Damn, 300 votes, 56% say yes. Y'all really trying to go on 100 shares of this shit? What's wrong with y'all? What? That's crazy. I thought that's amazing. Dude, you're like $20 above the last earnings. Oh, yeah, don't make me spend $30K. I mean, I never made any guarantee. I wanted to see the poll. Oh, dude, they're substantially voting yes. He was convincing. I like what he said about the being comfortable. Once you learn how to be comfortable and uncomfortable, it gets a little better there. Buy 500 shares of Origin instead. Do it with insurance. I think the best way is we wait till they report and then we play 100 shares. Because even on Microsoft, all of those we could have hit afterwards if we could just confirm that it's good. But then if you're pretty much going to risk $2,000 at the bell, either direction, maybe 1,000. Snap as a sympathy, that's a great idea. But in the meantime, better mute your mic, softies. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be our nightly Watchlist and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 65 degrees and sunny, looking like a beautiful day unless you thought banking fears would reemerge and then the FDIC would cock block FRC. So besides that, though, good news, we are no longer under COVID guidelines. So no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down their flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Time to bring it home. Time to bring it home. Wrap it up, ladies and gentlemen. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. What you got for me? What you got? Let's go. 1 minute. Let's see. Yeah, 10% is $20 on Facebook. Let's go, man. Bring it home. Wrap up any plays. You only got 30. I'm looking at plays. That's why I got really quiet. Let's see. Chad says do yes. I'm thinking do it with an option. I don't want the shares. I would rather spend $50 on an option and limit it. But I'm just going to wait till after the release, Chad. You have 5 seconds left. Finalizer plays. Wait for any no's. 4, 3, 2, 1. Big earnings in the morning. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, nah. Let's go, baby. Wow, we did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's the day. We're waiting on the earnings. Hold on. Is it out yet? I don't know if it's out yet. I need my GGs. I need GGs until the release. Let's go. Good game, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. Where's everybody at? You learned something. Let's go, baby. All the laggers, all the lurkers, all the lovers, all the members, all the non-members, all the stream alerts and cult real estate, baby. Good game. That's how you play. Let's go. Good game. Show some love. All the people who held it down. God bless you. Thank you for contributing. Good game, baby. 7 hours in the book. Let's go. All the Twitch chads, all the YouTube chads, all the members, the non-members, the donos, the people showing love. Let's go. I see y'all, baby. Let's go. What a wild day. Potential Black Swan. FRC, the banks, the earnings. Oh my gosh, good game. Let's go. 7 hours. 7 hours in the books. We did it, baby.
Fuck your breaking your lunch, go for layups, start done. I'ma say what I want. I get paid for my thoughts. I'm with peso on style.
Are you ready? It's about to go crazy.
It ain't hard, I don't want, cause then everyone got like opinions and thoughts, why they don't mean a lot. And my money on stocks, I can show you the top. Every bottom I pop up the key in the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk.
Please.
Woo! That song is called Ends Low by Uncle Answers. Uncle Answers. But Chad, that's it, man. So listen, if you got to get going right now, we are waiting for the earnings. I'm going to have all of that here for you. I think you got Roku and a couple of others after the bell. So I don't know if you're into any of that here. But if you got to get going, Roku's popping now. For now, let's see. Roku beats estimates. Net revenue, 741. Estimate, 708. R&D expenses went up by $5 million, but they beat. Roku is the first one to lead it off now. Let me see. I need to get this. Does Crocs report today? I don't know if we have, but again, Roku just beat. If you want any other earnings, let me know. But 741 estimate was 7, and that's the main headline. And then R&D came down a little bit, but seems like a decent sized beat compared to their last earnings. Is there a line? A line, that's a tech name. They adjusted EPS $1.82, estimate 169. Net revenue 943, estimate was 908. And then they see second quarter revenue 980 to 1 billion. Consensus was 950. A line beat and raised for next quarter too. So Align did really, really good. They're already, is that 30? Oh, that's 3%. And then again, Roku beat. I only have the initial numbers. I don't have too much detail on it, but it seems like a decent beat. Meta is not out yet. So again, Meta has had a great start to 2023. After shedding 64% this year, it's now up 74%, making it the second best performer on the S&P index year to date. NVIDIA up 84%. They are the best. So again, people are expecting weak engagement metrics on advertisements and a drag on ad impressions, and companies to improve targeting using first-party data may not be enough. Still ways. Oh, Teladoc. Good call. Teladoc not out yet. At least I don't have it. I'm not seeing Teladoc. Align was a good report. Roku beat, but that's a pretty small move for Roku. Roku's going negative now. Like I said, I don't have all of it. Okay, Roku's going negative. Okay, here it is. Roku sees second quarter gross profit about $335 million. I don't know the guidance. They say expect macro uncertainties to persist throughout 2023. So I don't know where their guidance is. They're committed to delivering positive adjusted EBITDA for 2024. So it looks like kind of a little bad there, but then they reaffirmed 2024. And Disney? Why is Disney on the low? Netflix and Disney, are they reacting to Roku? Hold on. Meta's not out yet. You might get it in a minute here, or 5 seconds. Wait for it. BioMarin has earnings. Wait for it. Nope, not out yet. No, 5. Okay, may have to wait 5 more minutes. Please hold while we connect your call. Does it come out at 15 minutes? Am I tripping? Are we really going to have to wait? Again, Align was very good. They've already came down. Now Roku, that guidance, they started sounding a little bit bad. Guidance numbers keeping them up, even though second quarter guidance wasn't all that hot. But they reaffirmed full year 2024 and said the words profit. So that's good. But then Align did very good, but they're kind of break. They might be able to come back up. Again, Align Technology seems very good. And then Meta has yet to come out yet. eBay beat. Okay, Meta's moving. Nothing's there. Actually, let me get my Meta order up if we want to trade it. Oh yeah, eBay, they see second quarter revenue 2.47 to 2.54 billion. Estimate was 2.4. Roku's going up again. Last thing you got was reaffirming the guidance. But eBay board has declared dividend. Their next quarter guidance is very good. Adjusted EPS continuing to be 96 to 101. Estimate was 99 cents. They see organic revenue 1 to 4%. And then they see next quarter net revenue 2.47 to 2.5. Estimate was 2.4. And then they beat by 200 million this quarter. Gross merchandise volume 200 million. And then adjusted EPS beat by 5 cents. So they beat and raised. That's the second one. So again, eBay is up 3% now. It says 1.6, but they were down 1.6. So they're up 3% now. They beat and guided for next quarter. Very good for the consumer right now. Because all those numbers say, okay, we good for now. That's actually surprising because eBay was struggling. Watch Shopify as a sympathy. Shopify and PayPal, they might move up on that. Oh, shit, I took off Meta? I can't do that. That's a crime. Dude, eBay's gapping. That's 6% now, or 4.5%. I don't think Teladoc is out yet. Oh, yeah, Teladoc is out. So revenue First, adjusted EBITDA 52 million. Estimate was 46.1. Revenue 629. Estimate was 618. They see second quarter revenue 635 to 660. Estimate was 640. They see second quarter adjusted EBITDA 60 to 68 million. Estimate was 63.5. And then they see full year revenue 2.58 billion to 2.68 billion. They saw 2.55 to 2.68. So they raised it a little bit on the low end. And then adjusted EBITDA 285 to 325. Initially, they saw 275 to 325. So slight raise. Not too big, but a little bit. Yeah, Roku's running up on that guidance. Is Netflix and Disney going up? Because they were reacting initially. Again, Teladoc, it seems good, but the numbers kind of remind me of Enphase, where it's just a very, very thin margin on that beat. And I don't know if that's enough to keep them there. eBay was really good, and then Roku was good. They had one bad thing, but then reaffirming guidance kept them up. Meta is not out yet. We are not out. eBay's killing it. So for Meta, other challenges for the metaverse is tepid external response for the hardware. That's the gateway to living as an avatar. I reported earlier the real reason Meta cut prices on AR was because demand across consumer has been weaker than expected. No, they have earned. It's either going to come out in 30 seconds or 5 minutes. So either 110 or 115. If it doesn't come out in 30 seconds, I'm going to go pee. And then you're going to have to wait. Again, you've got is service now today? Yeah, ServiceNow hasn't reported yet. Let's see. Meta to 217, then rug pull. Oh, there it is. Meta. Here it is. Meta. 11.2 billion family of apps. Estimate was 10.2. Oh, they beat on everything, it looks like. Even Facebook daily active users, 2.04 billion, estimate 2.1. Reality Labs lost 100 million more, so that's not good. Monthly active users, 2.99, estimate was 3. First quarter revenue, 28.1 billion, estimate was 26.7. Reality Labs, again, Reality Labs missed by 300 million. And then ad revenue was good, EPS 220. Oh, and they guided up. Meta with the guide up. Oh, damn. So there's our 2,000. That's it. Meta just guided up too. They see second quarter revenue 29.5 to 32 billion. Estimate was 29. And then they just cut OpEx again. They see total expenses 86 to 90 billion. Previously saw 86 to 92 billion. So they lowered the top end of their spending now by another 2 billion. And then outlook includes 3 to 5 billion of restructuring cost. And they continue to expect Reality Labs operating losses up year over year. That's the only bad part. So Meta beat. That was solid. That's it. They lowered expenses, even including a 3 to 5 billion charge. Only thing bad is the damn metaverse just losing money hand over fist. Let's see, 228. Where does that take us? Oh, wow. I love the sound. I bought 50 shares at 228. 228.89. We're going to try to flip it. That's good. They expect IDC to issue a decision in May. Again, Reality Labs was the worst. Raised guidance, lowered expectations, beat by $1 billion on ad revenue, and then all their other apps went up too. Oh, we'll see. Top Tick, that one's kind of working though for now. Low key, Top Tick Josh did not work on that. I'm actually going up for now. I never bought it and I made an instant dollar per share. That's very weird for me. But give it like 10 minutes. Otherwise, that should be the top tick. I only went with 50 though, not 100. Kept it smaller there. Lending tips would be disappointed. Yeah, LT is going to be pissed. Even the Chad, you all said to buy it. Like I said, instant $2,000 if you wanted to go there. Even then, where are the options? They're still expensive though. Those 235s were still going for $200. So those guys still might get clapped. Again, Meta surges 11% after earnings beat. They are now above expectations. They say they largely completed job cuts in 2022. Snap and Pinterest follow Meta higher. Ad impressions delivered increased 26% year over year. And the average price per ad. And then that's it for now. Okay, maybe I was Top Tick Josh. Now I'm back to break even. Damn it, Top Tick Josh. $31 out the money was $131. Yeah, that's crazy. Amazon, everything's popping now. ServiceNow is going up. They could have earnings. Well, let's see. Meta continues to climb. The dose of realism comes from Meta saying Facebook Reality Labs really missed, is going to continue to grow losses. Revenue growth, that means Meta has found a way to turn around the top line after 3 prior quarters of declining revenue. So shares surge after hours. Again, people like it for now. Again, that is true. That is now they broke the trend. So after 3 quarters of declining revenue, like Google is stabilizing from 3 quarters. They haven't gone up yet. Meta is actually growing revenue again, which everybody said last year was dead when it was at $80. So that's the only good part. But again, the Reality Labs is very dark. It's not as big, but they said, what's it called? And then Lending Tips texted me and said, Jesus walks. So there you go. That's his flex on me. But it's not bad. But again, the Reality Labs, the numbers, the three, or the what's it called, saying they're going to lose that much, and then they missed. They were expected to do 600 million, and Reality Labs came in at 300 million. Sadly, it looks like that shit's dying. That's awful. So that's the only bad part. Everything else was pretty solid. But we'll see. Again, the stock is still, this is now the number one performer on the year. The market gapped up a ton off of that. Market literally gapped up 1 point and a quarter off of this move off of Meta. I think the metaverse is dead, dude. Again, they were expected to do 600 mil on those little headsets and shit. They did 300. That's a fat miss. That means after lowering the prices, they're just not. I guess Reality Labs does have other things, but I'm just looking at that as I know a big portion of that segment comes from the headsets. I want to see if we have numbers on that actually, but that looks like nobody is buying that shit. Oculus is Meta, right? Yeah. That's hilarious. They changed. That's why they're still doing it. If they didn't change their name, that's it. And that's why I haven't gotten married yet. You see what I'm saying? You never know. And then you make that commitment, and then you change the whole name, and then it's hard to go backwards because you're like, man, now I have to do the name, and now it's like, see, they don't feel me. They don't feel me. Anything on MCRB? Not yet. I told you it's a scam. I told you right away. There's the FDA with PDUFA. They're lying about PDUFAs. Ever since I was in the FDA, they never lied about PDUFAs. Now they lie everywhere, left and right. They want to lie about PDUFAs. It's bullshit. No, McRib, nothing yet. Probably tomorrow morning if you don't have it now. Top tick Josh. All it takes is one small order, and I could end any rally. You let me know. I do birthday parties as well, too. Birthday parties, riot control, you let me know. All right, so Zuckerberg gets right to it. Earnings release paragraph. Our AI work is driving good results across our apps and business. We're becoming more efficient so we can build better products and faster and put ourselves in a stronger position to deliver our long-term vision. Meta shares have paired some gains, investors digesting it. Reality Labs, the department that builds their tech, lost $3.9 billion, which was worse than analysts expected. Meta will have to continue justifying all of the money it's burning on Metaverse. I'm also seeing user growth on Meta's key metrics is important to show when ad revenue has been under pressure. Namely, Facebook's daily active users rose by 4% to 2 billion. The number of people that use any of Meta's services every day rose 5% to cross the 3 billion mark. CEO Mark Zuckerberg comments on the release. We have a good quarter and our community continues to grow. Let's see. Meta first quarter revenue is 26.8, which beats estimates. Last quarter, Meta projected revenue of 28.5 billion at the high end. It will be interesting to hear whether that beat is from a recovering ad market or if Meta has gotten better at ad targeting. Honestly, that's my tinfoil. You want my Meta tinfoil? Are you ready? Again, here's the statement Zuckerberg said. He said, our AI work is driving good results across our apps and businesses, and they're becoming more efficient. Here's my tinfoil. Ready? Zuckerberg is already ahead of AI, and he's using it, but he's just not selling it and advertising it. Maybe we find that out today. Maybe. Because maybe this motherfucker is burning all that money creating an AI, and that's how they're getting more ad revenue when everything's slowing down. It has to be. Maybe. Because I was like, how come this guy's not leading AI? But that's what they just said. People want to know, like, dude, they just reported the top end of their guidance. So is that because the ad market recovered, or is that because you got better at something? And did you get better because of AI and technology? So we'll see. AI wrote his speech. Ooh, Roku slipping. That kind of sucks considering. Zuck is the AI. I'm down $50 on that. That's going to be my post earnings play. I'll either close after hours or I'll hold it into the morning, depending. But this thing's going up. Like the market. So the market now, eBay's coming down, Roku, Meta's still holding, but like legitimately, the market is up 1.25 since Facebook came out. Amazon didn't release earnings. They're just running up off of it too. Again, I think even Amazon could be benefiting off of eBay. eBay's traffic was really, really good. Why are y'all FRCing me? It's up, but it still looked dead. You know what I'm saying? So again, whoa, the word metaverse does not appear until the boilerplate of the forward-looking section at the bottom. That's funny. Yo, that's actually hilarious. Bro, that means in their whole earnings report, the word metaverse did not come up until they had to put it in forward-looking statements. So the word metaverse, not just meta, but metaverse talking about what they're doing, it was not listed once until forward-looking statements. FDA puts trial of ALN app on partial hold. Regeneron. Yo, Regeneron just got an FDA hold. QuantumScape having earnings. Damn, they're only at 7. And then Zuckerberg called 2023 the year of efficiency. Since then, the company has cut tens of thousands of employees. Now Meta is slashing their spending forecast by another $5 to $10 billion, down to 86 to 90 billion. So Meta competitors Snap and Pinterest are up. CFO Susan Lead guiding FX headwinds, impact of less than 1% to year-over-year revenue growth for second quarter. So costs are undoubtedly the factor. They're narrowing their expected expense range for 2023. That's way down from the 96 to 101 that they gave in October. Yeah, that is crazy, actually. Shares are up 61% since then, not including this aftermarket surge. So literally in October, their guidance was 96 to 101. Today, guidance is at 86 to 90. So best case scenario, that's about like $15 to $16 billion cut in expenses in 6 months. That's crazy, actually. AI me ads, y'all are now friends. So CapEx maintained the range of 30 billion to 33. CFO says the outlook reflects ongoing build out of AI capacity to support ads, feed and reels, along with increased investment for generative AI initiatives. Mm-hmm. Damn, Mark Cahodes and Hugh. That's Cole, bro. I emailed him after the Hugh interview, and I sent him the Hugh interview, and I said, hey, are you going to get on? And then now he's just interviewing Hugh. That's Cole, but good. I'll watch that. Meta's up 10%. I mean, it's good. I mean, they cut spending by another $5 billion, and ad revenue went up. Yeah, Meta's up 10% in one candle and holding. Again, it's good earnings. They beat on everything except for, obviously, the metaverse. And then, again, if they hold above if you get above 230 here, I think, again, 250, I think, is the next stop. If you could get above these 230s, you go straight to 250. That's it. The last time you were here, 230, 234-ish, 235. And then that was 250, and then you fill the gap, and then you're getting back up here. They're not, again, they barely mentioned the metaverse. They're losing money on it. They said they're cutting costs. I think they have mentioned more about AI and generative AI than the metaverse this time around. So Meta was able to increase Facebook's daily users in US and Europe. That's a big deal and probably has to do with Reels. The stock's holding on elevated gains in after hours, up 9%. But do you wonder how much is the current guidance is doing and how much investors are rewarding the cost cutting? In other words, is this year of efficiency trade versus AI trade or the ad market holding up to trade? You tell us. As expected, he mentioned AI in the release, talking about how technology can boost apps, but he didn't say anything about the metaverse. I'm interested to hear how the company plans to address AI. They haven't released Meta generative AI, but he might. But the CFO said they're looking to how they can improve that, but no official announcement of that yet. The market can run as long as FRC. It might run if FRC stays away from headlines, and then they just dump us on Friday. But this is good. Again, the S&P is up a shit ton off of that. Again, Meta did good. Again, there's no way around it. That's it. Just Meta did very good. That's it. Now we're what? We're up almost 150% on our Meta in the long term. So that's crazy. But that was a really, really good one. That's it. And then now they could be the safe haven. We're going to wait for any of their other updates. And then that's pretty much it. Did they really? Yes, they did. They really did good. Again, in the last 6 months, they've lowered their capital spending or their CapEx and budget. They've lowered it by about $16 billion. As in they have revenue growing again. Did good as in 20% growth. No, did good as in like $25 billion in 3 months. And now growing off of the last 3 quarters. Again, Google's not even doing that. So Google and YouTube is not even doing that's in a quarter. So in general, again, and that's $30 billion a quarter. And the last time you thought they were going to die, this will be the 3rd quarter now. So that means they've probably done $90 billion since it was at $80. No, it's good. I think everybody would love to shit. Remember, everyone loved to shit on Meta not too long ago. And then this gets really awkward. Are you ready? So I know Loopy likes to be bearish, but he said 20% growth or is a loss, right? Advertising revenue for Meta, Q1 2023, $28.1 billion. Q1 2022, $26.9 billion. Q1 2021, $25.4 billion. So since 2021, This is their best first quarter, and it is growing on Q1. Again, down from the last quarter, but that's not, again, that's a different picture than anything. So, and then again, 28 billion, you could see for the last couple of years, this is kind of the number, but it's a higher number. It's higher than Q3, about the same as Q2, higher than Q1 2022, and then there, so 4. So out of like 8, it's about 50%. I got clapped by ads. Let's see. This is revenue by geography. Dude, what the hell is happening with Reality Labs? That was one of their worst. This is the part that sucks, actually. So this is where you pick this shit apart, because now 28 billion, and this is where they're fucking it up. Right here. Because they're making more money. They made more revenue than last first quarter, right? They did $1 billion more, but then they made $1 billion less. It's the margin. That's your bad part, but it's higher than the last 2 quarters, but that's the part that you shit on. That's where I think we have a problem. Yeah, their operating margin is hideous, comparative on these similar numbers. And then look at Reality Labs. You just, dude, that's, holy shit. What? Bro, do the math. 1.8 plus 2.3, that's 4.2, plus 2.6, that's 6.8, plus 3.3, that's like what, that's 10.1, plus 2.9, that's what, 13, plus 2.8, that's 15.8, plus 3.6, that's like 19, plus 4, that's like 23, plus 3.94, that's like $28 billion. So there you go. It's, dude, sadly, oof. I like it, but, dude, that's where all the money's going. That's almost $28 billion since the beginning of 2021. I guess that's like $14 billion a year. Oof. And then expenses going up. Tax rates a little higher. Yeah, see, that's the net income dropping. But then they have reversed the trend. That's what everybody... This is where you thought Meta was going to die. But again, this net income is simply a victim of the money. But that's where you shit on Meta right there. Operating margins lower. And even though you could say there's a turnaround in revenue, operating margin is very, very bad. And then this expense graph and then leading into net income, even though you're turning, everybody's more excited that this chart's not going straight down and kind of bouncing. But that's where it gets really, really bad. Here's your CapEx. There you go. And then I don't know how users went up. That's the crazy part. And then free cash flow, 6.9. Yeah, I don't know. That's the only part I don't like. Everything else was good. And then again, it just not as, I mean, just remember, a couple months ago, everybody thought Meta was going to become MySpace. So this was just a report that does not have the same level of fear. I think it's majority good. But like I just showed you, that operating margin and them kind of losing on that, that's worse. That's awful, to be honest. It is one of those could have been worse effects, but we'll see. When's the conference call? So Mandeep Singh, initial reaction to Meta. Core business is very solid, and that's what investors are happy about. The company is showing cost discipline, and that's showing up in their guidance as well. I'm not surprised the stock is up because they continue to optimize when it comes to the cost side equation. A note on headcount. Headcount was 77,000 in March, a decrease of 1% year over year, substantially. All employees impacted by layoffs announced in 2023 are no longer reflected on our headcount as of March. Further, the employees that would be impacted by 2023 layoffs are included in our report as of March 31st, 2023. So the layoffs affected 13% of workforce, but only 1% year-over-year decline. Shows how much Meta hired right before cutting people and then having to cut more people this year. That could be a headwind. So do you get that? Do you realize the company announced that they are firing 13% of staff, but year-over-year on the earnings, it says that staff has only gone down 1%. So that means they hire year-over-year, even though they said we're going to cut people, that means they hired a shit ton of people ahead of it and then just ended up firing other people or firing them. So average revenue per user is up indeed. It's interesting to look at cost of revenue coming down sequentially quarter over quarter after rising consistently for most of 2022. How much of that has to do with servers? Here's what they say: while continuing to assess facilities and data center restructuring initiatives, average revenue per user is up from the comparable quarter, which means maybe they're figuring out how to make money off of Reels. A 9% gain is sizable. It's in line with markets expected for Meta. And then let's get some quick reaction. Third Bridge analyst Scott Kessler, he was on Bloomberg saying, clearly the company is taking action and people are excited about the follow-through from the year of efficiency. Kessler expects Meta to lean into their success with Reels and how it's gaining tractions in key markets, but right for further monetization. He says it's the performance indicator we all need to be tracking from this point on, especially if folks are becoming disillusioned with TikTok. Lending Tips was right. Lending Tate. Don't believe anything they tell you. It was good, man. I got my $50, but that would have been the instant 2,000. And then futures are up 15 points. And then Roku. Do you think this hype is priced in? No. Not for Meta. Again, I think Meta, let's wait till the analyst. It's good. It's a good report. Like I said, the bad part is the spending still, and it's still not the best. But as far as like, it just doesn't look like a plane that's sinking anymore. That's it. That's the best way I could tell you this. So do I think it's priced in? No. Because one, people were excited. It went up, but now it's getting better. They're, again, $5 to $6 more billion lower in cost. The revenue growth is now coming back. You're not watching the pressure in the ad market. So that's where things are balancing out there. But I just think it doesn't look like a plane that's crashing anymore. That's it. They were in a tailspin, and they were able to level it out, and now it looks like they might be able to climb again. Dan Salmon, and they said combination of profitable growth and good expense management as well as capital return accelerated this quarter. Certainly, there's a lot of good things going on here. That's New Street Research analyst Dan Salmon. Got the close on the 8.8 commission. Let's go, baby. I'm happy for you. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. A reminder that Meta was 88 6 months ago. I feel you. I feel we bought it at 92 or 93. You now have 150% on all of your Meta long terms. So it's good, which sucks. It's only worth 2 deposits now, but hey, we let him do his thing. We let him do his thing. So I'd say watch 235 to 238. If it goes above there, it's going to 250. That's my logic on there, but we'll see. The IV, just look for break evens on there. But now, dude, I can't even believe those 230s are going to be in the money. But they were still $1.30, but that was for May, so they should be up. I have 50 shares. I bought 50 after the release. I didn't listen to lending tips or the Chad. I could have made a lot more, but that's it. Screaming deal. No, it wasn't. It felt really bad buying Meta at 93. Again, there was a lot. It was a bad environment then. That's it. I said I was buying Meta at $90. Y'all reacted like I told you I don't read my Bible anymore. And y'all like, what? What did you say, Josh? What you? That's it. You guys damn me to hell. A lot of you guys were with me though too. I'd say it was like 70% of the real Chads were down, but then there was like 30% just mad confused on that play. And they were like, you're fucked, Josh. Now it's only down 50% since 2021. Yeah, you have 3. Google was the worst, but Google might come back up. Honestly, Google looks really bad now after watching Meta. I think that's why Google's not going up. Honestly, I'm kind of worried about I don't know. Google is pretty bad now. Cuz how did Meta do that good? I was one of the haters. Bro, you still owe me $2,000 from when you said real estate. We had a real estate bet. It's okay, though. I understand. It's okay. That's why I say no hate. Just always show love, you know. I get it, though. You know, I feel like it. I'm sadly a public figure. Not really, but I am. But that's it. Y'all just talk shit at me because I'm here. So I get it sometimes, but, you know. That's good. We'll see what happens with MPW. I just remember because I was very solid on the real estate bet. You should remember that because you saw how bearish everybody was, and I told you. Everybody was, and again, prices did go down. But if you bought a house at the beginning of 2021, even if 2022, you did not. Your year over year on the average was the same, and it was fucked up. The real estate market was I couldn't forget that one. Again, even that call, I got a lot of flack for that too. Nah, YouTube, Google is just bad, bro. I'm telling you, if Meta did that good, Microsoft did that good, I think Google is low-key falling behind now. Yeah, look at Google's coming down. Dude, it doesn't make sense. Because if Microsoft is optimizing, Microsoft's leading the charge on AI. I told you that earlier this morning. And now Meta is finding it a way to get ads up and to do all like, you know what I'm saying? Like Google is the only one that is borderline shaky. That's it. Yeah, I think Meta might be able to eat Google's lunch, especially if Google keeps spiraling here in terms of just how they're running it. ChatGPT is changing behavior. I use it for 90% of my questions now instead of Google. I could see that, but even the numbers, that's weird. I don't know. If you told me 9 months ago that YouTube revenue would be declining 3 quarters in a row and that Meta would be recovering ad revenue ahead of Google and YouTube, I wouldn't have believed you, especially for YouTube. So that's why it is kind of weird. And then you add in them dropping the ball on AI and then falling behind a little bit. Google is bleeding and the other techs have found the blood trail. I think so. They're getting vulnerable. It's weird because Google, most people were, all of us, I believe it's untouchable, right? So, but again, people thought the same thing about Meta until it dropped, 70% or whatever. And then 235, this you might get resistance here until the conference call. 235 to 238. Do you think we rally? It depends. I'm worried about FRC. However, I think FRC might wait till Friday to drop any bombs. And then that's it. I think Friday, but FRC is still weird. That's it. I would buy Google if it went low enough. It would have to do what Meta did. And I think Rumble and YouTube is the main. I don't think that's the main reason, but it's contributing to it. It's just, again, it's not like it's both censoring as well as what search you're being presented with. And just like, I mean, again, when you've been the only way people can go, you kind of get comfortable. And that's where I think Google has a lot of different problems now. But it's weird that they're being threatened. I don't know. That's all I get. Even after this earnings, I still think Meta has a lot of problems. But I think Meta is looking better than Google, and that's weird. That's usually not how it should be. But I don't know. This earnings season is giving me that vibe that it just seems like Google. And now, we'll see what Snapchat does. That will be it. That will be the final death blow. I'll tell you that right now. If Snapchat can recover ads better than Google, Google is fucked. That's it. That's simple as that. Simple as that. If Snapchat finds a way, and now even Snapchat has an AI bot, but if Snapchat can show a better recovery than Google in these last quarters, and they are no longer than Google's, that's not good. The search ads is keeping them alive, but it's still not. Again, they recovered a little bit last quarter. That's what we got yesterday, but I want to see if it's the same. Like you got to realize Meta hit the top end of their guidance in terms of ads. So the highest number they could have predicted, Meta hit that. Google just came in a little bit above estimates. You see what I'm saying? So if let's say Snapchat comes in tomorrow and they rocket up and they recover ad, and then we find out it's not the ad market, or Snapchat uses again, maybe Meta too, if they've found a way to use artificial intelligence to get around privacy and targeting, then that's it. I don't think YouTube's going to go anywhere. It's the same thing like Meta though, but you may watch the decline. So it's not going to like disappear and go bankrupt, but it's definitely just not going to be the cash cow, or it's not going to be the leading one. Again, YouTube revenue is down 3 quarters in a row. That's a recession. I tell you guys, look for earnings recessions. I don't care about the GDP shit. But that's what it comes down to. Besides watching the stream, I don't use YouTube much. I feel you. I used to watch more YouTube, but I just use it to stream. But then again, I only consume Netflix now, I feel like. I just watch shows and shit. Google, they are for now, but we'll see. That's weird, dude. Again, Google's going down while Meta's going up. I don't know if I'm the only one picking up on this, but we'll watch. That theme might let's see if that gets legs. You might hear that throughout the week, but if Meta does really good, we haven't even got the conference call either. You started watching Ted Lasso. I told you, bro, it's fire. I told you. It's such a good show. Oh, Amazon too. I know. Now we have the rest of them. We have MPW tomorrow, MO, Snapchat, Amazon. Let's go, man. That's it. Pray, Lord willing. If we get a couple more beats here, your long term is going to go positive as everybody's tripping out. I think we'll go really positive. That's it. We get a leader with Meta. We get our dividend stocks to make a 10% move. We're going to fucking be loving life. If not, we have 3 months of crying. When Google started forcing ads down the throat on YouTube, we knew it, but we thought they were going to do good. That's what I said on the earnings too. I've never had this many ads on anything I've ever had in my life, except for this last quarter or two, or whenever it started. We knew it, but I thought they were going to make money off of it. I didn't think they were going to make just barely above it. So that's the question. That's why I'm saying, is Meta using AI that we don't know about? Because how is Meta hitting the top end of ad guidance, and then Google and search is barely just hanging on after 3 quarters of declines? That's why it's getting weird. I don't know, man. The blood may be in the water for Google. We'll find out. Maybe by next quarter, but I want to see if anybody... you might see that narrative get some legs. That's what we got to see. I think Meta, if it gets above 235 to 238, you're going to 250. It could be slow. It may move $5, $10 at a time, but that's it. You get above 235, you're going to the last earnings. And then we haven't even had the conference call. You got to realize if he says anything about firing more people or any other cost cutting, who knows, and then generative AI, all of that. So that's the thing, because like we said on the earnings, you guys remember the news. The stock went up a ton. Remember, Meta said they're firing 13% of their workforce. Does that sound familiar to you? Let me see. So do you guys remember that news, right? So this is what you should be watching for the conference call. If you watch this after hours and the conference call comes on and they say more job cuts, this shit's going to rocket. And it could happen. Why? Because remember, if you remember the news, they said they are cutting 13% of their workforce, right? You feel me? Take a look. Head count was 77,000 of March 2023. That is a decrease of 1% year over year. All employees impacted by layoffs in November are no longer in the head count. The employees that would be impacted by 2023, they would be are on a reported head count as of March 31st. So there's like one more section that they have to realize, but do you get the idea? They fired 13% of people, but head count is only down 1%. Do you get it? So that means they hired a bunch of people, then they fired them, but even though they announced a bunch of cuts, it was new. There was a lot of new weight on there. So yeah, the stock already spiked on that. That's why I'm saying watch for more job cuts, because even though they've cut 13%, when they say that, realistically, they've only cut 1% of their workforce compared to last March. You following? That's why it's weird. But then it's showing they could, if they're saving that much money already, then if they really want, they could cut another 10%, and headcount will then be down 10%. So they haven't even really cut, as weird as it sounds. They definitely saved money because they took charge-offs on it, and then you see the money coming down, or the what's it called, the expenses coming down, but they still can do it. I don't know if Save did report yet. No. Whoa, what the fuck? It's already 2? Damn, I don't know if I'm going to stay for the conference call. I could probably play it in the background, but I'll just listen to it. I don't want to talk. Bro, what the fuck? How is it already 2? Oh, wow. We were just in the meta earnings. I think that's it. We went through a lot. Well, God bless you all. I love you all. I hope you have a good day. We're not done, but I mean, I could end it now or I'll just leave it on. When's the webcast? All right. So I think it starts in 4 minutes. So we'll see. I'll keep the stream on, but I'm not going to be here. You may watch my mouse move around. You know, if weird stuff comes up on the screen, don't judge me. That's what I do when the markets close. You guys will just watch me browse. I'll start like looking at cat videos and shit. Play the Bossa Nova. Which song? Do you know I like that song? Are you talking about the song I think you're talking about? Because you just embarrassed me. There's a song called Bossa Nova by Lil Tecca. And I love Lil Tecca. It's one of my weirdest like rappers that I love the most. No. I'm talking about a Lil Tecca song called Bossa Nova. That's what I'm on. Yeah, is that where I love Lil Tecca, bro. It's weird. No, I love Lil Tecca. It's the weirdest thing I have. Like, here's the song. It's like this. Oh, all right, here, hold on. I'll give you the hook. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Ready? Right? Yeah, right. Here's the hook. Ready? Yes. Love it. I love that song, bro. That song is called Bossa Nova. That's like one of my favorites on my playlist. That's why I was like, come on, bro. I like him. I like him, bro. I like him. I really dislike that kind of music. It's okay, man. You got Uncle. You know what I'm saying? You got the Uncle, you're good to go, bro. That's all you need. You know what I'm saying? Because it's different. Uncle, you get to rep a little different. You know what I'm saying? You be like,
riding through your city, screaming, set at 10%. When the market crash, I'm gonna buy the triple net. Turn the bag into a boat, off the buy, let it sit. I ain't talking drugs, I got a lot of keys. Open lots of doors, but that shit didn't come cheap. From the moment I was born, it was them or it was me. But I still show them love, paying homage to the king. People hella fake, they do it easy.
That's that. You all say that's what we are. That's it. When the market crash, I'm gonna buy that triple net. Turn the bag into a boat, off the buy, let it sit. I ain't talking drugs. I got a lot of keys. Open lots of doors, but that shit didn't come cheap. Woo! You see what I'm saying? That's how you do it. That's how you do it, bro. That's how you got Uncle still, even if you don't like that. I don't know, are you gangsta? I don't know, yo. I don't even know the lyrics. I just make up shit when I hear Lil Tecca. I just mumble along in the gym. Oh, I told you that though, right? I told you my embarrassing story the other day. I was straight up at the gym and like sometimes I do like a weird, like sometimes I sing the songs out loud and then these motherfucking kids next to me, they didn't have headphones on and I'm just like mumbling my rap shit and they're just staring at me. And I'm like, gangsta. It was so embarrassing. And then I looked at them and I was going to beat them up because I could tell they were scared of me. I was like, they were, you know what I'm saying? They were like the little kids. They were like, they've been in the gym, but they're just like definitely in high school. So they like hitting the machines with like 10-pound weights, and there's like 7 of them, and they take like 37 minutes to do one set. Yeah, but they were just they were just looking at me hella weird. No, Meta's not on yet. It's not on yet. Bully? I'm not bully. You think I said this all in my head? You think I said this to them? You think I looked at them and I was like, "You want to fight?" No. They looked at me awkwardly and I smiled. I said, "I gotta go. I gotta go, bro. I gotta go." You think I'm bullying kids at the gym, bro? I don't got time for that. That's it. I've never even spoke to a girl at the gym in my life. I don't even have time for that. You know that? I realized I've never spoken to a girl at the gym once, unless they work there. That's it. And every time I don't like it too. Yeah, that's it. Then I have random like fist bump friends that at the gym I just walk by them and then they just give me a fist bump, and we never ever communicated beyond that in my life. Is it live?
Meta's Vice President of Investor Relations, you may begin.
All right, Chad.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
The stream will randomly turn off when this is done. I'm not going to talk. I love you. Don't forget why we're here, baby. Finger to the sky.
CEO,
to God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. And then Cole Real Estate, 6 p.m. tonight.
That our remarks today will include forward-looking statements. Actual results may differ materially from those contemplated by these forward-looking statements. Factors that could cause these results to differ materially are set forth in today's press release and in our annual report on Form 10-K filed with the SEC. Any forward-looking statements that we make on this call are based on assumptions as of today, and we undertake no obligation to update these statements as a result of new information or future events. During this call, we may present both GAAP and non-GAAP financial measures. A reconciliation of GAAP to non-GAAP measures is included in today's earnings press release. The press release and an accompanying investor presentation are available on our website at investor.fb.com. And now I'd like to turn the call over to Mark.
All right. Thanks, Deborah, and thanks, everyone, for joining. This was a good quarter, and we're seeing growing momentum in our products and business. Our community reached the milestone that now more than 3 billion people use at least one of our apps each day. Facebook also reached the milestone of 200 million daily actives in the U.S. and Canada after last quarter reaching 2 billion daily actives worldwide. Now, in a moment, I'll talk more about the results in our business and the opportunities I'm excited about. But first, I want to share an update on our efficiency work.
I love you. I'll be back.
The goals of our efficiency work are to make us a stronger technology company that builds better products faster, and to improve our financial performance to give us the space in a difficult environment to execute our ambitious long-term vision. When we started this work last year, our business wasn't performing as well as I wanted. But now we're increasingly doing this work from a position of strength. Even as our financial position improves, I continue to believe that slowing hiring, flattening our management structure, increasing the percent of our company that is technical, and more rigorously prioritizing projects will improve the speed and quality of our work. I also believe that a stronger financial position will enable us to weather a volatile environment while remaining focused on our longer-term priorities. So far, we've gone through 2 of the 3 waves of restructuring and layoffs that we have planned for this year in our recruiting and our technical groups. In May, we're going to carry out our 3rd wave across our business groups. And this has been a difficult process. But after this is done, I think we're going to have a much more stable environment for our employees. And then for the rest of the year, I expect us to focus on improving our distributed work model, delivering AI tools to improve productivity, and removing unnecessary processes across the company. Now, moving on to our products and business, we're seeing strong engagement growth across our apps and good progress on monetization efficiency, which combine to drive good business results. Reels continues to grow quickly on both Facebook and Instagram. Reels also continue to become more social, with people resharing Reels more than 2 billion times every day, doubling over the last 6 months. Reels are also increasing overall app engagement, and we believe that we're gaining share in short-form video too. Now, a key theme that I want to discuss today is AI. I've emphasized for a number of these calls now that there are 2 major technological waves driving our roadmap: a huge AI wave today and a building metaverse wave for the future. And our AI work comes in 2 main areas. First, the massive recommendations and ranking infrastructure that powers all of our products, from feed to Reels to our ad system to our integrity systems, and that we've been working on for many, many years. And second, the new generative foundation models that are enabling entirely new classes of products and experiences. Our investment in recommendations and ranking systems has driven a lot of the results that we're seeing today across our discovery engine, Reels, and ads. Along with surfacing content from friends and family, now more than 20% of content in your Facebook and Instagram feeds are recommended by AI from people, groups, or accounts that you don't follow. Across all of Instagram, that's about 40% of the content that you see. Since we launched Reels, AI recommendations have driven a more than 24% increase in time spent on Instagram. Our AI work is also improving monetization. Reels monetization efficiency is up over 30% on Instagram and over 40% on Facebook quarter over quarter. Daily revenue from Advantage Plus shopping campaigns is up 7x in the last 6 months. Our work to build out business messaging as the next pillar of our business is making progress too. I shared last quarter that click-to-message ads reached a $10 billion revenue run rate. And since then, the number of businesses using our other business messaging service, paid messaging, on WhatsApp, has grown by 40% quarter over quarter. Our success here depends on delivering results for other businesses. And at our scale, that can have macroeconomic effects. We recently did a study with economists at UC Berkeley to understand the impact that our services make, and they concluded that every dollar spent on our ads drives, on average, $3.31 in revenues for our advertisers in the U.S. So that means over $400 billion in economic activity annually is linked to supply chains relying on our platforms, supporting more than 3 million jobs. Beyond recommendations, the other major focus of our AI work is foundation models to enable a lot of new use cases, including generative AI. That's been a pretty amazing year of progress on this front, and the work happening now is going to impact every single one of our apps and services. And I'm incredibly excited to ship more of the things that we're building over the coming months. Now, I want to share a little bit about our approach and what you can expect to see from us. And the specifics are going to come into focus as we ship more of these things, so these are just themes for now. But first, for our products, we're always focused on connection and expression, and I expect that our AI work will reflect that. I think that there's an opportunity to introduce AI agents to billions of people in ways that will be useful and meaningful. We're exploring chat experiences in WhatsApp and Messenger, visual creation tools for posts in Facebook and Instagram, and ads, overtime video, and multimodal experiences as well. I expect that these tools will be valuable for everyone from regular people to creators to businesses. For example, I expect that a lot of interest in AI agents for business messaging and customer support will come once we nail that experience. Now, over time, this will extend to our work on the metaverse too, where people will much more easily be able to create avatars, objects, worlds, and code to tie all of them together. All right, next, let's talk about the technology platform to enable this. Now, right now, most of the companies that are training large language models have business models that lead them to a closed approach to development. And I think that there's an important opportunity in the industry to help create an open ecosystem. And if we can help be a part of this, then much of the industry, I think, will standardize on using these open tools and help improve them further. So this will make it easier for other companies to integrate with our products and platforms as we enable more integrations, and that will help our product stay at the leading edge as well. Our approach to AI and our infrastructure has always been fairly open. We open source many of our state-of-the-art models so people can experiment and build with them. This quarter, we released our Llama LLM to researchers. It has 65 billion parameters, but outperforms larger models and has proven quite popular. We've also open-sourced 3 other groundbreaking visual models along with their training data and model weights, Segment Anything, Dino V2, and our animated drawings tool, and we've gotten some positive feedback on all of those as well. Now, finally, let's talk about AI infrastructure and the CapEx. This has been a major investment for us. A couple of years ago, I asked our infra teams to put together ambitious plans to build out enough capacity to support not only our existing products, but also enough buffer capacity for major new products as well. And this has been the main driver of our increased CapEx spending over the past couple of years. Now, at this point, we are no longer behind in building out our AI infrastructure. And to the contrary, we now have the capacity to do leading work in this space at scale. As these new models and use cases continue scaling, we're going to need to continue investing in infrastructure, although we'll have a better idea of the trajectory of that investment later in the year once we can gauge usage of some of the new products we'll launch. Now, beyond AI, the other major technology wave that we're focused on is the metaverse. A narrative has developed that we're somehow moving away from focusing on the metaverse vision, so I just want to say up front that that's not accurate. We've been focusing on both AI and the metaverse for years now, and we will continue to focus on both. The two areas are also related. Breakthrough in computer vision was what enabled us to ship the first standalone VR device. Mixed reality is built on a stack of AI technologies for understanding the physical world and blending it with digital objects. Being able to procedurally generate worlds will be important for delivering compelling experiences at scale. And our vision for AR glasses involves an AI-centric operating system that we think will be the basis for the next generation of computing. Metaverse technologies will also help deliver AI as well. For example, embodying AI agents will take advantage of the deep investment that we've made in avatars over the last several years. Building the metaverse is a long-term project, but the rationale for it remains the same, and we remain committed to it. Now, in the near term, we've reached a few milestones that I think are worth calling out. More than 1 billion meta avatars have now been created. Since last year, the number of titles in the Quest Store with at least $25 million in revenue has doubled, and more than half of Quest daily actives now spend more than an hour using their device. The next milestone is that we're gearing up to launch our next generation consumer virtual and mixed reality device later this year. We launched Quest 2 almost 3 years ago at this point. It was a very big step forward for VR, and I'm really excited to show the world all of the improvements and new technology that we have developed since then at a price point that will be accessible for lots of people. All right, so that's what I wanted to cover today. We're seeing good momentum in our products and business. We have incredibly exciting opportunities ahead in our family of apps, AI, and the metaverse. I'm confident that our efficiency work will improve our ability to execute on all of this. As always, I'm grateful for our teams for all of your work. I know that this has been a challenging period, but I'm proud of the work that you're doing. And I'm also grateful for all of you for being on this journey with us. And now, over to Susan.
Thanks, Mark, and good afternoon, everyone. Let's begin with our consolidated results. All comparisons are on a year-over-year basis unless otherwise noted. Q1 total revenue was $28.6 billion, up 3% or 6% on a constant currency basis. Had foreign exchange rates remained constant with Q1 of last year, total revenue would have been about $816 million higher. Q1 total expenses were $21.4 billion, up 10% compared to last year. In terms of the specific line items, cost of revenue increased 2%, driven by infrastructure-related costs that were partially offset by lower Reality Labs cost of goods sold. R&D increased 22%, driven primarily by restructuring charges related to facilities consolidation and severance expenses, and headcount-related costs from our Reality Labs and Family of Apps segments. Marketing and sales decreased 8%, due mainly to lower marketing spend and headcount-related expenses. And G&A increased 22%, due primarily to restructuring charges related to severance and facilities consolidation expenses and legal-related expenses. We ended the first quarter with over 77,100 employees, down 11% from the fourth quarter, as our reported headcount no longer includes substantially all of the employees impacted by the November layoff. Employees that were impacted by layoffs in March are still included in the first quarter headcount. First quarter operating income was $7.2 billion, representing a 25% operating margin. Our tax rate for the quarter was 22%. Net income was $5.7 billion, or $2.20 per share. Capital expenditures, including principal payments on finance leases, were $7.1 billion, driven by investments in data centers, servers, and network infrastructure. Free cash flow was $6.9 billion, and we repurchased $9.2 billion of our Class A common stock in the first quarter. We ended the quarter with $37.4 billion in cash and marketable securities. Moving now to our segment results. I'll begin with our Family of Apps segment. Our community across the Family of Apps continues to grow. For the first time, we surpassed 3 billion people using at least one of our Family of Apps on a daily basis in March, and approximately 3.8 billion people use at least one on a monthly basis. Facebook continues to grow globally as well, and engagement remains strong, with DAU and MAU growing sequentially across all regions in the first quarter. Facebook daily active users were 2.04 billion, up 4% or 77 million compared to last year. DAUs represented approximately 68% of the 2.99 billion monthly active users in March. MAUs grew by 53 million or 2% compared to last year. Q1 total Family of Apps revenue was $28.3 billion, up 4% year over year. And Q1 Family of Apps ad revenue was $28.1 billion, up 4% or 7% on a constant currency basis. Within ad revenue, the online commerce vertical was the largest contributor to year-over-year growth, followed by healthcare and entertainment and media. Online commerce benefited from strong spend among advertisers in China reaching customers in other markets. However, other verticals remain challenged, with financial services and technology verticals being the largest negative contributors to year-over-year growth. On a user geography basis, ad revenue growth was strongest in rest of world at 9%, followed by North America and Asia Pacific at 6% and 4% respectively. Europe declined 1%. Foreign currency remained a headwind to advertising revenue growth in all international regions. In Q1, the total number of ad impressions served across our services increased 26%, and the average price per ad decreased 17%. Impression growth was primarily driven by Asia Pacific and rest of world. The year-over-year decline in pricing was primarily driven by strong impression growth, especially from lower monetizing surfaces and regions, foreign currency depreciation, and lower advertising demand. While overall pricing remains under pressure from these factors, we believe our ongoing improvements to ad targeting and measurement are continuing to drive improved results for advertisers. Family of Apps other revenue was $205 million in Q1, down 5%, as strong business messaging revenue growth from our WhatsApp business platform was more than offset by a decline in other line items. We continue to direct the majority of our investments toward the development and operation of our Family of Apps. In Q1, Family of Apps expenses were $17.1 billion, representing approximately 80% of our overall expenses. Family of Apps expenses were up 9% due primarily to restructuring charges and growth in infrastructure-related costs. Family of Apps operating income was $11.2 billion, representing a 40% operating margin. Within our Reality Labs segment, Q1 revenue was $339 million, down 51% due to lower Quest 2 sales. Reality Labs expenses were $4.3 billion, up 18% due mostly to employee-related costs and restructuring charges. Reality Labs' operating loss was $4 billion. Next, I'll discuss our ongoing monetization work. As I mentioned last quarter, there are two primary levers to increasing monetization: growing supply and demand. On the ad supply side, our foremost focus remains on building engaging experiences for our community, and we're continuing to make encouraging progress on our product priorities. Our investments in the discovery engine are delivering results. In-feed recommendations are contributing to engagement, and we've seen Reels time become more incremental to overall engagement on our services as we continue to improve our recommendation system. This is an important signal because it demonstrates that people are finding added value from the content we're helping them discover. Beyond that, we continue to focus on further narrowing the gap in monetization efficiency, or monetization per time, between Reels and our more mature surfaces, Feed and Stories. There are structural supply constraints with the Reels format as people view a Reel for a longer time than a piece of Feed or Stories content, which results in fewer opportunities to serve ads in between posts. That will make it likely more challenging to close the monetization efficiency gap than it was with Stories. However, the overall economics of Reels will be determined by a combination of our ability to continue growing monetization per time on Reels and our ability to drive incremental engagement from Reels. As Mark noted, we have seen a 24% increase in overall time spent on Instagram from our ranking improvements since launching Reels globally. We continue to expect that Reels will become neutral to overall revenue by end of this year or early next year. The other side of monetization is growing advertiser demand. One area of focus is around driving advertiser performance, and we are seeing continued strong conversion growth for advertisers, which we believe, coupled with lower cost per action, is driving higher return on investment. We remain focused on continuing to improve ads ranking and measurement with our ongoing AI investments, while also leveraging AI to power increased automation for advertisers through products like Advantage Plus Shopping, which continues to gain adoption and receive positive feedback from advertisers. These investments will help us develop and deploy privacy-enhancing technologies and build new innovative tools that make it easier for businesses to not only find the right audience for their ad, but also optimize and eventually develop their ad creative. Scaling on-site conversions is another important part of our work, and click-to-message ads continue to grow and bring incremental demand onto our platform. This format is mostly used by smaller advertisers today in Southeast Asia and Latin America, and one of the exciting opportunities ahead is to expand adoption to larger advertisers in more markets by investing in increased automation and reporting to help businesses more easily manage messages and measure results at scale. Before turning to our revenue outlook, I'd also like to talk about our operating philosophy given the recent significant changes to our investment plans. We believe increasing our organizational efficiency is vital to our long-term success. This will increase the speed of our execution and agility to ensure that we are constantly innovating for the people who use our services. Narrowing the scope of the projects that we are working on allows us to increase our focus on the highest leverage opportunities for the company, including AI today and the metaverse longer term. It also enables us to invest in these areas while maintaining a strong financial position. As we look forward, I also expect that we will modestly evolve our capital structure over time to improve our overall cost of capital. We expect to do so through periodically accessing the debt markets to diversify our funding sources while still maintaining a positive or neutral net cash balance over time. In addition, we continue to monitor ongoing regulatory developments. We expect the IDPC to issue a decision in May in its previously disclosed inquiry relating to transatlantic data transfers of Facebook EU EEA user data, including a suspension order for such transfers and a fine. Our ongoing consultations with policymakers on both sides of the Atlantic continue to indicate that the proposed new EU-US data privacy framework will be fully implemented before the deadline for suspension of such transfers, but we cannot exclude the possibility that it will not be completed in time. We will also evaluate whether and to what extent the IDPC decision could otherwise impact our data processing operations even after a new data privacy framework is in force. Turning now to the revenue outlook. We expect second quarter 2023 total revenue to be in the range of $29.5 to $32 billion. Our guidance assumes foreign currency headwinds will be less than 1% to year-over-year total revenue growth in the second quarter based on current exchange rates. Turning now to the expense outlook. we anticipate our full year 2023 total expenses will be in the range of $86 to $90 billion, updated from our prior outlook provided in March. This outlook includes $3 to $5 billion of restructuring costs related to facilities consolidation charges and severance and other personnel costs. We continue to expect Reality Labs' operating losses to increase year over year in 2023. Turning now to the CapEx outlook. We expect capital expenditures to be in the range of $30 to $33 billion, unchanged from our prior estimate. This outlook reflects our ongoing build-out of AI capacity to support ads, feed, and reels, along with an increased investment in capacity for our generative AI initiatives. On to tax. Absent any changes to U.S. tax law, we expect our full year 2023 tax rate percentage to be around 20%. In closing, Q1 was a solid quarter for our business. Our global community continued to grow. We made important progress on our company priorities and improved the efficiency of our operations while strengthening the financial position of the company, which sets us up well to execute on the opportunities ahead. With that, Dave, let's open up the call for questions.
Thank you very much. We will now open the lines for a question and answer session. To ask a question, press 1 followed by the number 4 on your touch-tone phone. Please pick up your handset before asking your question to ensure clarity. If you're streaming today's call, please mute your computer speakers. Your first question comes from the line of Brian Novak with Morgan Stanley. Your line is open.
Thanks for taking my questions. I have two, one for Mark, one for Susan. Mark, the first one for you is on generative AI and how you think about generative AI and some of the vision models and your large language models potentially impacting your long-term advertising business and finding ways to deliver more value for advertisers over the next 2, 3, 5 years. How do you see Gen AI impacting advertising? Then the second one for Susan, just on as we're thinking about hiring expectations for 24 and beyond, I think there's been some ink in the press about potential 1% to 2% hiring going forward. Can you just talk to us about that a little bit, and how does using AI internally factor in your thoughts about long-term hiring? Thanks.
Yeah, I can start off by taking the generative AI question, although there aren't that many details that I'm going to share at this point. More of this will come in focus as we start shipping more of these things over the coming months. But I do think that there's a big opportunity here. You asked specifically about advertisers, but I think it's going to also help create more engaging experiences, which should create more engagement, and that by itself creates more opportunities for advertisers. But then I think that there's a bunch of opportunities on the visual side to help advertisers create different creative. We don't have the tools to do that, over time, eventually making it so we've always strived to just have an advertiser just be able to tell us what their objective is and then have us be able to do as much of the work as possible for them. And now being able to do more of the creative work there and ourselves for those who want that, I think could be a very exciting opportunity. I also think that there's going to be a very interesting convergence between some of the AI agents and messaging and business messaging, where right now we see a lot of the places where business messaging is most successful are places where a lot of businesses can afford to basically have people answering a lot of questions for people and engaging with them in chat. And obviously once you light up the ability for tens of millions of small businesses to have AI agents acting on their behalf, you'll have way more businesses that can afford to have someone engaging in chat with customers. So I think that could be a pretty big opportunity too. So those are just a few of the things that we're looking at. I think this is very broad. Like I said, I think this is literally going to touch every single one of our products and services in multiple ways. And this is just a very big wave and new set of technologies that's available, and we're working on it across the whole company.
Hi, Brian. It's Susan. Thanks for the question. You were asking about the 1% to 2% headcount growth stat that's been out there, and I thought it was worth clarifying. So that comes from something Mark mentioned in a recent internal employee Q&A that he had expected company headcount to increase only 1% to 2% year over year. And I want to clarify that Mark was actually speaking to employees about headcount budgets that have already been allocated. What we've also said previously is we have been in a broad-based hiring freeze for the last half year. And as we complete our layoffs in April and May, we will resume hiring, and we would expect headcount growth in excess of 1% to 2% in 2024 as a result, as we ramp up those recruiting pipelines. But our long-term focus is very much on efficiency, and as hiring resumes, you'll find the biggest areas that we are hiring in will be to support priority areas like generative AI, ads, infrastructure, reality labs, some of the areas that we've been talking about. And you also asked about using AI internally and how that factors into our thoughts on long-term hiring. You know, we certainly don't have enough visibility yet into how AI will make our workforce more productive, but it's something we're excited about, and I think we will have more clarity on that as more tools begin getting developed to enhance employee productivity across the industry.
Your next question comes from the line of Eric Sheridan with Goldman Sachs. Your line is open.
Thanks so much for taking the questions. Maybe two, if I can. Mark, I was intrigued by your comment about open source and open systems with respect to AI. You know, obviously we're coming off of Web 2 and mobile, where there were a lot more walled gardens and ecosystems. Can you talk a little bit about what you might want to try to do, either from a priority or an investment standpoint, to be a driver of more open-ended systems in AI compared to what we saw with Web 2? And then maybe for Susan, you introduced the concept last quarter about revisiting your data center architecture over the medium to long term. Is there any update there for us in terms of how to think about AI as a driver of data center architecture medium to long term, and what that might mean for capital intensity? Thanks so much.
Yeah, I can take the first one. I think that there's an important distinction between the products we offer and a lot of the technical infrastructure, especially the software that we write to support that. And historically, you know, whether it's the Open Compute project that we've done or just open sourcing a lot of the infrastructure that we've built, we've historically open sourced a lot of that infrastructure, even though the products themselves are obviously, you know, we haven't open sourced the code for, you know, our core products or anything like that. And the reason why I think why we do this is that, you know, unlike some of the other companies in the space, you know, we're not selling a cloud computing service where we try to keep the different software infrastructure that we're building proprietary. For us, it's way better if the industry standardizes on the basic tools that we're using, and therefore we can benefit from the improvements that others make, and others' use of those tools can, in some cases like Open Compute, drive down the costs of those things, which make our business more efficient too. So I think to some degree we're just playing a different game on the infrastructure than companies like Google or Microsoft or Amazon, and that creates different incentives for us. So overall, you know, I think that that's going to lead us to do more work in terms of open sourcing some of the lower level models and tools. But of course, a lot of the product work itself is going to be specific and integrated with the things that we do. So it's not that everything we do is going to be open. Obviously, a bunch of this needs to be developed in a way that creates unique value for our products. But I think in terms of the basic models, I would expect us to be pushing and helping to build out an open ecosystem here, which I think is something that's going to be important.
Hi, Eric. So I think your question had two parts. The first was an update on the data center architecture that we announced last quarter. And, you know, we're progressing with construction there, but the new data centers that we're building are intended really for future year capacity, so they won't come online for a few years. So we don't have too much more to share there, except that work is ongoing. And the second part of your question was really, I think, about how AI might drive capital intensity over the next few years. So, you know, you can really think about our CapEx investment as having three broad buckets. The first we've talked about before, non-AI compute needs. We do have ongoing general compute and storage needs to support the existing business, but this is an area where we've become much more efficient in terms of capital intensity and are very much focused on continuing to do so over time. The second area is in our core AI investments, which is really most of our AI investment today, and that's supporting the building of the discovery engine, ranking unconnected organic content, ranking ads, and we're focused on measuring the return of those investments and making sure that we feel good about the ROI of our spend there, and that really will drive our future plans in terms of that core AI spend. And then the third bucket is really around CapEx investments now to support Gen AI. And this is an emerging opportunity for us. We're still in the beginning of stages of understanding the various applications and possible use cases. And I do think this may represent a significant investment opportunity for us that is earlier on the return curve relative to some of the other AI work that we've done. And it's a little too early to say how this is going to impact our overall capital intensity in the near term. So to the extent that we spend more on CapEx in the near future, I expect it mostly to be to power this work. But I want to emphasize that we remain focused overall on striking the right balance between building out the AI capacity we need and being efficient with our CapEx spend.
Your next question comes from the line of Mark Shmulik with Bernstein. Your line is open.
Yes, hi, a couple questions. Mark, this one's a bit more philosophical, but if we compare where Meta is today, kind of pre-IDFA, cookie deprecation type of world, how do you see the relative competitive position in digital advertising in light of all of these technical integrations and AI tools? Because I think the prevailing view was that privacy would level the playing field, but it certainly doesn't seem that way. And then second for Susan, I certainly appreciate the outlook on the revenue guidance. But in light of some of the commentary we've been hearing about U.S. consumers trading down, is there any additional color you can share about kind of where you're seeing strengths and weaknesses effectively quarter to date and beyond? Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. I can go ahead and take both of those. So your first question was about the post-ATT landscape and, how we're positioned in terms of our ads business. We've talked really, a great deal, of course, about this over the last few years. We're making progress, certainly in mitigating the direct impact from ATT's platform changes. But this is really, I think, just the reality of the online advertising environment that we're in now. And we've invested across not only sort of the direct mitigations that we've talked about in the past, including things like Conversions API, but really, I think now we're focused on improving ad performance in the current signals landscape with our investments both in increasing the volume of ads with on-site objectives, and then second of all, with our AI investments that have really, I think, enhanced the performance of our ads as well as enabled us to introduce new tools and features for advertisers. So I think we're quite well positioned here in terms of on-site conversions. We have a lot of offerings that have been growing very well for us. I think we've talked a lot about click-to-messaging ads and what that has meant in terms of driving growth for our business and new business opportunities. Other formats that have been, I think, performing well in terms of on-site conversions are lead ads, shops ads. So there are different ad formats that we're working on there. And then we've just really been investing in using AI for a long time to improve our ad systems, including ranking, to improve our modeling and measurement, and to, again, support the introduction of new AI-powered tools and products. So, I think we feel quite good about our relative position. Again, this is just work that we've been doing for a long time that I think in conjunction with seeing some stabilization in the macro environment has enabled us to see that work pay off. And then your second question was about strengths and weaknesses in sort of the Q1 revenue performance as well as in our outlook. In terms of, the Q1 revenue performance and the acceleration relative to Q4, we certainly saw stronger demand, including the impact of lapping the Ukraine war, which began in Q1 of 2022. And in particular, we saw acceleration among advertisers in China targeting users in other markets, which we believe was due in part to dropping shipping costs and easing COVID lockdowns for those advertisers. And then you've seen FX play a part there as well. Looking forward to Q2 and the back half of the year, it's certainly an easier compare there as there are tailwinds to year-over-year growth coming from lapping a weaker demand period, and then moving into the first full quarter in Q2 without Russia revenue in terms of the comparison relative to Q2 2022. And we certainly expect that currency is also going to be less of a headwind than it was in the first quarter. With that said, there's a broad range of expectations captured in our Q2 outlook, and it reflects that we feel it remains a volatile macro environment. The market has absorbed a lot of new developments over the last year with inflation, higher interest rates, banking instability, et cetera. And it's hard to have perfect visibility on how those dynamics will impact the broader economy and specifically the advertising markets, for Q2 and for the rest of the year. It also continues to be a challenging regulatory environment, so that's something that we're continuing to monitor closely. But on the other hand, we've been pleased with the performance we're delivering for advertisers and how those investments have paid off. Core engagement trends remain strong, and Reels is a revenue headwind today that we expect will become revenue neutral by the end of the year or early next year. Again, we expect FX will be a tailwind, and again, we're lapping relatively softer comps. So lots of puts and takes as we look beyond, as we look into Q2 and beyond.
Your next question comes from the line of Doug Anmuth with J.P. Morgan. Your line is open.
Thanks for taking the question. Susan, you've talked about the goal of building the muscle for long-term financial discipline. Just given the restructuring that we've seen across the business so far, how far along are you in building this muscle, and what gives you the confidence that it's durable and sustainable long-term, even in a better macro environment, especially given all the work ahead on AI and the metaverse?
Thanks, Doug. I think there are a couple components to this. A lot of this efficiency work that we've been undertaking, and especially this year, is driven not sort of by solely financial imperative, but really with the focus of increasing operational efficiency. So that's been, I think, one of the foremost goals, and a lot of the work has been architected around that. And that really includes more carefully scrutinizing roadmaps, winding down projects that are no longer, at the top of our priority list, reprioritizing investments. That's really a muscle that I think we have spent a lot of time building over the last, half year, and I expect that we will be carrying that discipline into the way that we assess our product roadmaps going forward. Similarly, I think a lot of the work that we've done around increasing operational efficiency, around making sure that we feel good about management spans and layers and all, that work, I think, is also in service of making us a company that can build more and ship faster. And we would expect to sort of continue to make sure that we think our organizational posture is really, in service, again, of building and shipping product. And, as we move forward, including out of the sort of the layoffs that we've been implementing and the direct restructuring work, we're going to continue focusing on efficiency work, including in other areas like helping developers build and ship quality products faster. We're going to be investing in tooling where we can to increase the velocity of product development. And we'll continue streamlining, cross-functional or processes that, might tax the development process or slow us down, and make sure that we're really focused on also increasing the quality and frequency of collaborative and in-person time to build, relationships across the organization and get things done faster. So, this is all, I expect this to all be very much ongoing for us in the years to come.
Your next question comes from the line of Justin Post with Bank of America Merrill Lynch. Your line is open.
Hi, thank you. This could be for Susan or Mark. I think really interesting stat on Instagram time you gave, but just wondering how you characterize the health of the Facebook user base and usage on the site. Obviously, DAUs went up to 68% this quarter. I think Asia was really strong. But what are you seeing there? And is there kind of a catch-up here where the Reels content could start really helping Facebook time spent as well, as you saw with Instagram? But just stepping out, I think there's a narrative that that usage could be flat or down. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are and what you're seeing on the core Facebook. Thank you.
Thanks, Justin. In terms of core Facebook, user growth, we've been pleased with growth of the community and the engagement trends that we've been seeing. In particular, I think in Q1, DAU growth benefited from strong product execution. But I should also note that Q1 is a seasonally strong engagement quarter for us, so that, has some benefit in terms of quarter-over-quarter growth. You mentioned sort of whether the work in Reels is driving incremental or is driving engagement in Facebook. And what I would say there is that more broadly, sort of the discovery engine work for us and the investments we've made ranking unconnected content, is expansive beyond Instagram, and I think is certainly a part of what is also driving growth on Facebook as well.
Your next question comes from the line of Youssef Squali with Truist Security. Your line is open.
Great, thank you. I have two questions. I guess relative to OPEX guide from Q3 of last year, the new guide at the midpoint implies something like $10 to $15 billion lower adjusted for the restructuring costs. How does this impact your expectations for growth well beyond 2023? I'm not talking about this year. I'm just talking about the next, say, 2 to 3 years. Is it trying to get a sense of, is it all about efficiency, or are we potentially cutting into the bone? And then on the regulatory front, can you just help explain how changes to the transatlantic data transfer rules may impact your European business as it goes into effect? Just trying to get a sense if we have a potentially an IDFA situation with a signal loss here again. Thank you.
Yeah, Youssef, thank you. For your first question, how much sort of has the OPEX, the total expense guidance coming down, especially since we sort of issued our first pass of guidance in Q3 last year, how has that downward sort of trend impacted our expectations beyond 2022 in the next 2 or 3 years? We certainly haven't shared expense guidance for the out years, and frankly, that's something that we are ourselves working on internally as we lay our long-term, as we undergo our long-term planning exercise. But I do think that a lot of the muscle that we're building with regard to efficiency is going to translate into the longer run roadmap. And so I expect that, we have really improved our cost structure over the last 6 months, and that's going to form the basis, along with an increased focus on operating efficiency going forward. I think that's going to form the basis for sort of our future outlook, and making sure that we are kind of constantly evaluating our investment roadmap to make sure that we are investing against the highest priority work and deprioritizing and winding down investments again where we don't see the ROI or we don't see a compelling opportunity. So again, we don't have guidance to share yet on the out years, but I do expect the overall efficiency ethos very much to be a part of the coming years. On your second question, on what the potential impact to our European business is of the transatlantic data transfer rules. So first, I want to emphasize we continue to be hopeful that the new EU-US privacy framework will be implemented before a deadline for suspension. But if it comes to that, there's a lot that we don't know in terms of the specifics of a final order and how long a suspension order would last, which would be important variables in determining the overall impact. What we do know is that roughly 10% of worldwide ad revenue comes from ads delivered to Facebook users in EU countries. But there are more details that we would need to understand, including the impact on advertisers in EU countries, before we'd be able to really provide a more accurate or fulsome estimate of that impact.
Your next question comes from the line of Mark Mahaney with Evercore ISI. Your line is open.
Okay, thanks. 2 questions. Are there any restructuring charges still to be had, Susan, in Q2 or, beyond that $3 to $5 billion that you talked about? Did we pretty much see all of that in Q1? And then secondly, I wonder if I could just go back to the broader opportunity around click-to-message. Facebook has had these 2 wonderful assets, or just 3 now, messaging assets, but really leading off with WhatsApp for quite some time. It's always sort of under monetized versus some of the other leading assets, but that seems to have really started to change. The numbers are becoming material. You mentioned that there's a real power alley in terms of marketers in Latin America and Southeast Asia. How can you take what is really a differentiated product and really kind of blow it out more? Are there steps you can take to really get more advertisers to realize the opportunity, just given the kind of cultural shifts, if you will, towards embracing messaging? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mark. So on your first question about restructuring charges, Q1 restructuring charges are in the range of $1.1 billion, and then we gave a range of $3 to $5 billion for the full year. So we do expect that we will be recognizing further restructuring charges throughout the year. And then the second question about the sort of opportunity in click-to-messaging ads, and particularly in WhatsApp, what does the opportunity look like there? This is an area that we're very excited about. We've invested a lot. We see continued opportunity to scale click-to-message, particularly in WhatsApp and the click-to-Instagram direct area. Both of those are earlier on the growth curve. And we're investing in, a few areas to continue making it easier for people and businesses to connect. First, we're really investing in trying to make it easier to create ads. So in the last year, we've invested in a revamped experience in Ads Manager, native ad creation experiences directly in WhatsApp. We're also scaling partners. So with the cloud-hosted API, we now have hosted API solutions across WhatsApp, Messenger, and Instagram, so that our ecosystem of developers can help build good, best-in-class experiences for businesses. And then we're also working on making these ads more performant by driving more action further down funnel. So we're working on ranking and optimization to yield better conversion from these ads and introduce new ways to drive outcomes. We've introduced new features like in-thread payments and other commerce tools. So we think that there's a big opportunity here. We're trying to make every part of the experience for advertisers easier, better, and more performant. And we're excited to also see growth beyond, the core markets here in Southeast Asia and Latin America, where messaging is already common as a way for businesses to engage with customers, and their customer prospects. But, we're hopeful that we'll see this also take off in other markets. We're seeing strong growth in the U.S. and Canada, but it's just earlier there today.
Your next question comes from the line of Ross Sandler with Barclays. Your line is open.
Hey, one more for Mark on the open sourcing of the models and infrastructure for generative AI. So do you view that as kind of a opportunity for developers to plug in to help ultimately improve engagement and revenue on your family of apps? Or do you think there could be other kind of business models that come out of that, like APIs and other types of partnerships? Just any thoughts on that? And then second question is back to the 24% increase in time spent on Instagram from Reels and content ranking. Pretty incredible. So how much of that was like lost engagement from folks like TikTok that you're now recouping? And how do you think about how much more runway you have to increase that? Or, when you layer in the discovery engine across Blue and other apps as you're doing right now, is there some kind of benchmark you look at for increasing time spent? Is it 20%, 30%? Any thoughts on that? Thank you.
Sure, I'll take the first one, and then Susan can take the second one. On the AI tools, and we have a bunch of history here, right? So if you look at what we've done with PyTorch, for example, which has generally become the standard in the industry as a tool that a lot of folks who are building AI models and different things in that space use. It's generally been very valuable for us to provide that, because now all of the best developers across the industry are using tools that we're also using internally, so the tool chain is the same. So when they create some innovation, we can easily integrate it into the things that we're doing. When we improve something, it improves other products too. Because it's integrated with our technology stack, when there are opportunities to make integrations with products, it's much easier to make sure that developers and other folks are compatible with the things that we need and the way that our systems work. So there are a lot of advantages, but I'd view this more as a kind of back-end infrastructure advantage with potential integrations on the product side, but one that should hopefully enable us to stay at the leading edge and integrate more broadly with the community, and also make the way we run all this infrastructure more efficient over time. There are a number of models. I just gave PyTorch as an example. Open Compute is another model that has worked really well for us in this way, both to incorporate both innovation and scale efficiency into our own infrastructure. So I think that there's our incentives, I think, are basically aligned towards moving in this direction. Now, that said, there's a lot to figure out, right? So when you asked if there are going to be other opportunities, I hope so. I can't speak to what all those things might be now. This is all quite early in getting developed. The better we do with the foundational work, the more opportunities I think that will come and present themselves. So I think that that's all stuff that we need to figure out. But at least at the base level, I think we're generally incentivized to move in this direction, and we also need to figure out how to go in that direction over time. I mean, I mentioned Llama before, and I also want to be clear that while I'm talking about helping contribute to an open ecosystem, Llama is a model that we only really made available to researchers, and there's a lot of really good stuff that's happening there. But a lot of the work that we're doing, I think we would aspire to and hope to make even more open than that. So we'll need to figure out a way to do that.
And Ross, on your second question. Oh, sorry. I think there was a second part to the question, which is really about Reels driving an increase in time spent on Instagram and how much runway we see. So, we certainly aren't quantifying, the kind of the expected engagement growth, but we're very pleased with what we've seen Reels drive in terms of incremental engagement to the platform so far. And we've talked about how the incrementality has grown over time, and that's important, as we've continued to improve ranking, because we're very focused not only on the absolute growth of Reels, but on increasing the incremental engagement, and that's something where we're very pleased with the trends that we've been seeing. As it comes to plays, watch time, reshares, reactions, all of the metrics that, we keep an eye on, we're seeing meaningful growth in Reels. It's clear that people value short-form video and recommendations. It's also unlocking an entirely new content pool, which we think creates an engagement opportunity as we help people discover more interesting posts. And then that's really valuable on top of the social graph, and we're seeing the sharing flywheel take off with the growth of Reels reshares, which has doubled over the last 6 months. And then more broadly, in terms of how the discovery engine is driving incremental engagement across the platform, our in-feed recommendations certainly go well beyond Reels. They cover all types of content, including text, images, links, group content, etc. And, on Facebook, we see that AI-driven recommendations are continuing to grow and contribute to increasing engagement, on the app. So, again, we're not quantifying this, but it's a place where I think we are both pleased with our progress and see significant opportunity for us to do better.
Operator, we have time for one last question.
Certainly, thank you. That will come from the line of Michael Nathanson with MoffettNathanson. Your line is open.
Thank you so much. I have two, if you can hear me. The first is, Susan, I appreciate the confidence about Reels monetization going forward. But can you share a bit, what's giving you that confidence that it goes from a headwind to neutral to a tailwind down the line? So anything you share on data points about ROAS or adoption? And then just quickly, all the updates on Messenger are really, were great to hear. Do you think the adoption is also being driven by maybe loss of signal? And how does messaging improve marketers' ability to basically retarget post-IDFA? So anything on signal loss, how messaging helps you marketers regain that? Thanks.
Thanks, Michael. So on Reels, we have shared for, I think, a while now that we're working down the headwind to revenue from the growth of Reels cannibalizing some time that is spent on our more mature ad surfaces, feed and stories. And, basically we have been balancing the two factors here, which is the degree to which Reels is driving incremental engagement on the platform versus the lower monetization efficiency of Reels relative to, the feed and stories engagement that it cannibalizes. And ultimately, the overall economics of Reels is really going to be determined by the combination of those two things. The thing that I would, so while we're on track to Reels becoming neutral to revenue by end of year, early next year. But I do think it's important to call out that Reels is structurally different from Feed and Stories. And so, we don't have line of sight of getting Reels to monetization parity per time with Feed or Stories anytime soon because of those structural differences. But because it drives incremental engagement, we expect that we will continue to improve its monetization from current levels. So we expect the combination of those things, will get us to revenue neutral by end of this year, early next, and positive to revenue beyond that, despite that it doesn't monetize as efficiently. The second part of your question was updates on messaging and how does messaging improve, marketer ability to retarget in face of signal loss. So click-to-messaging ads are a really important part of our overall ad strategy in terms of on-site objectives. And so it is a big part of the sort of first-party data playbook. And so I think, from that perspective, it really has, it is both sort of a first-party data ads format, which I think in a signal challenge landscape is important for us. And then, of course, it's a way for us to both monetize messaging behavior that's happening on our platform and create, robust avenues of communication for businesses directly with their consumers, which we hope to broaden, with broader business messaging offerings over time. So we're very excited. We're really excited with the progress that click-to-messaging ads have shown and, the business opportunity that we have going forward there.
Great. Thank you for joining us today. We appreciate your time, and we look forward to speaking with you again.
This concludes today's conference call. Thank you for joining us. You may now disconnect your lines.
No. They were like, let's pivot into metaverse. It's the next big thing. And then 6 months later, AI comes out. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. It was a good report, though. It wasn't bad. They talked about it a lot. No, I had to run up the stairs. And I fell. I'm not going to lie to you. I fell. I heard the music. I was on. You heard it. I just got done finishing the watch list. I thought I was going to edit it in front of you guys because the call was still going on. So, literally, I had the watch list for you. Your watch list already done, dog. We just got to edit it up and that's it. You'll get it in the hour, dog. I'll have it to you in the hour. You know what I'm saying? So, watch list already done. I heard the music. I had to run upstairs, and then I fell. Yeah, I got Raul'd. 100%. It sucks. I'm wearing a sweater right now, but I don't have a shirt underneath it, and I'm hot. So now, I want to take off my sweater, but then I'll be naked. You do too much? That's good, man. Thank you. Because honestly, sometimes I think I don't do enough. You know what I'm saying? So amen. Amen, baby. Amen. Amen. Oh, the watch list is fire. I'm not going to lie to you. The watch list, I talked about First Republic. It's fire. No, I was really excited recapping the day about it. I don't know if you could tell. You see, you're not going to hear me for the rest of the day. You guys never heard me after the watch list, huh? Usually I'm not still live. We ain't still talking, That's why, but I'm hyped. I'm really excited about it. So if y'all don't, there's still 1,000 of y'all. So I'm kind of expecting about 1,000 likes on the watch list. So, that's it. Okay. No pressure. Okay. But it's a good video. You're going to like it. And get ready, man. Next couple of days. Tomorrow, I said it in the watch list what I think could happen. I think tomorrow is going to be very interesting because of Meta, but I'm not going to give you the good stuff. You got to watch the watch list, but quite simply, watch FRC and then watch Meta, okay? That's what it is. But Chad, we got to get going now. I love you all. Thank you guys again. I hope you enjoyed the conference call. I wish I could recap it for you, but if we want to stay on schedule, I got to get going. I know. But your watch list is coming out soon. Thank you guys once again, Chad. And I already told you, don't forget why we're here, baby. Why we keep going. Why we always putting in the work, baby. And why we grateful. We grateful for anything of work. Oh, McRib too. Fuck yeah. Good timing. But why do we do it, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. 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 Cole Real Estate is pinned. You see where it says Tyler Royke, Texas Real Estate? Click on that, and it'll take you to Cole Real Estate tonight. We still have that too, man. We got a busy day ahead of us. Okay, I love you. See you guys later, man. And I'll see you I'll see you on the watch list. If you don't make it to the watch list and you made it this far, I'm going to be mad disappointed in you. That's all I'm saying. I love you. Peace out, Chad. Bye.
Yeah, what about me? Oh, don't forget about me, Josh. I'm still fucking here. Yeah, we're gonna look at that biotech, huh? Little FDA approval, huh? Yeah, I told you the FDA. What you know? What do you know about that life, huh? I thought they told me it was fake. They get FDA approval. The FDA said, "Fuck yeah, go ahead, run it." Yeah, okay. I'll see you later, guys. Have a wonderful day. Good morning. I'm leaving.